Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. The internet just stopped working. What would we do as a society if it stopped working? We wouldn't be able to watch LPL, and that would be extremely sad. But I'm going to go ahead and move us right along. Welcome back, Rude Dude. I'm Mazel. Obviously, we've got Rare Adam behind us in the production booth, and we got to talk a little bit about these teams. Because as the second round robin that we were talking about comes to a close, or at least starts off for a lot of these teams and starts getting down to the wire, there's some pretty hefty opponents left up because of the dwindling down of the teams in Group Ascend here.
Yeah, so, I mean, hopefully I think we got a little graphic here to exhibit some of those teams that they're going to be playing up against and quite what it looks like for our different organizations. The two obviously on our screens, first of all. I mean, the important hitter for me, for IG, is a double BLG. That they have to play BLG twice. Anyone's Legend, I'm looking at theirs, they've still got FPX, WE, and JDG to play up against, who are theoretically a little bit weaker and, you know, on paper are lower ranking teams. So I do think that AL have actually got a pretty decent strength of schedule going into the back half of this round robin, and that they honestly should be looking at coming out of this with, you know, at least 4 wins looking in the second half of the split.
Yeah, also I don't know how the scheduling worked out like this. I know it catches my eye when we're talking about IG, not anyone's Legend. We'll talk about Weibo later. The fact that they have to play JDG 2 times in a row at the last bit, that's just so weird to me. Anyways, a lot of strength of schedule left because of those 8 teams in Group Ascend, and only 4 spots available for that playoff stage. Otherwise, you'll have to go into the playoff play-in, which is a little bit more difficult. And I got to say, I'm feeling a little bit at home with this series here. I recently had a birthday. I might have reached esports retirement age, but these guys, they have not. But we have something in similarities. We were all born in the 1990s, or at least the majority of us. And we're 1900s babies. That's a fun statement to say, right, Rude?
Flandra, Tarzan, The Shy, Rookie, and Mako, all born in the 1900s. They're older than me, which is scary.
1900s, that's old.
Yeah, man. It is. The Old Man Cup. We've got a nice little unction going on today with all of these players over the grand old age of, what, 25? So, you know, an easy win for the team with the least old men on the squad.
Yeah, I guess that's the the beauty of it. No, but it's awesome to see the fact that these guys are still at the top. And I know we make fun of it, but it is absolutely crazy to see how these guys function so many years into their career, how they use some of that experience. And it's what makes these series such a banger. So many legends, so many, you know, ground makers, I guess, in a way, if that's even a phrase there, of the LPL. And I'm very excited for this series as a whole. And the fact that I can say they were born in the 1900s, just throw everybody off. Anyways, something else that's maybe been throwing a little bit people off, and the fact that we kind of foreshadowed to it earlier as well, but the battle between the bot lanes is going to be heating up, especially for one side of things. And I'm talking heating up, I'm talking Super Saiyan style, because Hope was pretty damn strong in split number 2. He's definitely not had the same opportunities or the same moments that he had in that split 2, but somebody who has is Gala, who has fully taken that mantle. As you said earlier, 2 pentakills in a week, but the guy's on fire nonetheless.
Yeah, and I think that this is our matchup to watch really down on that bot side. It's about whether AL and Hope can continue or really begin that rise to success that we saw from them in split number 2, and whether Hope can reach those same levels. And for Gala, it's about whether or not he can continue to carry his team over the finish line and make sure that IG are in a really good spot going into that playoff spot, because we've seen it from them a couple of times where they've reached playoffs in an okay position and then flunked their way out of it. And I think that that's what's going to be really important. This team making it to Worlds is the expectation.
Yep, it is indeed, and that's what we're trying to set the stage up today. Also, shout out to Izzy, our graphics creator, for that. One of the most cursed Gala images I've ever seen, and it will live rent-free in my head for the rest of my life. Thank you. I asked, my request was Hope, Gala, Super Saiyan, ripped shirts, bulging muscle, like full-on style, and it played out beautifully. And we see those Super Saiyans on the stage here tonight. I'm excited because I think there's a lot of wiggle room for this series to be a banger. But then you start thinking a little bit about that last series and how, yes, some of the games were close between these two teams, but it ultimately was IG who had the better macro decision making. They had I feel like, some really good comps in that series, and I'm really looking at the draft tonight to be a big indicator of how this series is going to fall through, at least in game number 1. What those power picks that are going to be sneaking through are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, we've looked several times almost at the different drafts and where all of our priorities lie. There's a lot of talk of the junglers being very stagnant in terms of what they're looking to offer. We have Yunara Varus as our typical bans that are hitting the table now, and then mid lane as well becomes a bit of a hot spot for your Azias, your Talias. So there's lots of areas that these teams can focus, and it really feels like team to team you change where you focus based on who your enemies are. I mean, when you've got Gala on one side, Hope on the other, you expect to see some of those ADs, those top tier AD carries taken off the board.
I want team fights, and I want them good. We'll see if they do end up getting those resources. But what do you do from AL's side of things, man? You just came off of... Like, what do you pull away? What experience do you gain? What lesson do you learn from that BLG series? You won, but you came out with, like, your arm missing, your ear was gone, like, everything was in trouble.
It was a very back and forth series, but I think what they'll take from it is resilience, right? Like, that's one of those games that you want to see in a match point on both sides. It's a deciding game where you have your own base defense, then you lose an Elder fight and a Baron. Like, you lose it in the enemy's base, and all of a sudden you're starting to question really everything and how it's going to look to play. And I mean, when you win games like that, they are such reliefs. And you know, not just because you fought for so long to get back into the game and keep yourself alive in it, but also that it went to, you know, 45, 50 minutes, and it was absolute end-to-end, genuine carnage. It's very mentally tolling. So when you win that game, it is just such a relief.
Yeah, I gotta say, the setup between the two and the way it ended, it was just picture perfect. I hope we get, you know, some more of that here, maybe some craziness, especially between these two teams. But we're getting into draft number 1 now. And I want to immediately go to that focus. I know I said it before we even went live, but I do expect Jungle to take kind of forward foot in the first phase here between the two teams and trying to get those power picks that enables these guys to kind of have those invasive styles, kind of have those aggressive moments, at least the skirmishing setup for the two junglers. And we already see some premier pick, and at least in the trundle between the two, taken off the board.
Yeah, and that does make sense. I do want to call out this Aurora ban as well from AL. I think it's really smart on blue side to ban away IG's Aurora because they will flex it between lanes, and they'll save last pick for mid lane or for top lane depending on where they want this Aurora to go. And I think this is one of the things that IG actually does very, very well and is a worthwhile ban. So already, you know, we talked about it. We've highlighted the bot lanes for a reason here, Mazel. 3 AD carry bans in the first round. Normally we see just the Varus banned on red side, but this is leaving open things like Gwen and Rumble, your Talias, lots of premier S-tier junglers as well. So actually, in terms of power picks and trades that are coming through, there's going to be a lot of for these teams to take picks for. And I think that overall, that Ori ban maybe suggests that you're looking for a Talia early on from AL, because Talia is normally answered by Orianna.
Okay, and we'll see if that's going to end up being that first pick. Another AD goes onto the ban table. It's Gala's Kaisa that gets focused this time. Tarzan going to take out the Pantheon. So we talked about the kind of invasive style. Well, that's invasive, all right.
And this then gives over that Talia over. It gives pretty much any pick of the junglers that they want. Maybe the Xin Zhao just gets locked up nice and easily here, buy away. And then they've got a really solid 2 versus 2. The knock up into the shove, a very lethal combo. But they might also decide that they don't need to take their jungler here. Is there a top laner that they really want for the Shy that they need to take? Remember, Gwen's still available. We've still got Rumble if they want it. Even the Ambessa has been something that has been starting to crop up as higher and higher priority. So IG's pick of the litter for those solo laners, and we'll have to see which of them end up being picked up.
There's so many things available, man. I don't like. There's so many options for it. The Talia, though, obviously is going to give that mobility out of mid lane for Rookie. I really appreciate what he's able to do. A guy that knows how to space in team fights, know well, and how to take advantage of space. Talia is the perfect fit for him. We'll see what that lock-in is going to end up being for IG, and it's the Gwen.
That makes a lot more sense. I was looking at the Skarner and thinking there's absolutely no reason to take your jungler here when you can take it on 3 without getting the pull pinched. And they do just lock in a top laner here. The Gwen, I think, the most premier top that we've got on the patch. Matched with the Rumble, so not a Jax, which we usually see sometimes be a counter to the Gwen. And obviously, the Azir gets locked in as well for AL. So we've got double AP solo laners. This means that Wei here needs to take the Xin Zhao, something of that ilk that's going to be aggressive, going to be fast-paced in the jungle. Maybe a Wukong gets slammed as well if they want something a little bit more geared for a team fight. But we're looking at what these teams are looking to do as they reach that second round and that second phase of picks. With already 3 AD carries taken off the board, I think that either of these teams could heavily pinch that pool. IG specifically, they've got first pick of those AD carries, so you would expect them to go down into that pick and take the Sivers, your Jin, something like that we see so frequently. As I'm not sure of the
longest
kerfuffle
0
here,
seconds I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'm sensing they've done something wrong.
We're stuck in purgatory. Yeah, I think there's something wrong. I do want to talk a little bit though about the AL picks here already. We talked about the kind of jungle presence. I think that's a really big pick for Tarzan, for a guy who maybe hasn't been living up to the same influence that he had in split number 2. I think it goes back to some of that style for him. But on the other side, I mean, people have some qualms with Flandra's Rumble. We'll see if he could kind of pull it together here. I know there were some definitely question marks at MSI about it, but here in this split, I mean, it's been something he's been willing to gravitate towards, obviously more often than not. And I really want to see his impact, especially paired up with this Azir for Shanks, which has been a very big power pick for him in the past. And I do like that AL is kind of focusing that top trio to get them off the ground.
Yeah, and I mean, that's honestly the way that drafts have been developing, at least in this split. That usually in split 2 it was you grab your jungler, you grab your bot lane, but at the minute there are so many highly priced picks in the top side of the rift that you just kind of want to take as many of them as possible that you can. And for IG, they've now ended up with, you know, I'd say 2 of the 3 really solid picks up on that top side. I expect it to just be, you know, Xin Zhao, something like that, locked into the jungle. But for AL, again, they've also got really solid picks. This is what happens when you ban away a lot of AD carries in the first phase, is that you leave open the Gwen, the Rumble, the Pantheon getting through as well. There's a lot of things that don't frequently get let into these drafts that have actually been given over.
Yeah, I'm just gonna outright say so. I'm gonna admit it. I might be a little bit of a sneaky Talia hater.
Wow.
I think she's OP in certain moments, and I think we've seen that impact, why she's so prioritized it here and stuff. But I feel like there are some times where it just feels like this champion doesn't get to do anything. And it's not often. But maybe I just get unlucky with those games or something. But no, I do expect Rookie to have a firm grasp on how to use this pick, because when you look at that matchup, like, it actually does influence a lot of the things around it. And I think that's going to be important to kind of keep track of today, because we've already talked how much the AD kind of matters in this matchup. But for both these guys, a lot of the time, that's team fighting. That's kind of later game antics there. And so it's really about figuring out how to build the structure of the earlier game for both these teams.
I think that the reason I've been a little bit on the Talia hate train, or maybe that I can see it being a little bit weaker, is when it's paired up with a solo laner that isn't a carry. So when it's Talia Scion, right? You're so heavily indexing into an AD carry that has to provide the majority of the kills for the team. But when you've got a Talia locked in, without or with a carry on the top side, you can be that setup, you can be that facilitator, and then you can actually do some pretty good things as a moving threat to move to top lane, move to bot lane as well, and try and get 2 sets of carries ahead.
And it wouldn't be the LPL without a draft delay. Here we go. We're restarting draft. We had to get this out early so it doesn't happen in the rest of the day. And I'm absolutely cursing the rest of our day. But here we go. We'll get those picks going back through as I get yelled at by my producer. Love you. But it is going to be the same picks here, so we'll be just speeding through until we get to that second phase. We didn't even get any of the bans in the final pick, obviously, for IG. So that's going to be the next conversation, is that jungle really going to be that final pick for them in the first phase?
Yeah, this is where we got to. Whether or not Rookie's client froze, or I don't know, he just kind of lost his marbles for a little bit. We'll see what it is.
Don't tell me it's Skarner again, right?
IG get locked in. The Skarner for Wei. What's the hatred towards Skarner?
I guess it's okay. I think it sets up really well with the Talia and stuff like that. It's okay. I just feel like you could have a little bit of that kind of quicker decision-making impact from the Tarzan Pantheon, but I do really like the team fight aspect that IG are going for right now.
And just I'm gonna say weird call out here is that Skarner Renata was actually a pick that we saw picked a lot at MSI, and sort of a duo that goes really well together. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that Mako looks towards, or something that AL maybe even looks towards in the ban phase. Not saying that incites a Kalista pick here from Gala, even though that it's something that again has been slightly shunned away from since the MSI tragedy that it ended up befalling. Either way, though, we've still got lots of AD carries that do really good things for their team. I think that's the meta that we're in at the minute. We've got Sivir, we've got Jhin still available. Corki, who's one of those more sort of lane-centric AD carries, is open as well. And I think that for IG, being able to get their hands on something that can make them run a little bit faster, I think that Sivir here feels like the go-to pick.
Part of me loves that we're in a world where ADs actually matter and we're getting so many bans toward them. Part of me hates it because we're getting so many AD bans. But it does make you go deep into the pocket, and obviously these two guys definitely have deep pockets when it comes to the pool here. I do see that Poppy ban as an interesting one, just in case it was going to go Kyle's way and kind of have that impact from the support role. But that's the other role I kind of want to talk about. We talk about ADs all day long, but Kyle and Mako have had a lot of influence on the kind of style of play over the last year, at least, and especially in the last couple splits in the LPL. But Kyle seemingly had become the better of Mako in a lot of ways, and Mako seems to have found his resurgence here as of late.
Yeah, I think that Kyle in Split 2, right, he was definitely the best support performing in Split 2 by far. Mako, not really up to that same level, and we were questioning whether he either makes it to top 3 All-Pro. But in Split number 3, it's not really been the same story for Kyle specifically. I think Mako has been at a good level, but not necessarily one that's been, stand out or above average than we would have expected. It's mainly a case of, can Kyle really return to the form that we saw from them in Split number 2? And they actually, I think, sort of against the run of things here, opt into the support first pick. I think with AD carry being such a pinched pool, leaving yourself a little bit more susceptible to getting something else taken is definitely a little bit dangerous. With the Rel taken away, expect just Alistair maybe here to come through for Kyle, a really good answer, and not really have any bans on that support area is, again, pretty atypical.
It's just so funny, man. Literally, they're taking each other's champions.
Yeah.
Most played for Mako is Alistar at 5. Most played for Kyle is Rel at 5. But going to take those as well. We'll see what the counter is into the Sivir here for IG and for Gala. Not going to go the Ziggs route that I talked about earlier. There's too much AP on the team. But I do really like the counterpoint on AL's side. The Sivir here really feels like it enables this late game comp.
Yeah, and like you look at the composition that AL have drafted for themselves, it's Sivir is a late game. You're not really in a position to out-team fight that, let's say, ever, when you reach 6 items on both sides. So AL have got the super scaling here. They do feel pretty confident with that. And despite the fact that IG have got a front line in the Skarner, the front line's going to get melted when you reach those high levels and when you reach those full items. So it's really about the mid-game turn-on for IG that we're looking for. Let's see Talia hit that 1-2 item spike. Skarner get the heart steal with Gwen ripping through you. That there is elements of scaling for IG. I just think that it's a lot harder to execute for AL, or for IG, excuse me.
It's the bar of execution is tough there.
Yeah.
And it's funny, we talked so much about Gala. We talked about all the Super Saiyan form of both these ADs in their own respects, but the Jhin can have that moment if you get ahead, if you have an item advantage, you can find those moments. But right now, IG are saying, let's play towards these solo lanes. Let's play away from Gala being that hyper carry late game insurance policy, and let's try to get the ball rolling earlier.
And I think that when you've got a Skarner, you can do that as well. So that's the hope, at least. That's the prey that you would go for, is that when you've got a bit of a do-or-die jungler, feast or famine in this sense, because it is against the norm. It's not as in Zhao that could have been taken, which is going to give you some brawling power in the late game. It's a Skarner who needs to get things accomplished early on and then just becomes a frontline CC.
Well, we might have multiple players born in the 1900s, but we're here in the 21st century, and they are still kicking. It's going to be a banger. Game number 1 has a little bit of the flavor we've seen from both teams and the successes that they have had. IG, they are on a 3-win streak, trying to make it onto 4. AL taking down the undefeated BLG not long ago. We'll see what this game bears, and we'll see what this series has in store for us. Game 1 of the night, 2 best of 3s in a row, straight into a pause. AL versus IG.
So do they Gyro yet? I'm going to guess no with a pause.
Hold.
Everybody's silent. Usually we wait and we let the Gyros ring, and I think that if we wait this time, Mazel, we could be waiting a little while.
Yeah, we definitely could be. I really hope not. I really hope not. It just had to happen. You know what they wanted? They wanted us to be able to spend more time together, Rude.
That's true.
That's what they wanted.
And I appreciate them for that.
Yeah. I mean, we live on opposite sides of the ocean from each other, and we don't get to spend a lot of time together.
No, I mean, I think when did we last see each other? Was it?
It was like
last
last week when we see each other physically.
Yeah,
yes, that was a long
physically,
time ago.
sir. I was like,
I was gonna say I literally cast it with you like a week ago.
Yeah. But to get to, I remember you introduced me to grits.
Yes.
In a cafe.
Maybe lackluster, but it's okay.
Hey man, I just don't think that my British palate is suitable for such a texture. That was my takeaway from it.
Yep.
And also that Americans put syrup on chicken, and that confused me significantly.
That is an
did not
American
like that.
staple, Southern staple. Cast a curse, count one. Let's go.
Yeah. You did say that we're getting this out of the way early when the draft happened, and then immediately we go into a pause. So there will be, and this will continue beyond when you're gone.
Yes, absolutely. Yanni will have to take over for me. He will have to curse everything. It's going to be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I've been dealing with that ear thing, so I'm going to have to bow out the second series. But hey, I'm going to the doctor on Monday. And, hopefully it's going to be fine. Hopefully it's going to be fine.
We pray for your good health. And these teams have decided that because there's a pause, there is no form of respect nor admiration to be given to them. You pause, you lose all of the fans' votes.
Yeah, no Dios. You're not allowed to get cheering. It's over.
That's interesting.
Hey, do you ever watch the AI graph at the bottom like that?
I did just then.
That might be the most like sway game I've ever. It like literally goes all the way up to like 100%, and then goes all the way back down.
And I want to know what the AI knows, because at 20 minutes they had the AL comp be like 20 minutes, they're like 54% chance that AL win at that 20-minute mark. And I'm like,
that's wild.
Dog, that's wild to me. And then it gets more even.
Yep.
Right? It somehow becomes less
It's
likely.
the Jin scaling that you missed out on the patch notes. That's what it was. Yeah, for sure. We do end up getting a little bit of pressure. Again, it's going to be hard for IG to get priority in this lane. Jin absolutely sucks at clearing. In the earlier waves, it's okay. But Sivir will definitely have to push prio down here. So how do you want to see kind of these teams utilize this lack of pressure that at least IG's side is going to have down here?
On the benefit that comes from that is that if the enemy team is always pushing, it means that they're always susceptible to ganks. Now Wei has decided that he's starting on his bot side to clear up to his top side, which means that there's a little bit of time here for Hope and Kyle to be safe, to be able to farm up their minions without really any repercussion. Expect a 3-wave crash, honestly. We've seen a lot of AD carries look for a pull relatively early on. And you can actually see Tarzan here pathing away from his bot side. He wants to invade, doesn't really have the priority for it. And you can see there's a couple of options that he's got. He might go mid lane, he might go in. But he's going to
see him now. Okay, he's going to see him around the corner. He does have the smite available, and Tarzan comes in, gets his groceries, and heads out. But Rookie did end up having the first move here. A little bit of Ishtal's impact over the wall. Not going to hit into the wall, though, so he doesn't get the wall bait. Now Shanks is over here. The stun comes through. The worst round is there. Tarzan going to block off, and First Blood goes to AL. Now AL trying to get away. They do end up getting Tarzan down. Rookie's getting burned to the ground by Flandra, but it goes down to Shanks, who gets a double kill, and now the Shy will have to dash away. A double kill for Shanks early, and this Azir is going to be a monster.
And again, a reminder that Shanks' Azir was something that we spoke so highly about in 2023-2024 when he was on a former roster, that giving him gold early is an exact way to find success. This is the pick that carried them through game number 3 in their series versus BLG, that found a game-winning swoop onto their defending members in that Nexus defense. And the fact that we've already had to see 2 kills go his way is definitely something that won't be favorable for the IG squad. A little bit, not just not respecting the power that AL had early.
But he's going to go straight for that Dark Seal, my goat. He just immediately is like, I'm taking the gold and I'm going to make you hurt with it. The recurve bow is also completed early there for him. TP back into the mid lane, but with the thing that that happens because of this is that Tarzan feels so much more enabled. You have power at a mid lane, well, the Pantheon can do whatever the hell he wants. And I love that I talked about at the beginning. It's going to be a tug of war between these two junglers, and Tarzan had taken the first pull.
Can see Wei at least attempting to respond, sees if the Krugs are up, ends up finding them, and saving his E, I think, is really important. Means that he can use that for a bit of an escape tool. Will likely go out over the Drake pit just as a sort of two-wall taxi. Not really a problem for the Skarner to be able to find these invades without feeling too hard done by. He has got an opportunity to maybe look bot lane as well. So even now with no spell shield is a little bit something that they might have looked for, but instead, pushing in wave, they're all going to go back, and Tarzan able to walk on through his bot side, going to find that there are no Krugs here, and that instead, he's now got a little bit of free time. What's he going to do with himself?
Yeah, not level 6, just hit that level 5, so was really hoping he could get an influential gank here, maybe even still looking for it. The flash comes out instantaneously from Gala. I really like that play from IG to get away from it.
Yeah, and the summoner heal from Kael sort of indicating that something was going on. They knew that Tarzan would be on this bot side. That pink ward in the brush spotted Tarzan walking towards his Krugs, and with nothing happening, that's kind of what you can anticipate. But a little bit greedy here.
Mako gonna crash down. Doesn't get the CC. Tarzan goes in way late. Maybe not gonna be able to follow through with that one. Gala getting some good chunk damage right back to defend Mako.
Yeah, and with the backing away there from Hope and Kael, Tarzan finds a way to get an engage, but there's nothing really there to follow up. His team have left him a little bit to the slaughter, but they are looking a little bit sloppy down on that bot side. We'll see whether or not there's more from these summoner spells that have been burned. I think that Gala having no flash is a really big ticket, especially at level 6. That's something that we can expect to see. You know, Kael just immediately flash on top of this Jhin, and even then, that should just be a kill. You have a Pantheon following up, you have Shanks who should have permanent priority in the mid lane that can move down. I'd like to see this Jhin get punished and really want to see Gala pushed behind the curve here.
Yeah, and I think it needs to happen, although we are seeing some movement from AL around this top side of the map. I was curious if we were going to get any influence around the Dragons. I think early Dragon stacking between these two comps can really help kind of do that bridge building that we were talking about in the draft. But that isn't the focus right now, and Grubs are up in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Seems like that could be the focus, even though neither team is really swapping just yet, and the redeploy from Hope just came out in bot side.
Yeah, and I think that, honestly, Gala here might look to try and go somewhere else on the map because he's so susceptible down on that bot side without flash, with level 6 is beginning to be hit by Tarzan, by Shanks. I wouldn't be surprised if IG begin looking for some of those lane swaps. Instead, it is just going to be a return back to that bot lane and sort of a hope and a pray that IG can keep their Jhin safe. I think with the fact that we highlighted these two AD carries specifically as the ways for these teams to succeed, it feels really strange that they've burned a flash early on, and if AL don't look for anything more, then we question really why.
Gotta find that proactivity. Tarzan has hit level 6, so the Grand will be star falling at some point. There was a little bit of vision game being played by IG on that AL red side. I really appreciate some of the vision game that IG have been able to kind of keep tabs on Tarzan with. And we are still fully focused around this bot side and around this Dragon Pit.
And again, with these two teams, we highlighted that it's really the mid-game for IG where they want to come online, but at this early deficit, maybe they don't feel like they can. Maybe they feel like they've actually got a pretty decent late game themselves. If we look at all the damage that they have between a Gwen and a Jhin in the late game, we know that they can do damage to Leah as well, can cause a lot of disruption. Maybe they're not really too worried about what AL do in the late game because they know that they'll just be able to cut through the front line that AL have got. I think that's a little bit optimistic. You know, there's an unbreakable will there, and as long as Kael reaches level 11, he's probably going to be fine as a frontline member. At this stage, we are happy that the teams are trading, and I think both of them will be because they can just scale up, wait for those late game positions.
Yeah, and as we were talking about, Shanks, definitely a lover of the Emperor Frima. There's some insane stats on it over this last split as well. And was a key component to, I feel like, AL's MSI run as well. But has been a consistent pressure mid that they can utilize for AL to try to benefit their style. Now, the Dragon did end up getting pulled off of. So that trade we were talking about doesn't go through. The trade deal was canceled, and AL just come up the winners of it.
The usual trend of this is junglers will spend a lot of time clearing away a neutral objective, which then means that they've got time to go and clear their camp. So you might anticipate that you could just go from one to the other, but that's not necessarily as easy.
Okay, double knockup going into Mako. Mako getting low, but he does still have the flash and the crash down, as well as the Magnet Storm, so they were a little bit hesitant. this is also going to start being the point where Sivir really comes online in the wave clearing. Jin's going to be pressured constantly.
Yeah, not going to have the opportunity to push back. It is really the issue, as we can see that Shanks establishing some semblance of priority over Rookie. Those early couple of kills now profiting even further. We haven't really seen Shanks make the most of it for the most of this game. But getting a plate in the mid lane, still being full HP, full mana, and not really having had to take a recall with teleport still available. The expectation is that this mid lane is going to continue to be awkward for Rookie. He's going to have to overperform to find a beneficial position in this situation.
And looks like reinforcements will be deployed by IG onto the bot side of the map. There were some pings from, it seemed like, Mako going over towards the dragon, trying to clear out some of this vision. But this is going to be the next staging point for both teams. And it does seem like the supports are early active on the map. And that's like a side point we talked about in the draft, is how impactful Kyle and Mako have been for their respective teams. And that, you know, Kyle has seemingly gotten the better of Mako over this year. You know, Mako has started to come back into form now. It all matters where you use that experience. And, you know, Mako could take that extra step, take that 2-0 series victory over AL on the split, which actually would be nothing to scoff at here, as ultis are going to be popped in the top lane. Fladra's in trouble. The early flash there just to make sure he can get away from the Shy. The Shy still had exhaust.
Yeah, and, you know, getting a really
here it
beneficial
comes.
Trade. Scarfall.
Grand Starfall coming in, but he wants to try to get the kill back. He gets the turret shot, and Flandra and Tarzan combine to take down the Shy.
Yeah, just sticking around a little bit too far with no W. There's not really any outplay potential. I think that if Tarzan flubs that, it's a pretty big disaster. They do get the opportunity, though, IG, to look at this dragon down on the bot side, but it might not be as easy as they think.
Oh, Rookie showing the newbie the moves. I guess not the newbie, the journeyman. But it is IG getting kind of pushed out. It is going to be the flash by Rookie, but the Weaver's wall coming right back in. They want to try to get Shanks right back. Going to flash out a seismic shove just to get away from that engage. Kyle in some trouble. Going to pop the exhaust there in the end. Does have Spellbook though. But that is meaning that IG take full control of the bot side of the map. Look at all this vision, and the dragon goes their way too.
Yeah, the power of Nimbus Cloak there really starting to show itself, as Kyle uses just a Spellbook Exhaust to be able to get away from the Skarner, who's threatening with ulti, knows that he can't really pull it onto an Alistair because he's just going to Unbreakable Will and immune it immediately. So a good little play there from Kyle to get himself out to safety, and good restraint from Wei as well to recognize this isn't worthwhile going for. But for anyone's legend, moving Hope up to this top side, pushing him to the side of the map where there are going to be objectives spawning soon. This is a Sivir who's reached Essence Reaver already, so now really doesn't care about wave clearing at all. Is super easily able to do this just by auto-attacking and getting all of her mana back from those creeps. Is really powerful, gives her a push on this top side, means that she can start to look for plates if there's a little bit of support as well. And I think that the way that this Sivir has been completely unchecked feels really good for Hope. It's worth saying, though, that Gala, again, was completely left alone during the time that he had no flash. This is giving, you know, that Jin's slightly weaker point versus the Sivir a way to stay in the game.
I'm not a fan of the Yumu's. I used to be a fan of the Yumu's. I actually really like the collector start, but Gala has a vision in mind. And you know what else has a vision in mind? Prodiff.gg is where you can go get one-on-one coaching for any of your gameplay efforts. You can use the code LPL10 to save 10% on Prodiff, and you help support the LPL English unofficial product as well. You show them clips, you get one-on-one time with the players, former LTA, former NACL, or current LTA, current NACL, and current ERL players. And they get to tell you how they would approach the situations. And speaking of approaching situations, Tarzan about to approach a death situation as Needlework has been popped. The double impale comes through. The equalizer's been popped there as well. Kyle goes ahead and goes unbreakable. IG trying to fight this one out. The shot's coming across from Gala, and we are starting to see IG find some good team. A beautiful flash from Hope, though. The deadly flourish comes in. Gala finally throws up, finally gets something. The boomerang blade! The triple kill for Hope. Now Kyle's trying to get away from Wei, but he's going to be chased down by the Istalled Impact and taken down, munched on like a big old honk of beef. That's AL and IG going at it.
Yeah, a 4 for 3 in the long run as IG just barely come out on top of this. It's a fight engaged by the Shy, really, more than anything, and he actually stays alive for much longer than you might have anticipated here. Just immediately going straight onto Tarzan and Yes, he doesn't stop the crowd from going down, but this is eventually one play by IG. And you can see here the power that the Gwen Skarner combo is going to have in this late game, with Wei holding people in place for that needlework not to be able to miss. And I really like the heads-up play here by Hope and Kael to salvage this play, effectively 2 versus 4 down on the bot side. Look at Kael here, spots Gala coming in, immediate Q flash into the stun to make sure that Hope has enough time to take down the Jhin and make it as good at a trade as possible. Yes, IG come out on top, but I'd argue that where the kills went are more important for AL.
Absolutely. I mean, you're literally just giving a stimulus check to Hope to try to get ahead of Gala. We were talking about those item break points coming through, and Hope's definitely feeling good. Because again, at the end of the day, Sivir is a hyper carry, Jhin is not. And I think that's something we just have to kind of keep our eyes on. We have a little throwback to the 1900s babies that we have in here. 1997 for rookie. Not too young. Not too young.
7-year age gap.
Just a little child.
Both born on the 11th though, which is cute.
True. That's actually kind of cute.
Kael actually only a day behind me.
Oh. You guys twin?
No, well, he was, born in Korea, and I was,
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah.
And 4 years later.
Oh, okay. Dang. I thought there was some familiar irrelevance. AL's gonna find out that IG have already started up the Rift Herald. They might be able to move in here and contest this, though. Kael is front and center. Look at the flank, though, that Mako might have here. Trying to find an angle. Shank's going to walk into it, and here comes the Shattering Strike into the crash down. Seismic Shield goes wide from Rookie. That feels mega bad. Now IG trying to get the re-engage. Big little Magnet Storm coming in. The double kill goes through, though, on the side of Hope. He finds 2 more quick kills. Flandra is forced out of fight. Kael's getting a little bit low. Grand Starfall comes in back line. Tarzan is trying to find Rookie. Gets the flash Q play, and they are making mincemeat out of IG. 1 more stun hits, and Hope, Tarzan combine for 4 more kills on the side of AL.
And it's like Split 2 never left them. AL was so frequently just a really strong skirmishing team. And in the top side around that Rift Herald, that's exactly what they provide. Once again, finding that early engage. I mean, a whiff really from Rookie as the Seismic Shove goes wide. They could have changed the course of that fight had they been able to one-shot Shanks. But look at what AL get after this. They get a tier 1 turret top lane, tier 1 turret mid lane, and a dragon. It's not just the kills going their way, it's the complete objective demolition that they find afterwards, which is really damning for IG. This is the replay of how it all starts, and again, Mako, great flank here. Shanks not getting caught by that Seismic Shove is really, really bad, and Rookie really costs a lot of this fight. Spell Shield from Hope here, stops the Impale from Wei catching him out, and you can see Kael just walking forward, constantly looking for that next member. The double spear connection from Tarzan, the way that his Grand Starfall slows both Gala and Rookie, means that they're both forced to not be a part of this fight, sets up for the chase down, and sets up for greatness from AL.
And Hope, Shanks, 2 items each already completed. Absolutely massive power spikes now from this squad. And hey, if we're looking back to the AI, I mean, this is exactly what they predicted, right? I mean, AL up 5,000 gold almost 20 minutes into the game, and it's on the key carries.
The AI bot predicts that IG somehow come back into this.
Yeah, true.
And say that if we make it to 35 to 40 minutes, that that's when IG are really going to come into their own, and that's where I really lost it overall. But I do think that AL in a very, very solid position, right? They have this Pantheon. We were talking about the draft being so favored toward AD carries when we looked at the bans, and that we're in a game 1 with Gwen, Rumble, plus Azir, Tilia, and a Pantheon. Those picks don't frequently get that could just be a list of bans from a game 1 with a Varus thrown in there as well. But this is game number 1 of Fearless, where we had a very weird set of bans go through.
Yeah.
And it was Tarzan taking the Pantheon first of all, which ultimately has made the difference here. 10 kills for the squad, 8 of them in his back pocket, or in as contribution from him more so. The most on the team. So Tarzan making good on that B1 pick.
and that's what I love in these kinds of moments, because you do have that step up from Tarzan, and he's somebody who we were, softly criticizing coming into this series, saying he hasn't been the same kind of influential jungler. I mean, this man took the standard and flew it far forward, at least for AL in split number 2. He's the guy that was leading the charge. And now in this game number 1 against IG, he definitely is in that position again. We'll see IG just running for the hills, but unfortunately those hills, they have eyes, and they are peeled for AL as they find 2 more. They get another one though. Nice sizable shove on the Shanks. The Shy has TP, but the TP response from Flandre trying to come over and save the combo here. Hope getting snipped down though. Equalizer is not going to be enough. Hope gets equalized himself. Big shutdown going over, and the Shy's flank TP comes out aces.
Yes, we're 2 for 2 overall, and a very solid response from the Shy there. Able to look to take down the bot side duo, but importantly, it's a jungler that goes down on IG's side. AL feel like they can start this up. Spellbook TP on one side, Talia TP on the other. They know this is happening, Mazel.
They do. It's getting low. Can Mako get the smite out? I don't believe he can. And that will end up being the Anaconda. Nonetheless, going to AL.
I thought that we were going to see a little bit more there with Mako TPing in, with Rookie TPing in, that they would look for a bit of a contest, but this is AL from Split 2 back in action. You've got Kael, you've got Tarzan starting off the fights, pairing up as a duo, looking to make these plays happen. But then Hope, as much as he can get these couple of kills, look at this teleport angle from the Shy. Very well poised to sit right on top of the AD carry, doing exactly what a Gwen wants to do. Manages to find Kael with a quick sniff in R3. Hope, unfortunately, kind of wastes his flash here, doesn't flash the needlework, doesn't actually get out of exhaust range to be able to do any damage. And then the Shy's able to cut him down to size. Looking at where we were expecting IG to have power in this game, we were looking at Gala. We were always going to be looking at Gala, but the Shy, the way that he's playing in this game as this Gwen, could yet to turn another tail.
Yeah, I mean, in the draft, they definitely wanted to put a little bit more of their resources away from Gala in this one, and hopefully it's going to pay out for them. We did get second item completed for Wei. He's going to be unbelievably tanky now as well, but you're close to cresting on 3 items for Hope and Shanks, and on these kinds of carries, it can be so difficult to manage in the fights. Also, it's going to be Gala with a delayed power spike in the IE. He went for the Yumu's into the RFC immediately. And that's going to feel a little bit tough in some of these fights, especially with some of these tankier members leading up the front side, as we do have Dragon up.
It's still 1-1, so there's no overwhelming pressure for either one of these sides to make sure that they're the ones that get it. I see IG sniffing around, but I think realistically it's a play for this top tier 1 turret. Try to get some gold back on the map where you can. Because if you think about it from a gold perspective at the minute, they're down 4k gold. That's a lot of items that they're really not in position to have, that they can't really fight with. See, and then you've got Tarzan starting that up. He's 2 levels up over Wei, which is a really important benchmark to find, especially in the current jungle standings. Getting any form of advantage over the enemy jungler is quite the boost.
It makes me so happy to see Tarzan kind of back in his form here, at least for game number 1. We can always call him game 1 Andes if we want, but hey, executing a draft that you get like this is super important. And the thing is like you can have these executions in these fights and it's really nice, but what set the tempo and what I exactly talked about at the beginning of the day is these junglers want to set the pace of the series, want to set the pace of the game. And what did Tarzan do? Literally went from one side clear straight into an invade play and was able to steal away Wei's red, and then after that it was just constant aggression, constant pressure. And I think those kinds of moments, that is what kind of pans out the strategy of this series, and you can tell that AL are trying to attack Wei in that way.
You want to just keep track of some of those crucial items that we've been talking about, because the scaling on this AL team is so important. Hope just went back to base and picked up a pickaxe. He didn't finish off that Infinity Edge, and I'm really expecting that to be the next big ticket item for them to collect. And Shanks as well has been sat on this Blighted Jewel for quite a while, so that Void Staff can't be tremendously far away from being finished and completed. You can see though that Shank's quite happy to stand and duel with the Shy in his face. At the level, he's not necessarily feeling too uncomfortable about the Gwen, but I do think that having the exhaust really gives the Shy a good way to take some fights.
Yeah. And IG, I love the way they're playing respectfully here, because if they overextend for one moment, especially if Tarzan's anywhere nearby, Grand Starfall comes out and the party gets started for AL. So they need to be a little bit wary of where they punish, And right now, they're just trying to whittle down some of the waves that keep crashing into their base. And they're trying to use some of this pressure to regain vision on the top side of the map.
Baron spawns, as we've said, in 30 seconds here.
There's no
Don't imagine that we get it. I mean, they could though, right? They have a Zia Sivir. This isn't a slow team. I think this is a real point of contention for IG, that actually they need to constantly be making sure that they've got vision in the right places and that they can actually see whether or not that gets ripped. We've got double blue wards for Rookie and for Gala. Mako is just now had his flash back up, so will be able to, at the very least, save his flash for getting out of danger if he has to face check a brush. But I think that with this Baron being up and Shanks being so strong, Shanks having that third item, I think completed, if I spotted it right, as he walked out of the base. Never mind.
Yep, there it is.
Infinity Edge finished for Hope at the least. So
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's not like they're weak at this point here, Mazel.
And I love it, because we had that fight on bot side for no reason. We're about to get a fight as well for no reason, because there's no objective of Baron, but we want to contest in the mid lane, and we immediately contest on the Wei. Wei is getting chunked. He's the tank. He is down. Tarzan didn't lose any health there. Rookie wasn't able to do anything for Wei. And Kyle just running amok in the back line. The equalizer, the red line that IG had to cross to their death. And that's immediately the push in the mid lane for AL.
And just Sivir shreds. That's all it is. We talked about the fact that Wei is going to get outscaled
They win.
as this Skarner. And you might be right here, Marcel. 30 seconds,
No
Rookie,
way.
30 seconds on the Shy. How does Gala defend this solo?
No freaking way, Gala's Jin. He can't. There's no way. AL, after going down 2-0 in heartbreaking games against IG earlier in this split in round number 1, they come out and deliver a haymaker straight to the jawline of Invictus Gaming. It's slow, it's steady. They might not be able to finish it at the end, and they do. It's game 1 over to anyone's legend in spectacular fashion. 26 minutes into the game.
Just a quick little fight there, and it was one that IG honestly was sniffing around and looking for. We see Mako poking and probing forward, and you know, we've got a little bit there of Wei sniffing and seeing if there's a little bit of a pick onto Hope. Unfortunately, it's just not present. Kyle with a really solid engage finds a double knock-up, and you talked about the fact that this Skarner just isn't going to be able to be the front line, and it was really, really shown there. Don't really think that we got to see too much from really the solo laners of AL in that fight. They just sort of turned up and the fight was already over. Yeah.
They literally just said, "Who's your healthiest member?"
All right, sure.
Smack him in the face.
No doubt.
Oh my god. I gotta say, I appreciate the focus on the carries, right? And I think immediately that Super Saiyan image of Hope, it garners a little bit more attention now in those kinds of moments when they give him a hyper carry. And IG, get Gala on a hyper carry, I swear to God. If you don't do it in game number 2, I'll be very upset. But Tarzan, man. Tarzan had a masterclass in this game.
He did.
I mean, it was absolutely incredible.
He was doing very well, just everywhere he needed to be really on the Pantheon, right? For the first few minutes of the game, there were only like 2 kills out of the first 10 that he wasn't a part of, and you might be able to argue what he was doing on the rest of the map might have been just as important. But I do want to, again, harken back to Hope, because I think that he was, again, just such a crucial part of this game, even though it may never have felt like he was popping off, even through the laning phase, just so comfortable in this Sivir versus Jhin. He was able to find that early first wave crash. He then goes back to base, picks up a cull, and, you know, for Hope, those are one of the games where you're like, yeah, I can't lose this game because everything has gone right. And he gets to that third item, they find a fight, they win the game. It just felt so clinical for AL that you can just sort of hear, as an AD carry player, me going, all right, guys, I've got my Infinity Edge. Any fight's a good fight.
GG.
They find a fight, they win.
And the way they set up that last fight too, right? Like instantly engaging on the front line, but the freaking equalizer to just cut off any kind of exit that IG wanted in any way, and then you have the ricochets just going between all of them. That's the reason why you draft a comp like that, and I really love seeing that IG had some responses in some ways, but AL drafted an extremely strong composition and were able to execute it on it as well. And I think that's some of the consistency that has been lacking, and why AL find themselves in a desperate need to win games here as we finish out the round robin.
Yeah, and I mean, they were, let's not beat around the bush here, they were sleeping coming into split number 3. They'd had some whatever problems they had in the early part of the split, they seem to have at least put some sort of rest to them because they just beat BLG. And I think that we were coming into the second round robin saying BLG are the bar to beat. Anyone who beats them, we have to start talking about seriously. AL managed that, and now in a series, or at least a game number 1 up against IG, who are a team who are 5-2 in the standings, looking very convincing themselves. I mean, Hope's just absolutely destroyed them.
Disgusting damage. Absolutely disgusting damage. Also, that gold graph. Hilarious. Just straight up. It's like a skyscraper.
Just win.
But yeah, just win. Absolutely incredible stuff from AL. And from the blue side, I don't know if we necessarily expect that to be the case all the time. I mean, blue side is very strong with some of the picks they can get. And now that brings me back to that kind of conversation of the tug of war, and especially the jungle tug of war between these two teams, and like what that next iteration is going to be. Because we got the Skarner kind of team set up for Way, and it did not look good. You didn't have proactivity. You didn't have any answers to what Tarzan was able to do. And I expect IG to adapt and give Gala a hyper carry in this game too as well.
That's what you'd like to see. I mean, he looks so good on the ability to carry a team and to carry a game. Unfortunately for IG, they didn't have really anything to say about this series. I think that the power or the game that this front line didn't really offer too much. Way was a little bit too absent in the early stages of this game, and this crucial flick, like this is the fight really that changes a lot of things. And the fight even that we saw before this, where we're seeing the IG come out on top in the skirmish, it's a 4-for-3 in their favor, but Hope got 3 kills. You have to look at where those kills go, and numbers don't tell you the whole story.
And yeah, just continuous influence around the map. But again, the fact that it just ended outright after like 2 consecutive fight wins. We did we had 3 dragons taken the entire game.
Yeah,
and I think the first one was taken at like 12 minutes into the game.
I don't think we had a fight around an objective, right? Where there's an objective spawning. Either. I think we just all did. There was a lot of handshaking.
I was trying to do a sponsor. I was trying to do a sponsor shout out because there was nothing on the map. There was no objectives, nothing, and then they're just like 3-for-3 trades. Let's go.
Yeah, let's just throw it in there. Why not? And again, even in these situations, this is the final fight then that we got to see where Mako's just fishing for an Alistair who has ulti. I mean, at this point, Mako has not been auto-attacked yet, and he's just taking chip damage from the Sivir. He's half HP off the back of this. The Skarner's already dead. Kyle, really good heads-up play, and I think, to be fair to Rookie, I mean, flashing that Q flash is really impressive, but yeah, he's just stood on an equalizer and gets chopped up.
Cut down, man. Yeah, I mean, all of that latent damage, some of the damage you can't, like, it doesn't feel like it's immediately coming at you when you have the boomerang blade, when you have the ricochets coming through, but as well as Shanks peppering in there, the health bars just disappear like that. So I do expect Hope to get the MVP here. I could see a world where Tarzan gets it just for his early impact, and especially that first invade there. But do you give it to Hope?
Yeah, I mean, Hope played mechanically actually really, really well this game. His spell shields were on point, some good skill shots, some well-timed flashes as well. There was one where he dies to the Gwen where the flash doesn't really do anything, but other than that, really good MVPs who I think we could should fly the MVP.
Let's see it. It is Tarzan.
Okay. Also fine.
It's that flash, man. It's the flash, the fun. I think it's more so the 90% KP, which I think Hope actually had a pretty high KP as well.
I mean, he's playing Sivir, so it doesn't count. He presses R and then he gets KP.
Exactly. But he set the pace of the game, right? Like he was the one that set the pace of the game itself, and that's something I really wanted to see from both of our junglers coming into this one here. So I'm glad at least on one side we were able to see that one. Now it truly is just about the response that we end up getting from Way and what IG want to go ahead and get going for themselves. Because again, this was a team that was on a 3-win streak after some tough opponents. So trying to see how they can bounce back in this series. But before we get going, we got to give a huge shout out and got to give a shout out to at least our coffee members. If you want to support the LPL English unofficial product in any way, shape, or form, please go check out our coffee and become a coffee member. It's the best way to support us since the vast majority of the contributions go directly to the show, upgrading the broadcast package, trying to get some content out for you as well, and to paying the volunteers that spend their days and days and days making this show a possibility. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions once we get those going. Once again, best way to support us is through our coffee. Thank you so much to everybody that already supports us through there. And that is it for game number 1. Can IG bounce back and give us a series, or does AL take the sweep? We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude, and what a game one it was. 26 minutes in, AL take a sweeping victory, and now they look to complete that sweep with a Game 2 victory unless IG can bounce back.
And once again, I have to remind people that AL have previously been Game 1 Andes. They've been very good at winning Game 1s and then very good at not necessarily converting those into series wins. Coming into the day, both of these teams actually had the same amount of game victories in 11, but looking at their overall series scores, we can see obviously that IG have got a little bit better off in terms of those series. So AL very good at winning Game 1s. They've not been as good as convincing as closing them out. So we'll see if they can do that this time round.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is going to come down to the kind of first three big ones in the draft for each side. I think we saw that influence a lot of that game number one. We talked about some of the evenness and like the differentiation between the two compositions, but it felt like there was big power picks on both sides, and it really came down to that early game execution from AL. So now this time around, I expect maybe some more AD bans to come through. It was a high prevalence in that game number one, but I want to see what this jungle pool pans out to be, because we got the way Skarner in game number one. There's still so many other options that these guys are going to be willing to go to.
Yeah, I think that realistically, Gala, if IG want Gala to have a good pick, he's going to be able to get one, because looking at what NAL's red side bans would have to be, Varus and Yunara typically sit on that red side anyway, and then you've got Kai'Sa, right? And we talked about the fact that we want Gala on a hyper carry. We'd like him on a Kai'Sa. We don't mind him on a Varus. We don't mind him on a we don't mind him on a Yunara either. So there's like 3 picks right there. Unless AL are going to triple ban AD on red side and then leave open, a lot of other crazy things still, there's an expectation here that IG can get a powerful pick for Gala if they deem it appropriate. Going for a B1 AD isn't something that we've seen a lot, but it's something that might happen in this series when we know that he's really the linchpin of this team.
Yeah, I mean, he has been. There was a reason why we committed to making a Super Saiyan graphic of Gala for split number 3, because when you get 2 pentakills in 1 week at this level of play, something's going on. Something's in the water, and IG going to need to find a way to extract that here for game number 2. I do expect that to be the case. Again, that has been what they've mostly floated towards, but these bans are going to be very indicative of how we're going to see, or how quickly we're going to see the ADs picked up in this first phase, or not at least, I guess. But in the other vein, I mean, we saw the support swap Aruni. Both of them played the most played champion on the other's roster, at least the stable. But the impact from both of them was really felt. And I think they need to stay in that vein. They have, right? That's exactly what we've seen pretty much only in the LPL, is supports going for these engaged styles. But these two guys definitely getting onto the map is important too.
Yeah, and it's that mobility that we're looking for more so than anything else. And I think that sort of intuits maybe a little bit of Bard presence, let's say, in a game number 2 or game number 3, maybe, especially with, Braum received some nerfs, but is still very, very good versus those engaged champions, right? He does the same thing later on as he did previously. He just does it a little bit less well in terms of tanking. But I do think that if we look at how easy it is for either of these sides to play those engaged supports, we do have to draw the comparison of that depth of power picks, and I don't know that I've seen Mako Bard go as crazy as I have for Kyle, where I know that he's got that in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle's Bard is disgusting as well. We are going to be right back into the AD ban pools. Gala is going to get focused his Kai'Sa in that game 1 ban, and he's going to say, no, you don't get it when you get on the red side yourself. So nobody gets to play it. If I can't have it, nobody can have it. That's the mindset. The Varus is the other choice, though.
So Yunara likely to hit the ban table as well, and then for IG, I mean, maybe it's the same sort of bans that they went for in that first game. Still love this Aurora
what is up with
ban.
these drawings, man?
Trundle?
The drawings, the fan drawing. There are some insane drawings out there today. Like, people have just been spitting, like drawing a Picasso out here on the plastic signs. It's crazy. Sorry to distract from the draft, but they're actually insane.
Hey man, good artists deserve the recognition, Marcel. That's absolutely fine to be able to draw our attention to them. The difference for this draft so far is the presence of that Trundle. It's now being picked up as a ban taken away by AL. And with the Rakan takeaway here as well, maybe inciting for setting up for one of those Braum lanes, giving away, taking out some of the engaged potential from Kyle, it is definitely something that you can do with this Rakan. And I do want to highlight that that does again give that bard chance over to him, and we'll see whether or not that ends up being a possibility. What it is that IG look for the first pick.
There you go. We end up getting the Annie through. It's been a premier pick for both these guys, but also just the majority of the LPL. The decisiveness it gets you with the flash Tibber stun and the damage it provides you, especially later on, it's absolutely game-changing. And I love to see Rookie on something like that. I mean, this guy is kind of the bodyguard of IG in a lot of ways, and him being proficient for the mid lane is super important for them getting off the ground running. A couple picks going to come through, a couple 1-2 punches for AL. It's going to be the Scion first, and I love it.
I really love seeing this, especially against an Annie, because this then means that you have to take double carries in the rest of your roles, like top lane and AD, because otherwise you're never killing the Scion. Annie is not a tank killer. Yes, you can go Malignance and Leandris, but you don't get through a Scion really ever. That's just not what the Annie does. And if you end up going for something, you can't now go for a Lucian really, because again, same problem, you need a hyper carry, you need something to get through a front line. So this heavily decentivizes a lot of IG's potential picks. I mean, if they do go for a Lucian here, it means that they are very pigeonholed in terms of what they're looking for as we move later on into the game.
Oh, I do wonder. I mean, we're getting the 80s picked so early this time around. We had like literally R5 AD pick last time. See if that kind of heavy presence 2v2 in the bot lane is going to be the choice for IG. Try to get Gala ahead, or if they're going to save that for later. I do expect them to try to take something into the Corki now, because I think that pool can get dwindled down a little bit more, but the Ambessa is going to be the first priority for them before we go into the second phase.
Yeah, I mean, you can build Black Cleaver, you can set up for Gala here to have a little bit more damage up against the Scion. This makes sense, and it's also another carry that the IG are going to need in this composition.
True.
With the junglers potentially being picked, you talked about AD carries. Again, I think that they're going to be a little bit pigeonholed in terms of what ADs they can go for. So if they want to take one of those hyper carries here, they have that option, but they're also staring down the barrel of a jungle pool getting heavily pinched as well, right? Trundle's taken out the board. They go for the Vi, and this actually, looking at it, I was about to say, opens up for a Poppy. The Xin Zhao is still open if they want it, but this isn't just a jungle pick here for Tarzan. Yeah. This is a very heavy flex for AL that Kyle actually, you know, for me, quite notoriously, flubbed the game 5 in MSI up against T1 on this Poppy pick.
Yep, and it is going to be locked in for them, so some lockdown is going to be provided. I want to ask you, before we get too far into it, what's the Ziggs priority looking like here? Is it going up for Gala at all?
No, I don't think Ziggs probably fits in here, but I don't think it kills a Scion. Again, like you have double front lines.
You need the sustained damage, right?
You need something that does more damage, unless you want to really snowball your early game. I think Ziggs here makes you very, very one-dimensional in the fact that you need to win early, and then that's about it. But for anyone's legend, they've got themselves a really staple bot lane. Again, I do think that this is going to be a Kyle Poppy. They've got the option to flex it to the jungle if they want, and they see a good matchup for it. But they're kind of doing what IG do to other teams here with the Aurora ban away from themselves this time, which is, you know, a little bit strange to me. But either way, the fact that they get to use this flex pick and they use R5 so well, I think is really important.
Yeah, that's the utilization you'll see. It is going to be a kind of change of that second phase of bans, as the Orianna was the focus from IG. Got that Braum focus as well from AL. But I'm wondering if like the Senna ends up getting banned here by AL. No, it's going to be the Nautilus actually.
Again, we're looking for AD carries that have a lot of damage. Senna, no. Trying to get through a Scion, we're not hitting the marker there.
But you know, you play away from the Scion. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, yes, he just two-shots me. He just ults me and two-shots me. That's again. Either way, I think that it really depends now whether AL actually use this flex pick, and I think that it's smart from IG to ban mid laners because they know that that's an area of the map that still needs to be picked up. Victor is a very wise ban against an Annie as well, so no surprises to see that one taken off the board just because the Victor so heavily outranges. And now for AL, it's about finding whatever AP source of damage they want from the mid lane and looking at how well that's going to benefit their composition, because already they've got decent dive but also decent anti-dive as well with the Poppy, so they can look to play a very defensive composition around Hope and Hope's Corki, which is again been very powerful through this split and through split 2 as well. But I think looking at their damage overall, it is quite low and very geared toward Hope being the carry, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Tarzan pull something a little bit more unique out of the jungle.
Okay, I'm always here for it. Tarzan, my new age jungle king. See what he ends up getting with that R5. But right now, all eyes on IG, trying to figure out what they want to go with. It's going to be the Ezreal. So still some sustained damage. Not necessarily the sustained hyper carry damage that you're looking for, but you do have a lot of scaling there. And they're going to also lock in the Nico alongside it.
You know, Mazel, we could be waiting for a long time. I'm not really happy with either of these compositions, which kind of gives it like a little bit of, well, both of them are probably just fine, you know, to match up against one another.
AL are cooking with their draft. The flexes go crazy.
Right? Like this board can just be piloted so frequently and so easily. Okay, so to dive into what my issue is with both of these compositions, AL have picked 3 tanks and Corki, which means that they are very low on damage. If Hope dies, AL probably lose. IG equally have got not great tank shred, right? They're looking at 3 tanks, and then your damage profile is 2 bruisers and Annie, who's really not consistent with DPS. Ezreal, who can maybe do it, and maybe like in really long drawn-out fights has the power to do so. So there's a world where it's okay for IG to play like this, and a world where it's okay for AL to play like this. But it is going to be really tricky on both of these sides.
Yeah, I think so too. And hey, it brings back that conversation of the bar of execution that we saw reached by AL in that game #1. But I don't think IG are doing themselves any favors with the setup they have here. We'll see who can get off the ground running, because I think that early momentum matters a lot between these two comps.
Absolutely. And I think that if we look at one of my issues with either of these compositions, it's about being able to take out one of the enemies and trying to find those early kills. If you snowball as an Ambessa, you can kill Sion no problem. If you snowball as a Corki, you can kill everybody no problem. So it really might come down to how well that early game ends up playing out.
Well, hey, and it's beautiful that it plays out between 2 teams that are vying for the top, vying for those spots to Worlds. 4 of them aplenty, but a long road until that point. AL have not lived up to the expectations that we had of them coming into Split 3, and IG, they have started to live up to the expectations that they set for themselves at the beginning of the year. This is the dawning of the second round robin for IG. AL a little bit further into theirs, but it nonetheless matters the most. Game 2 between AL and IG starts now.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Not sure if quiet or
it's
bad
quiet.
fan mic.
It's
bad
quiet
mic.
for sure.
Yeah. Well, there was some chance, which is always good.
全军
There are
I'm
no
glad
calls
the
at the
star
start of
power
this game.
of IG can still pull cheers, you know?
Can still pull 3 people from different ends of the arena. Woo!
Well,
we would have made it louder if we were there.
True. I wish, my friend, man. That the being in the arena during an LPL game, especially like a big LPL game, is something that I feel like everybody should experience as a League of Legends fan. It is something completely different. It's crazy. God, bring me back. Let's go. I want to go in person. LPL would be great. The Gyos are always fun, but hopefully, we'll get people waking up for this maybe 3rd game of the series that we get here, because that bar of execution we talked about. I think it sets up to where that Game 1 Andy style from AL might actually show through. And we were talking with our producer, Rare Adam, between the games, and he was telling us how IG have the gigantic average game time, longest in Group Ascend. But then that game #1 against AL, 26 minutes in the bag for them.
Yeah, so when they win, they take their time doing it, and it's very infrequent that when they lose, they do it as quickly as it just has happened.
Rip off the
Band-Aid. There was one
Band-Aid.
game where they played JDG, and it was like 20-2 or something, and it was a complete slaughter. But this time round, obviously, AL looking really, really good from game #1 and looking to levy some of that into a really solid position for game #2 again. Looking at where our strengths are going to be in these competitions for anyone's legend. I can't emphasize how much this game is going to be about Hope, because there are 3 tanks around him and a Bard for a little bit of peel. But this is the Hope show. This is Corki gets off to the races, and then he carries us to a win.
And it's all about kind of like keeping the dog happy, keeping the dog protected. As the Corki has come through for Hope. But it often has been a story about protecting Hope in the trajectory of his career. And Wei is going to try to upend that a little bit here with some early potential ganking going through. At least not early, but at the end of his first path. And they have no idea. Hope already Valkyries, and now Wei coming around the corner. Get the foot! Just got both of his ankles completely shattered. Send him to the ER right now.
That's a kill every single time if it's played correctly there. I mean, Wei has no pressure to start even with his Q channeled. He can just walk up and start auto-attacking. And now on this top side as well, Shy gets interrupted.
Oh no, if this goes off to the decimating smash first blood for AL, the execution bar has been reached by one, but not the other. Now Hope and Kyle getting revisited on this bot side. The wave will be there. Kyle going down. The Wei shots, one more, and it's a trade back. You'll take those as AL.
I mean, I'm taking that as IG, I'm going to be honest. I think that's really rough for the AL bot lane. I think the good thing is that they cleared the majority of the wave, so the experience wasn't necessarily lost. But this is 2 kills that's all summoner spells now burned down on that bot side, and I think that IG can be very happy with that. The kill went on to Kyle as well with no assist for Hope, so there's no gold going into the Thorfins pocket for that Vi having fallen. Don't get me wrong, it's a much cleaner play on the overall sequence from AL. They get a really solid dive topside without any repercussions, and they're also able to look at getting a response kill on the bot side. But it's still a favourable play for Gala and a favourable play for Flandre.
Yeah, it's going to feel good to get Gala any sort of gold. He already has the Sheen now, too, so some extra fighting power there on the Ezreal early. Dragon is coming up now. It is going to be starting with an Infernal Dragon here. We have had those lane swaps coming through, so it will be the bot lanes in the top side of the map, getting ready for those grub plays, but do wonder who wants to take prio if we do see another late dragon starting as Wei, expertly navigating his own jungle here, realizes there might have been some pressure coming through, or maybe that the dragon had been started. Ends up losing his chickens out, though, in the end.
And is Rookie now the one under fire here? Looks like Tarzan's just going to be able to walk in, quickly clear out that pink ward that Rookie had just put down, and a little bit of poke damage coming through from the Annie, just to make sure that Shanks can't particularly contribute to any plays that will happen on the rest of the map. But importantly, without Tibbers, the burst potential really not all that high, and Shanks now feels very safe in this mid lane, popping that refillable. He's got the null magic mantle picked up nice and early. Expect those Merc Treads to be picked up soon enough for Shanks, and then he'll really just not be movable in that mid lane.
Love that both mid laners starting off with Dark Seals. Really buying into the style we said for both these teams, where both of them have a lot of execution needed to make these comps work. Dark Seal definitely needing that as well, but we are getting these level 6s. Does that change the environment, at least between the two teams?
I think as we ding level 6, the burden then adds into both of these sides. They've both got very heavy engage. They've both also got quite sustainable disengage, or I will say that's the case for AL at the very least. I think that IG are going to need to try and find those engages with Mako, with Wei following up, and the Shy as well. If those three things connect all together, Tarzan.
Low coming down, double hit with the Keeper's Verdict, and that's why you give Tarzan the Poppy. He is an expert, and he does execute it well. They do get the kill back for Hope in the top lane as well.
Yeah, looking at that thinking, I don't really know what the kill angle looks like here, especially with the double root from Mako. However, no flash on said support means that just a flash engage and the snap knock up from the Poppy is actually enough to get the kill, and importantly, once again, it goes into Hope's pocket, so sort of offsetting a little bit of that issue that we found earlier on.
It's funny how things start to offset in these moments, but this is definitely a heavily contested early game. I like to see some of these movements. Mako is going to show up in mid lane to support Rookie, get that push going in.
A 7th minion in a non-cannon wave?
Crazy.
My lucky day.
Yo, you say that though, but like, hey, 20 minutes in now, he's gonna find a play, and you're gonna be like, the players are gonna be stunned, shocked,
yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Hold tab, guys.
Again,
Hold tab.
we're getting another setup here between teams that aren't really confident to try to push the tempo of these neutral objectives, at least on the bot side, at least in the Dragon regard, because grubs are coming up now.
Yeah, and that even in game number 1 wasn't an indicator for a trade to happen. One grub set went down, no trade for the Dragon on the flip side as Tarzan smites away the crowd down on the bot side. Has been lethal, really, with how efficient he was with that smite. Now Kyle is
Rookie.
spotted.
Instantly, Tibber stunned. That was a really beautiful play from Rookie. Really locked down Kyle, not let Hope really follow through, though they will lose a little bit of priority there. They're going to start up the grubs.
Looking at the minimap, though, all 5 members from both teams are here. IG sniped one.
Instantly onslaught coming through from Flandra. They're going to move in. Shanks coming in as well. Heroic entrance is available. The grubs are the focus. IG want to move in with the Shy coming in now with the backline access. Grubs are still focused in for both teams. It's going to be 2 for 1 in favor of IG. Flandra is trying to get away in that bottom side of the fight, but AL are stuck in the pit like fish in a barrel. Who wants to pull the play? The Temper Fate comes through. The cease and desist. The heroic entrance, but it's on the wrong side of the fight. They're completely split. Hope has left them, and Hope misses the boss bomb. Meanwhile, AL still find picks in the middle of the pit. It's going to be Shanks helping get one back for Tarzan, but chaos in a 4 for 4 early game.
Okay, AL and Kyle in particular there, a really shaky fight on the board, unfortunately. Allows IG to get 2 out of the 3 grubs and a good couple of kills off the back of that as well. Again, looking at where those kills have been found, 3 of the 4 of them on those carries. Now, the important part of this, really well played by Mako to use the clone to tank the Scion, but look at Kyle's portal here. Takes them just into the pit, and now this entire time, when AL are jockeying around in the pit, they don't have a portal to get themselves out of there. So it's a case of using various people's HP bars as a tool to buy time for Kyle's portal. You see the waiting, that stun goes wide, so IG feel like they can ingress. This ulti, dodged by 2, and then they decide to flash out. And then, that's desynced with Shanks, because as soon as he flashes out, there's the hero's entrance coming in, and AL just a little bit split, a little bit lost in the source almost, and honestly just missed execution, really costing them.
Yeah, and I am going to wildly suspect that Shanks thought that Hope was getting cease and desisted. He ulted, and that was not the target that was getting killed. In the end, it was Kyle that bit the dust there, and ended up splitting the fight there. As, yeah, I mean, Kyle has been a legendary bard. I mean, we talked so much about it when he ended up locking this in. It's always an option for him, although showing some shakiness in the early parts of this game.
And I will say as well that it's good to get the legwork out early.
Instant flash play. Okay, Tarzan's still out of there. Pretty tanky here. Shanks was in a little bit of trouble, but should just be fine. And that is not going to come through for Rookie and the gang.
All right, well, Tibbers goes down, and we're at the stage now where we kind of recognize that Tibbers doesn't necessarily mean that we are fully committing. It does, however, onto a jungler feel really bad because they clear 1 camp and they're full HP, so we'll let Rookie live with that one and maybe learn from his mistakes in this instance. But again, we want to keep our eyes in these team fights on Hope in particular. If Corki lives, AL might win. If Corki dies, AL are going to really struggle to use this triple tank threat to do the damage and to be able to sustain and keep on top of Gala, on top of Rookie, on top of Wei.
Wei is going to look for a play on the Shanks. Doesn't hit the cease and desist, or at least the vault breaker there. And did not feel like he wanted to pull off the cease and desist in the end. There's going to be pressure gained by AL on the bot side of the map. Dragon #1 still available. If they do end up pulling back to it, TP is going to end up being utilized here to get that redeploy out to bot side by the Shy, who has completed Eclipse, and we are cresting over first items for majority members here soon.
Yeah, it's worth saying that the only real disparities in this game are individually in the laners. So Hope down 300 gold, the same for Shanks, but Flandra on this Scion actually up on the 1 versus 1, 700 gold over his counterpart. Importantly, it is again worth highlighting that with the pit stop at the Swifty Boots, with the pit stop at the Bramble Vest, he doesn't yet have that Sunfire completed. Isn't actually at a 1 item spike just yet, whereas you highlighted the Eclipse is finished for the Shy, so maybe there's a world where in these team fights, actually the Ambessa has a lot more free reign and a lot more agency to find purchase.
Hey, us 1900s guys, you know, we like to go to yard sales, and that's where Flandra is right now. Yard sales are great. If you haven't been to a yard sale, go to a yard sale. Dragon does finally go down 13 minutes into the game to the favor of IG, so they've had a pretty decent effort in terms of the neutral objectives. AL now getting back out of the map as a whole, and Tarzan going to try to get going on that next clear.
for the Europeans in the room, is a yard sale just where people take stuff from in their house outside of their house
and put it in their yard and sell it. Yes.
Okay, so in the UK we have an equivalent. It's called a car boot sale. Now, I think you guys call the boot your trunk.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. I verse in the language of your people.
Yeah, so the car boot sale is like a yard sale, but on mega steroids, where we don't just do it out of one car, we hire out a field, and then masses and masses of people, masses and masses of people go to this field.
A bigger version of the yard.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, hundreds of people. They're not doing it on one person's yard.
That's like a farmer's market or something. That's like an event.
It's all garbage from inside the house instead of like well-produced things, you know?
Okay. Gotcha. It's a massive yard sale, or as you call it, what was it? The boot sale?
Car boot sale.
So
you do it out the boot of your car. You would call it a car trunk sale because you're weird. But.
Yeah, because we're weird. Yep. That's it. Speaking of weird, there might be an all-in here on the bot side. Look at all this damage. Scion onto the Shy. So much damage. He's got the yard sale. He's whipping it out. He's got a stick, and he's hitting the Shy on the head with it. The flash play. Can he get it? The all-out comes through from the Shy, and he gets away with the public execution shield coming through after the ability usage.
Yeah, my favorite thing, I did this with Slayer, is highlighting how much damage Flandra's built and making that a cause for why the Shy's being chunked out. And then you look at the damage items. It's actually...
the flash play from Tarzan. They actually get the play onto Wei. He is trying to get out, but he didn't use the steadfast presence fast enough. Wei gonna flash away. He's using the turret now. AL fumbling this dive a little bit. They do end up taking him down in the end.
Yeah, making sure that the Scion is the one that tanks is just a really important part there. They do that. They find the kill. And again, it's a nice little pickup for AL. All started, really, with Flandra just having the better of the Shine, the 1 versus 1. Remember, this Scion was picked first, so this is a counter pick that the Shy theoretically is comfortable with, and is being put in a situation where actually Flandra's putting the hands on him.
Yeah, he absolutely is on the Scion, and he's going to be getting closer and closer to that item completion for himself. Speaking of, Sunfire Cape has been completed. Sunfire Aegis, I guess now. TP's coming out on the top side from AL.
Attempted response. I mean, this is pretty much gone.
No way.
I say that.
In there.
Okay.
The smite comes through. Flandra's pretty tanky now, and we're starting to get to that point that we were worried about in the draft. Flandra is going to be harder and harder to deal with as time goes on, and Tarzan and Kyle are just a roaming death squad at this point.
Yeah, like you said, I actually want you to look at how much damage Flandra took there. There were 4 people from AL sat trying to do damage, and we're just like, okay, Scion is absolutely fine. This is a replay of what happened down on this bot side, and Wei thinks that he's caught Kyle, and then Tarzan immediately finds himself within position to flash on top of Wei. I like the attempted buffer from Wei here. He shorts his Q so that he doesn't get caught by the Poppy W, and he buffers the ulti so he doesn't catch as much CC. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. And AL with 3 members there, and even with it being more of a supporting cast, you can see that in this stage in the game, the base damages of a Poppy, a Scion, a Bard are enough to take down a Vi. But I do want to call out that as this game gets later and later, that's not going to be the case.
Yep. There's going to be a weird like middle ground where it kind of goes from unpassable to completely breakable. We'll see if we can get to that point. As we saw, AL did take first turret. They also got the feats, so they will have the upgraded boots for themselves whenever they're able to get to that point. But really what we're looking at next is this next dragon spawn in about 45 seconds, and what these item completions are really going to add to the mix is Mako, speaking of adding something to the mix, a beautiful steadfast present from Tarzan, that time denying Wei's entrance. Mako gets a cool play, but it doesn't matter much.
Yeah, a cheeky portal out to safety from Kyle, this time doing its job perfectly. Does allow for the escape to come through. Now, though, IG looking to extend the play on the top side. Shanks knows he's being sacrificed.
Oh, really nice little play there, but still means his life will be forfeit. Slowly but surely, somebody's got to finish him, right? As Mako goes in, doesn't end up using him. He gets the kill back, and the 1-for-1. The turret will end up falling, though, in favor of IG.
So look at what's happening on the bot side of the map. Dragon just spawned. And importantly, actually, Gala are able to defend the mid-tier 1 turret. Only a small amount of damage goes down, as we see in the picture-in-picture, that there was a teleport cancelled by Flandre, so expect an advantage to come through there. Tarzan.
Okay, Tarzan in 1v2 right now. Does have teammates coming his way, though. Taking a 1v2, and Tarzan almost killed Rookie. Kyle comes in and saves him. Tarzan goes a little bit golden with the Tempered Fate, and they get the play. Tarzan, what an absolute Chad. The New Age Jungle King struts his stuff in front of IG.
And it's the Bash Bros again. Kyle and Tarzan step up and might make the play happen on the bot side. Oh, in that top lane, in fact, it's really solid stuff from them as we see the save come through from Kyle. We see Tarzan, a Bash Bro through and through as Hope.
Oh. Hope almost dying, ends up having a barrier, and now they both
Kyle's
extend,
here.
Kyle getting chunked. The Mystic Shot not going to connect. True Shot Barrage goes a little bit wide. Mako getting chunked by the Rockets, and both sides limp away, bleeding.
Yeah, that's an Ezreal's sort of dream situation, where you're all sat low HP, but you know that you've got more range than anybody as Ezreal in that spot, so you're just quite happy to try and play on the edge, try and bait them back in to think that they can engage. But actually, with that win in the mid lane for IG, they're the ones that are able to go into the Dragon and set up to take it down quite quickly, putting themselves 2-0 with an Ocean Soul on the Rift this time round here, Mazel. It's not nothing that they found these couple of Drakes.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul is such a boon for both sides. If we take a look back at that fight, Tarzan just pulling the trigger up here. That's confidence.
Yeah, and Rookie again with a really well-timed stun. Tarzan would have liked to be able to buffer a Q in between the ulti and the Q to find confirmed damage. Fortunately though, Mikhail's from Kyle, a couple of Caretaker Shrines comes through, and the extra damage between himself and Flandre does mean that Wei isn't able to find anything. And what looked like a Poppy fancying a 2 versus 1 was actually just Tarzan playing the long game.
Yeah, hey, that's all that really matters in the end. Yeah, bash on Combat Nephew. You'll love to see it. Hey, you got to combine the ages if you really want to find success. And so far, that had been AL's moniker here, really trying to lead the way with some of this veterancy mixed with some of the new journeymen, making that next level step. And that's why AL find themselves their first championship in Split 2. Far cry from where they are in Split number 3. You got to keep eyes on how many series they have left to play. This win would be huge for their second round robin.
Pulled Flandre here, maybe the scariest member on AL, into the mid lane in an attempt to take down this turret. Not successfully though, unfortunately. Will look up towards that top side. Atakan has spawned, and for AL, they've got 2-item Corki at this stage. They've got 2 items on their big tanky Scion, and this is maybe the apex of the Scion. Flandre just has to sit here and buy time and make sure that IG can't get in.
I mean, they just chunk it here as well. They're already down quarter health. Tempered Fate goes through. They're going to rush it. Rookie coming with a flank. Rookie might have a massive flank here if Smite comes down. AL need to get out. Kyle trying to use the magical journey at least. Flandre going to flash away. Rookie never got his stun off and wasn't able to find impact. Cease and desist goes down for Wei, and IG just lose the Atacon.
Mako and the Shider, they're still fishing. Kyle going to be the first one to go back through. Tries to face check.
Tries to, just gets pop blossomed as the heroic entrance comes in. Kyle's still alive, and now Hope is chunking with the Rockets as the big buckler comes through from Tarzan. Doesn't end up finding the kill. Tarzan is in the middle of everybody, gets publicly executed right in front of his friends.
And there are 4 people sat waiting in the brush. It was a series of different people thinking they were caught out until eventually IG are the ones that find Tarzan. As it starts with Kyle face checking and a nice interrupt from Mako to make sure that Kyle is caught off guard. But then the rest of AL turn up. They spawn in and they keep Kyle alive. All of a sudden, Mako's the one under fire, and it's IG that are the ones that have to come out and bail out their support. They find the kill onto Tarzan, and even though the Atacon goes the way of AL, one fight in the end for IG and keeps this game just a little bit closer than AL might have liked. Overall, still a gold lead for them.
It was way bigger, though.
It's still about killing this Corki, Mazel, and if that fight's anything to go off of, we've got no confirmed faith in that.
Yeah, not yet at least. But in these fights, it's going to matter more and more as now we have second items for both our AD carries. And I love to see them both having kind of performance. Like Gala in this game, too, feels a lot more set up for success than he did in game number 1.
There isn't a overwhelming advantage in the AD carries either, right? Like game number 1, we could see the Sivir spikes were hitting significantly earlier than the Jins were. And in this instance, it's pretty much even. And then you look at what champions they're playing. Well, we know for a fact that Ezreal, just as a champion, can do, or has the ability, I'd say the autonomy, to do more than a Corki in these long, drawn-out team fights. When we get to, you know, trying to kill a ton of tanks and pump out as much damage as possible, if you have an Apex Ezreal game where you're doing the exact right thing and hitting all of your spells, it's going to feel really good for Gala. It's just a case of whether or not he can actually kill the people that he's hitting.
Well, now we're getting set up for the next dragon. Would be soul point for IG. That's so much decision-making power, and they're going to move into the mid lane, take this out first to try to get that priority there. Dragon will be spawning soon, and you know AL wants to put a stop to this. They don't have to, and that's where I'm checking in on the scaling conditions for both sides. Are we feeling okay if AL give this one over?
Yeah, they probably don't mind all that much, but I don't think that their composition gets much better as the game gets later. Again, without having a real source of damage outside of your AD carry, it means you are pigeonholing all of your tools really into this Corki, and if that doesn't go well, that's then a problem.
Okay, well, they decide it is time to fight. And they are going to move all 5 members. The Shy not going to be spotted up. Finally does end up getting spotted on the flank. IG moving in. It's been a little bit of that tug of war that we set up between the two teams, but this time holistically between the two ahead of this dragon. As AL now start this up. Shanks trying to keep body on the Shy. We're going to get set up here by IG. Rookie trying to get his stun combo going. Flandra as the tank. Wei sneaks into the back of the pit. Tarzan realizes something might be going on, but he has left the Shy with an entrance into the fight. Wei is not in, but he has the blast cone. Comes back in. Flash is not going to be used. He's not going to get in range, and AL will take the dragon. They're going to try to get away. The Keeper's Verdict used. The Shy gets tempered faded as Hope was the target, but now the Shy will get that dead bullseye stuck right to his forehead as Wei comes in. Trish up rush, flashed out by Hope. Hope is still alive. You cannot kill the Hope of AL. It lives strong in all 5 members.
Mako's going to be able to bail out, run for the hills, get chased down eventually. But AL, they know what their composition does. They know what it needs to do as well. And they will turn tail and head toward the Baron. Here comes Rookie, though, looking to try and stop this.
Rookie flashing away. He used everything right there. Was able to get out, but the unstoppable onslaught coming through, and Tarzan comes back over the wall. AL, they have realized that IG have overextended, and Rookie makes a mistake, and he pays dearly for it.
But now this is a case of actually what can Gala do, it looks like. If he can buy time for Wei to get out onto the map, for the Shy to get out onto the map, actually Rookie sacrificing his life might be fine.
So close.
That was really good by Rookie. Even though he steps forward, even though he dies, he stops AL from getting the Baron, and that's worth.
In the end, hey, got to make the call for the team, buying all that time, realizing AL were willing to be a little bloodthirsty for it. But as we take a look at the dust settling, then the dragon went the way of AL. Stacking has stopped, and it was a really nice set of plays from AL.
Yeah, so Cosmic Binding on the top side from Kyle stops Mako from getting in. Flandra is stopping Rookie from getting in. And Tarzan uses the Keeper's Verdict to punt Gala away. So actually, when the Shy goes for this engage, he's a little bit isolated. He's a bit too alone. And then when Wei goes for this fight, there's summon a heal, barrier, flash, everything, and the kitchen sink to throw at Hope to keep him alive. Unfortunately for AL, they've got that. They had what they needed to keep the Corki going. And again, that's their tool, that's their ticket. That's the way for them to win. And you can see that as well in Hope's build path here, with him opting into those Mercury tests to try and keep himself a little bit safe, but also that he has to go damage. He's building a Collector third.
And if you're a fan of Star Wars, you know that Hope can never be killed. And at this point, it seems about right. It feels really good to kind of get that online for AL, and I'm struggling to see IG now. This is that situation we talked about from draft, where once things start getting outbalanced or counterbalanced, that's when these comps start to break down and go back to those worries that we had in the draft itself.
How do IG ever kill the front line of AL, where you've got Galio sat on 2 items, Flandra sat 2, nearly 3 items picked up for the Scion, just swiftly charging at you the whole time. Yes, we've got Leandri's picked up on the Annie, and we're worked on a Black Cleaver for Wei, the Shy, probably working his way towards that, or a Sterax at this stage. But there's nothing really that convinces you that this set of 4 champions that do damage on IG's side are ever actually going to be able to get through that front line.
And Gala, you can see in those last fights, like he is just bending over backwards to try to carry these fights, but he just doesn't have the damage just yet. As you see, pretty strong setup for the Corki for Hope, but now it's pretty strong setup for the Baron for AL. They might have overextended though. Dice double decimating smash coming through from Flandra.
Mako.
Pop blossom from Mako. Doesn't matter in the end. He's getting low, but they already take the fight back. Again, it's the protect the Hope comp, and Hope is still alive, but he's left out. They've left him by himself with the shy in his eyes. Is he able to get out? Whoa! IG's plans have gone to dust. The best laid plans of mice and men crumble before the might of AL.
Tarzan, though, keeper's verdict, sends away Gala, who's doing a lot of work in this fight. Mako, sure to fall once again, may just execute, just falls to Flandra. Again, for AL, it's all about keeping the Corki alive. They did that this time, but I'm still scared for them hitting this Baron. I think they did enough damage to Gala to make him need to go back to base, and that will secure the objective for anyone's Legends.
Oh my god, the cohesion from AL to keep Hope alive. Hope is playing out of his mind. I don't know if somebody sent him the graphic we made where it said, you know, split 2 Hope versus Gala split 3. But honestly, we're going to need to erase Gala's name on that graphic and put Hope, because this guy is showing up in this series.
Yeah, and I think that this is a really sticky situation for the Ezreal once again. I highlighted this from the draft. Gala can play as well as an Ezreal can, but you just don't have the damage, unfortunately, to be able to go through this. Tempered Fate from Kael here, unfortunate to not catch double, but the fact that the Shy is ulting somebody that isn't Hope is a mistake. Rookie ulting somebody that isn't Hope is a mistake. You have to kill the Corki in order to win this fight. The Shy secondarily understands this. He flashes on top of him. But imagine if he had ulti here.
Yeah,
imagine if Rookie could have thrown tippers in at this. It would have been a completely different fight. And it just means that AL can use their HP to get themselves just enough to find a way through the game.
And it feels bad the way it's panning out, but AL doing a masterclass here in this series. Again, you remember back to the last time these two teams met, not that long ago, just a couple weeks ago. It was a 2-0, and yes, some of those games were close, but IG still won in the end with good macro decision-making, good teamfight decision-making. Here, AL have blown them out of the water.
Now with the Baron at their backs, it's about how well can they close this out. How well does their competition do at sieging with just that one threat, just that one carry? Wouldn't be surprised if Hope turns his, attentions towards a defensive item on 4, maybe a Bloodthirster, maybe even looking for a Guardian Angel. The siege onto this top tier 2, IG looking to stand firm around it.
Some poking coming in from Hope. AL, the biggest thing that they can do is kind of split off and leave Hope by himself. That happened last time, but he was still able to survive with the help of Shanks. Luckily, he can always come calling. As turrets are going to start falling apart, mid lane tier 2 goes down, at least top lane tier 2 goes down. Rookie is the engaged target. He's going to flash away from the decimating smash. Tarzan found a double knockup, and this guy's mechanics on Poppy are next level. He finds another double knockup there, and it secures a kill for AL. They try to move forward now. Gala has finally found his place and is trying to pepper them down, but the wave, the minions, they're too strong. Tarzan gets engaged on now. He's going down low, but he's not dead yet. Finally goes down to the Shy. He tries to get the backline access, but Hope is still pumping. And what was the moniker? If you can't kill Hope, you can't do anything against AL. And they will find another vicious victory over IG.
It's a triple kill for Hope, but it's an MVP fight from Shanks and Tarzan. Tarzan starts it off, and Shanks distracts the backline from IG. They will take the series, they will take down IG, and they will stop them in their tracks.
They deliver them straight to that end of the win streak here. The IG were looking for 4 in a row, looking to push the tippy top of Group Ascend. But AL, they're on their run to regain glory. They're on their run for that top 4 performance, and they ain't stopping for nobody.
A really big 2-0 for AL. After a 2-1 up against BLG, questions start to be asked. Is this the fact that BLG are on a slump? Is this that AL are back? And with a 2-0 in such a convincing fashion up against IG, you tend towards the latter. You tend toward thinking, actually, this is the AL that went to MSI, that pushed Gen G and T1 to 5 games, and that so very nearly made it the LPL have that glorious run. anyone's legend. They seem to be now back in that stride and doing the great things that we'd seen from them in the past.
And I hate to point out the bad stuff, but that was not the IG that had been garnering so much attention over these last couple weeks. Not the IG that was looking for that continued win streak. I think we didn't see the team play that had been such a big moniker for them over these last couple games, and especially over that Anyone's Legend series just a couple weeks ago. I think some of the disconnect in some of these team fights is crazy to think about when you're looking at such an experienced roster. Microcosm of that last fight, like you were highlighting, the fact that Mako literally finds the biggest pop blossom possible, but nobody can follow up. Nobody follows up. And I think that's so hard to watch from such an experienced roster who is trying to make that push, who just have started their second round robin and started with a little bit of a whimper.
Yeah, and again, we looked at the strength of schedule coming up for IG in particular. They've got 2 series versus BLG, which is not going to be easy by any means. So we need to see something just a little bit better from them. And there were definitely questions. Are this IG team going to be able to perform up to the level that is required to make it to Worlds? And when we're struggling like this against AL, again, you don't quite know and you can't quite be convinced that that's the truth.
Yeah, and that's the tough facts of the situation. But hey, it's just one rung in a ton of games still left to be played for IG. So I think it's turning that attention back over to AL. We saw the exact AL I feel like we needed to see. We saw Tarzan back in prime form here on the map. His connections with Kyle, maybe not as much in game number 1, but especially in game number 2, were so lethal. And I'm glad that he got to show off his Poppy performance again, because I think this guy is one of the best Poppies in the league and maybe not the world.
Yeah, and looking at what it was from the 2 of them syncing up and going for those plays, right? You've got the mobility that a Poppy gives you, right? With Deadman's Plate second, with W just to make you that little bit more speedy. Any champion with a movement speed, but steroid, you're always going to feel like you can get around the map that little bit faster. And Kyle on the board, again, I talked about it right at the beginning of the draft. They'd set themselves up for it super early on, and then on R5, it just fits perfectly. They're able to play together as this wonderful in-tandem duo that end up running the Rift.
Yeah, and hey, it played out beautiful. And put a little bit of a hamper on IG trying to draw games out there. I mean, the second one was like 32, 33 minutes or something along those lines. So a little bit closer to their average. But the fact that it was 2 games that AL just kind of won in one fell swoop. I mean, that's what felt so clinical about it, right? Like they were winning a couple consecutive fights, but then they have the kind of know-how that, oh, we can just win the game here. Especially that game number 1 just felt like it kind of came out of one fight. But this game number 2 felt a little bit more worked for, but still in the end, it was just a quick end.
Yeah, I really like that worked for feels appropriate because they had to fight a little bit harder up against IG for it, but ultimately they put the work in and they never really felt they may have felt challenged, but they never failed to meet the challenge, if that makes sense. They always had the level required to match up, and I think that's what's really important. And when you look at the AL from 3 weeks ago, you look at the AL now, completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. And another gold graph that just looks like a I guess it's the opposite. Oh, what we should do is put them together, and then they'll just be like,
them.
Yeah,
straight line.
It'll be really good. Just be a straight line up in that middle part. Yeah, Ezreal does a lot of damage. Who thunk it? But the comp was save Hope, and the amount of times that IG tried their damnedest to get that guy. I mean, as Hope, your adrenaline's got to be insane. Your health bar is like skirting the edge of disaster. I mean, he's like under 100 health in multiple fights with still members of the enemy team right next to him, and somehow still survives.
Yeah, and importantly as well, I think he's doing the damage then as well, which is what separates those great AD carries from the excellent ones. Because he knows that actually I'm safe right now. Yes, I have 100 HP, but I've got 300 units on a 75 unit auto attack champion. I'm absolutely fine to start auto attacking here and make the best of the situation that he finds himself in. It's genuinely very impressive, and I do tip my hat to Gala for this game number 3 or game number 2 even.
Absolutely.
If it was his choice to go for the Ezreal, then you start to throw question marks his way. But honestly, he did what he could with the champion that he was provided. Unfortunately, the champion he was provided wasn't what they needed.
Yeah. Oh God, I don't want to watch this again. Jesus Christ, man.
Barrier, flash, hero's entrance, summon a heal. Mikhails, Go, go, go! Save him!
Saving Private Ryan, but if it was actually efficient and not like a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
And then in this situation as well, I mean, it just boils down to a little bit of chaos. Again, like you had mentioned so heftily in that one, you just save the ults, man. If you're in position. I mean, I will give it, Mako was a little bit extended on that one, but even in here, right, like Shanks saving the day. Like, this was even closer to being a kill.
Yeah, and you can see that I criticized Shanks very early on, right, in the fight around the Rift Herald, and I went, hey, you know, you've ulted the wrong you've ulted the wrong target because they weren't the one getting cease and desisted. But I don't think there was a time in this game where Shanks ulted anybody other than Hope. Maybe one that we didn't quite catch. But even in that pit, he ulted Hope when Hope was absolutely fine. And it proved to be a very good trend going forward in this series.
It did. Honestly, hey, at least he stays consistent. And
yeah.
I guess that's all that really matters. And it's so funny how the game played out. When we were talking so much in draft, it's like a lot of this game comes down to momentum. Who finds those earlier advantages? Because both of them have issues. But we never got to see the issues of AL's comp. We never got to see it kind of cracked open because they were able to execute it well.
And getting to see Shanks in that final fight once again. It was a glorious fight on the Galio. He eased forward, hits the front line, and then immediately it's like, nah, I've got flash angle onto both the backliners. No stress whatsoever, and then using a reverse E, so he thinks like he gets the really fast knockup from the Justice Punch to take down Gala as well. Just a really well-played performance from Shanks
really good
on the Galio.
mechanical executions in that game. From Shanks, from Tarzan, even from Flandria on the Scion. A couple moments too. Kyle, you know, he'll want that one ultimate back and the couple of magical journeys, but he's fine. He's fine.
Yeah.
Still ends up having that really extremely positive win rate on the Bard, so that's gonna feel really good. Who gets MVP though? I think like does it have to be Hope?
As much as Hope stays alive, I think he doesn't stay alive without his team. So I can give this to Kyle. I can give this to Tarzan. I can give this to Shanks.
Okay.
It probably will end up being Hope for living. But
I think it's got to be Hope. It's got to be Hope. We'll see who it is. I do hear the music. We'll be getting over to it here soon. It's Kyle.
Yeah, I like that.
Good.
Honestly.
Okay.
He had a rough start, bad portal, but after the Rift Herald, he did everything he was supposed to. Multiple times where he's ulting a teammate to save them for stasis. Multiple times where he's keeping his AD carry alive. Also engaging some fights as well. This is fine.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate it. All right, well, that's it for our first series. Unfortunately, we didn't get a Giga Banger. That's why I have a second series for the possibility of having that, where we'll be going over to Weibo and BLG. Yanni will be taking over for me because I have a weird ear thing going on and it hurts really bad. So apologies for bowing out of the series. But before I go, I got to give a huge shout out to everybody on the show here. Rare Adam behind the scenes on production. Rude Dude, thank you for joining me for the first series. Got to give a huge shout out to Zach on socials, as well as Saturn in the mod chat, and everybody else watching. We will see you for Weibo versus BLG on the other side of this break.
Oh no, Yanni, no, Yanni. He's muted. Everybody, spam
I'm
in
not
chat
muted anymore. I'm not muted. I wasn't given the option. Typically, when you hop in to Video Ninja, it gives you the option. That's on me. All right, everybody, let's try that again. Welcome back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL English Twitch channel. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Rudude as I take the baton from Mazel. We had a nice first series where IG weren't able to get it done. Anyone's Legend looking to make a run right now. They're on a 3-game winning streak, like the team that we remember them from Split 2. Speaking of teams that we remember, BLG, even though their record is no longer sparkling, Rudude, these guys are playing much like it's 2024.
Yeah, they've looked really, really good, and honestly, they could very easily still be 8-0. Let's be honest. They had all the chances in the world to win their series up against AL, and then something bad happened, and they didn't.
And then more bad things happened.
And then a lot more bad things happened, in fact. So, you know, they're not 8-0, they're 7-1. But I think coming up against Weibo Gaming, I'm expecting them to go right back to their winning ways. I don't think this is a we need to change over, we need to ruin all of our problems and change our jungler again. But I think that they're good, and I think that this Weibo team that they're playing up against probably should be scared.
I couldn't agree more, Rudude, as this Weibo team has been very inconsistent. But the one thing that has been pretty consistent, aside from Crisp rejoining the roster, has been the roster as a whole. It's Breathe, Tien, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp. And, you know, the more things change, the more they stay the same, right? Because Crisp was on this team, now he comes back, and the only change overall has been Tien in the jungle over Tarzan from prior years. But listen, they need every win that they can get from here on out, trying to get this top 4 spot, especially with AL looking like they're rising from the ashes a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw IG and AL play against each other. We have Top Esports and BLG. Those could very easily be the teams that we send to Worlds. Weibo aren't included in that top 4, so they really need to do as best as they can. They need to find all of those wins as possible. I mean, being able to pick your opponent in the play-ins is also very important, but I think that skipping play-ins in its entirety is going to be the part that we more likely espouse to a team that's going to go to Worlds.
Yeah, the question is, can they just be consistent enough to get there? I think this series against WE that you're seeing clips from is a great microcosm of how the year's gone for Weibo Gaming, right? That first game, they get shellacked. It looks ugly, man. It is bad. But then, games 2 and 3, they stomped Team WE into the dirt. Yeah, the early game of Game 2 wasn't great, but they pulled it together and looked like that these guys did not belong on the same rift.
Yeah, I remember watching this series, and this was the game where after 10 minutes, nothing happened, and this was the game where, this is game number 3 now, where actually just WE were lost in the sauce. They knew that their only way out was through, and they kept on throwing themselves at Weibo. And credit to Weibo for being constantly able to respond appropriately and constantly keep themselves going well.
Without a doubt. And, you know, Light in particular had a really, really good game on this Saya. He's been pretty good on a couple of different champions, even though the record hasn't necessarily reflected it. And speaking of records, here's the strength of schedule for some of the remaining teams in the hunt for that 4th spot. And the one thing that I immediately notice between a couple of these is AL and Weibo specifically. AL has no games left against BLG. Weibo has 2 games left against JDG. That is very important.
Yeah, and I think that those are 2 games that they probably need to win. I'm looking at the JDG, you know, form, run of whatever, the fact that Zhuo hasn't really revolutionized this JDG roster like they might have liked, and having those two games and 2 series at the end, if they don't find a 2 quick win on the back half of this split, they have a hard series against BLG, they have AL hard series, and they have IG, who again, whilst they could be a little bit inconsistent, probably a tricky series as well. So you're looking at 3 of those series which are going to be hard, and 3 of those series which you can maybe win. You're looking at probably a 50-50 win rate at this point, and they're really hoping that they can do a little bit better.
Yeah, one thing to note is that IG and AL, if those look very familiar, it's because, well, they just ended up playing, right? Those are not necessarily updated. As you can see, the records are the same. That match is still the same, but you see IG taking the loss there, and then you take a look at the rest of their strength of schedule. All of a sudden, that third spot could be up for grabs as well.
Yeah, I think AL do look they should be quite happy with the rest of their schedule. They've got obviously a matchup against Weibo, who again we're thinking are a little bit on the cusp, and then 3 of the 4 remaining games are against teams that we don't really think are going to go and do too well. So expectations for AL are that they will continue to look good, and I think that once they've done. Now that they've already had those BLG games out the way, it's smooth sailing for the Anyone's Legend squad.
And speaking of a team that does not have BLG out of the way, Weibo, they have to go up against BLG in this match. Let's take a look at the BLG roster. It's been Shadow, Knight, Elk, and On. And man, what a renaissance this team has had with Shadow. Now, as he said, things weren't all smooth sailing last time out against AL. As Mazel said, BLG shot themselves in both feet and then immediately tried to run a marathon. It was very, very tough for them in that last match because, man, that Otacon play in Game 2 and then in Game 3, just a mismanagement of objectives and little mistakes here and there that just added up and resulted in a 50-minute banger, but a banger that BLG really should have won.
Yeah, it's, again, a game and a situation where BLG showed us why they look like the strongest team in the league, but equally we start to see why they didn't perform at MSI particularly as we would have liked. I mean, as much as it may pain Western viewers to hear me say this, the idea that an LPL team is going 5 games versus an NA team isn't great for typical, or what we've seen from teams in the past. And when you see plays like this, it makes you feel confident. And honestly, I think AL here, like, why are we walking into Lucian Brom? Either way, this is a really good spot for BLG, and domestically they've always looked really solid, and this split number 3 they've looked like the most solid that we've seen from them since 2024, but it is just that question of whether or not they can continue with that.
Yeah, and I want to see what they look like in today's series specifically, because they lost those last 2 games in a heartbreaking fashion. This team should be 8-0 right now. Knight at 14 minutes into this game was 5-0, and they lose because that ill-fated Otacon call where, you know, they took out one member of AL and said, all right, cool, we're going to do Otacon, we're going to go in the game, and AL did not go down fighting. And then you see here, Shanks did a great job of marking Elk all game long, being able to take him down. And Rudude,
yeah.
Now sending our focus back to Weibo and BLG a little bit more. The matchup to watch, it's got to be our top lane between Bin and Breathe. These guys...
There's so much history as well.
Yes, so intertwined with each other in their careers.
I mean, you'll be able to tell a better story of this, Yanni, as well, but the fact that so far Breathe has been a bit of a linchpin for Weibo, and the fact that Bin is Bin more so than anything else should give you enough of an appetite for this duo. But the history of these 2 players and the organizations they've sort of shared over the years has been also incredibly telling.
Yeah, I mean, Bin being loaned to RNG, and that's where, you know, he made his mark at that MSI a couple of years ago, where he really became the Giga Bin that we all know today, and he immediately got brought back to BLG, and then Breathe immediately comes in, and he was the guy on RNG for a little bit, right? Stay there for almost 2 years. He's kind of, you know, filled the spots that Ben has brought up, and is a guy that feels like he's a little underrated compared to some of the greatest top laners that we have here in the LPL. But Breathe has been doing his thing and has been very consistent for this Weibo gaming team. Just in Split 3, it hasn't been as consistent as he was in the first 2 splits.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at this Weibo roster, and as they walk out onto the stage, we've seen, I'd say, bright spots from the majority of these players, just never all at the same time, and that's what's really costing them, because there have been games where Xiaohu has looked incredible. There have been games where Tien has taken over in the jungle. There have actually been games where Crisp has, you know, single-handedly won them games. But that's never all happened together, and for a reason they're 4-4, and this is a team that I'm never truly convinced by, and I can't be sold on them until I see them perform at playoffs, and honestly, until it happens, I'm never going to give them the backing, and especially against a BLG squad.
Yeah, that's crazy because, you know, the last time when they played against Team WE, you were the one who said that you think Weibo have a lot of potential, and, you know, with that series against WE, we were looking for them to set themselves apart and really show that, yeah, this is the team that can be a top 4 team. And they did that in games 2 and 3, but the problem is they did not do that in game 1. That is the big problem.
Yeah. Always stumbling really before they can get over the line, and hopefully up against BLG they can show us something. I think that if they take this series to 3, it's probably a bit of a win for them. Taking a single game up against this BLG roster I think is going to be a benefit for Weibo, and I don't expect them to do too much more. Obviously if they prove me wrong and take the series, hallelujah, like I'm more than happy to praise them for that, but the expectation coming in for me at least is that this is a quick 2-0 for BLG, and that their time in the sun isn't over just yet, right? They had a rough series, but hopefully they'll be able to put themselves back to a really solid position after what was a disastrous series against AL.
Yeah, if BLG just play like game 1 BLG, they will look like, once again, the best team in the league. It was a clinical domination of AL, which was a team that was hot. And then, of course, AL was a team that's so good at punishing mistakes that, you know, I don't know if BLG making those mistakes against other teams would end up losing those games, right? Because the other teams are just not on that same level when it comes to punishing mistakes. We're here into the picks and bans as BLG on the blue side. Weibo Gaming going to be on the red side. And already seeing a lot of the power picks taken away. We've seen a couple of them usually slip through to like B1 and R1, but some of these are not going to be available.
It's double mid bans here by BLG, setting up for Knight to take Talia early. We'll see if BLG look to ban that. We still have Yunara available as well. Still have a couple of those jungler picks in the Trundle, most notably, as one of those picks that may be taken away here in this second phase. But for me right now, it's Yunara, it's Talia. Those are the picks that I'm looking at, and instead with both of them being left open, this may well be Weibo saying, actually, you can take one of them and we'll look to take 2 big picks. They're now going to get their hands on Talia, on their first pick of the junglers, maybe even the top laners as well.
Yeah, you have a lot of options here, so Talia, no surprise there. And I wonder, you know, Trundle is just so good. It's fine. It's not like the greatest setup for Talia, but the slow on the Trundle pillar is usually good enough to land a seismic shove.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they opt into that, or they want to go a little more guaranteed, or no. There's no way. There's no way you're locking that in here. You almost got me,
baby.
I would lose my mind, bro. Like, what are we doing at that point?
Okay, so Foreshadow, a secondary jungle pick gets locked in, sort of a little bit lower down on the rungs of power for me in the Wukong, but already very good team fight setup being picked up for BLG. Your front to back is going to be very good. The Shunara, again, we sort of see it peter into favor for these teams. And then the Kai'Sa response for Light. This is Light on Kai'Sa. This is a very staple pick for the Weibo Gaming bot lane. And now it's about, for BLG, banning out those stable supports that can go alongside the Kai'Sa. And I think for Weibo as well, maybe a bit more of the same. Can we ban away some of those enchanters that we've seen paired so well with Yunara?
Yeah, I'm anticipating that maybe like a Nautilus is taken out here for BLG, and the one issue that BLG might run into with taking, you know, an enchanter is that they all really are lacking CC, right? You only have Wukong CC once you hit level 6, and even then it's only the knock up on the Cyclone, right? That's really not that great. It's great at short bursts, but not for anything else. I think you're going to need a little bit more in that department. And honestly, the same thing for Weibo Gaming, right? Both of these teams are really lacking some good CC options.
Yeah, I mean, Alistair's the next ban I'd like to see come through by BLG. I think that's the next best pairing, really, with a Kai'Sa. Rel as well is a possibility that we see some sort of priority put towards. I think with the Braum coming through, this now opens up, okay, either Braum or Rel are getting through, and probably picked up for Crisp in particular. So there's a world here where BLG actually don't ban either of them and say, well, you know what, we'll just trade them once again, and they look towards the top lane for a high prio ban away from Breathe. Something like that Ambessa that he's defaulted to quite frequently could be a good takeaway.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about the top lane, right? Because there are really good options for both of these players, and you know, of course there would be, right? With these guys that we've highlighted as our featured matchup up in the top lane, they're going to get their picks of the litter. We are going to see Poppy get taken away, and the champion's not really taken to the top lane too much anymore. It does seem like a very wise ban from BLG, and as you stated, it's the Alistar lock-in for Weibo.
likelihood is that the Rel gets locked in here, but we could end up seeing something a little bit different. Again, I am a fan of taking enchanters with Yunara. You've already highlighted that this might be a problem if you don't have the CC to follow up with it, but I think that BLG most likely here to default back to some semblance of a frontliner. We've still got Gwen. Yeah, okay, thank you. Who's completely slipped through this, and I think that Bin on Gwen, you know, we know that this is going to be a powerful pick. It's then a question of what Breathe looks to take into this. Again, we've got Ambessa potentially. We've also got Jack still available as an answer, and actually BLG here with a little bit something different, and I like that they sort of took their time on this. They said, okay, well, we know that we're going to take the Gwen. Let's tee up other picks for what could happen in that bot lane.
Looks like it's going to be the Rel that we thought was going to come through, so having a nice primary engager with the Wukong follow-up. No surprise to see the Ambessa get locked in for Breathe. It's been a matchup that we saw a lot this year, where Ambessa was finally the answer to Gwen. With changes to these champions, you know, it's not as clear-cut as it once was, but very exciting that we get to see these two top laners that have been, as we said earlier, so intertwined in their careers here in the LPL go at it with these carry champions.
Yeah, 66% win rate for Bin career-wide on his Gwen. Certainly a pick that he knows well, knows in depth, and can carry games with. I'm looking at this BLG composition and I see plenty of carries around the map. You can have pop-offs from Bin, Knight, and Elk in each of their roles. Same to be said though for Weibo. I'm looking at the carries really. Ambessa can go crazy. Xiaohu may be a little more tempered on the Talia and is a bit more geared toward helping the team, but light on this Kai'Sa as well. He's going to have those tools and he's going to have the agency to try and outplay some of those skill shots and some of those spells and diving threats in the Gwen and in the Aurora.
Yeah, late game is going to go crazy in these comps, by the way, Rude, because like having a late game Kai'Sa versus a late game Yunara, that's going to be fireworks, right? One of the issues that I see though is that we're not like a super dive buddy team for this Kai'Sa, right? It's the Ambessa, it's the Alistar getting back there. Typically it's the junglers that we see getting back there, but Trundle's just going to have to walk forward, right? And it's going to take him a little bit of time to get there. So I do worry that this Weibo composition is not super cohesive, and that's one thing that we did talk about.
I think they've got enough tools to help. Like Alistar and Ambessa, that's a dive duo that can help, and then you've got the Kai'Sa pairing on top. I think 3 people is more than enough. Usually if it's just you trying to go solo, that's when the problems happen.
All right, well, let's see if he's forced to go solo, as we were on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of this best of 3 series between Weibo and BLG to close out the day.
A little bit more, as we've seen invade early.
Tien, a little bit of trouble. He's going to try to run out with his domain, and he will be able to do so, getting that movement speed. But a good start here from BLG, getting that ward down as well. Making Tien just a little uncomfortable. It feels like he's been uncomfortable most of the year, dude. He is just not getting to the highs that we've seen him in the past.
Yeah, and I think that in Split 2, he was maybe the best part of this Weibo roster, but frequently some of the reasons why they're getting caught out, and maybe he finds himself in a little bit of trouble. And in Split number 3, it's not really been anything great. His Light now chunked out. So I'm going to heal from Crisp and an attempt to defend this bot side.
Oh boy, we have a level 1 Fiesta going on. The problem is, Xiaohu's not really able to get into this fight. Han is at half HP. Now Xiaohu's going to throw some rocks at Knight, but this blue buff is going to be slightly delayed. Tien will instead adjust and go to the Gromp.
Okay, Bin is now walking up level 1 at Breathe, has E start, so can look quite aggressively on this Ambessa.
Goodness me. This is tough. This is tough for Breathe.
Not maybe the way that Breathe was anticipating this level 1 would go. I'm hoping at level 2 maybe it gets a bit better, but he's not going to get access to that before Bin by any means. And this is now double potions popped and D-Shield versus D-Ring as well. You can see that the Gwen is a much more damage-focused way into the game.
So it'll knock up there to get an okay trade back. And it is very hard to go onto this combo because of the ability to stack up the plasmas. Elk is just rifling down Light. I mean, Yunara, listen, you know she's just going to auto-attack you. You just have to stay out of range of it. It is easier said than done.
Yeah, and you can see really well played from... Let's see. So Elk has 1 of 3 losses on Yunara in the LPL. I mean, it's a good scoreline, but Elk has been one of the people to lose on this champion.
Yeah, and you know what? Based on that scoreline, it might not have been his fault. I can't really go through the memory backs.
There's only so much we can forget.
27 kill, you know, kills and assists, right? 27 total. That's a lot, bro. Like, you know, maybe he got called out though and absolutely ruined everything. Like getting a good trade onto Zhao, who was already forced to burn his head.
That was the last game they played, right? Alcon Unara, where he walks into the Renekton and has a fight of all time on game 3 up against AL.
Oh yes,
so,
no, he did stand in the Misfortune bullet time too.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. No.
It was that game.
Yes. He is a sinner.
He is a sinner.
Cannot believe. Yes.
We'll flame him for it.
Yeah.
But already some good early laning phases, though, as we should point out that he did very well, able to force out Light in that early laning phase. Goes back to base, doesn't quite find a call. I think that's the real hallmark for being in a good spot. And what I'm loving here from BLG is that they're just swapping Elk into a frozen wave state, where Bin is able to catch this wave in its entirety. So if they're not getting gold, at least Bin's getting XP, and I'd like to think that on the top side, Breathe is getting zoned away from that.
I do wonder how long that this swap is going to stay for, because I really think that BLG having the advantage up in the top lane is so important. You really want to be able to get grubs for Bin. You see a little bit of action here in the mid lane as Xiaohu will be forced back. Knight does have that teleport available, and Xiaohu doesn't, so there's going to be one thing to keep an eye on here. Back is canceled, and it'll be a flash for flash.
Okay, and Knight there, I think with the electrocute and a double Q, probably still doesn't have the damage, but was looking for it anyway. Gonna have the miss, so
Bin walked up a little bit too far here. Think that Light and Crisp were gone, so he's gonna get punished pretty hard for it.
I mean, it's just really difficult to try and find the damage this early on. Kai'Sa went back to base and picked up a refillable potion, so this is base damage as Kai'Sa, looking to get through a Gwen who gets a couple of extra resists for being in the mist as well. Even though, you know, it's a good little play for BLG, they don't quite find, or for Waver, excuse me, they don't really find anything from this. Bin has teleport as well, so he's able to catch that wave and can still go back to the bot lane with that teleport if he needs to. I think this is a really smart early game play from our 2024 champions, as Elk is free farming. They're constantly freezing this top side, and finally Weibo have bowed out of that. They've forced Breathe to recall, walk him down to that bot side, but Breathe has got 2 CS in the time of that lane swap, where Bin has been able to farm up probably 3 waves.
Yeah, this is brutal right now, just seeing Breathe so far behind, and really the linchpin of your composition, right? You gave him, you know, the late pick here, and the fact that he is now at 15 CS. He's finally in the heads up again against Bin, but he's just going to be so far behind. You're going to need to find a way to actually get him going. But the problem is, it feels like it's going to have to wait, because these early objectives, specifically these grubs in 2 minutes, are so important.
Summon a heal there to make sure that Elk can keep the freeze on the top side, as you know, you've got spellbook, so it's not the end of the world. Swaps over to that teleport, and it's going to give a opportunity to come down to the dragon if there is a fight around it. But I do want to see, again, and I'm liking this from our junglers, a lot more action around this mid lane. We've got
-1.
relatively immobile mid laners, as we do see one cannon sorely getting missed. And if we can see some junglers make some impact in that mid lane, try and find an early advantage, that could be a way to find a gold lead in a really good lane.
On a one for the re-engage here. He's going to take a lot of damage back. This means that Elk is able to free fire. This Unara champion can just seemingly trade back on their own, but now Tien set up for a dive here.
Hello.
He's going to cancel On's back using the pillar.
Xiaohu will do it using the wall.
Yep. All right. See what you
Yeah,
got,
only
Weibo
bot
Gaming.
base.
Can you execute this? Double knockup is there. Crypt has to flash out. They're going to be able to find Elk for first blood, but now Knight is in from behind. Nobody's tanking up a turret yet, though. He's able to only get a little bit of damage down, so a really clean play from Weibo.
Honestly, a very solid performance and a very solid dive by Weibo there. They find Elk, which is the important target. He doesn't burn flash, so he's still got that when he recognizes that there's nothing really for him to do. But he loses out on a lot of that wave, and again, we talked about the fact that for BLG, they'd spent so long swapping around and putting Elk into a good position. Making him lose out on a couple of minions up on that top side is going to offset some of the work that was done by this BLG side. So we'd like to see that from Weibo, that they weren't just sitting back and letting BLG out-map move them. And now Crisp, even on this bot side, looking to bin.
All Alright, Ben forced to walk off. Everything's okay there. As Knight is going to hit the between worlds. They're going to look for Xiaohu. Is on his way. Good sidestep, too. Xiaohu, his goose is cooked, man. Weaver's wall is not going to be up in time. He does not really have the mana either. Close to the turret. Yeah, he's just cooked. He's just done. He had nowhere to go. Knight just going to get a kill.
I guess it was about trying to make sure the Rel didn't get an assist, and in fairness, that was successful, but maybe there's a world where he can just backstep and walk out to safety, hope that the cooldowns from Knight aren't long enough. Either way, it stays too long, and, you know, almost quintessential Xiaohu moment at this stage in 2025. He's caught out on a side lane without really, I don't want to say any reason, but when he gets ganked, he dies, and that feels all too familiar.
Just insufficient vision, right? There's absolutely no wards up there now. Weibo have complete control of these grubs. Looks like they're going to be able to secure at least one of them. We'll see if BLG fancy themselves a fight. There's multiple members up on this top side. Second grub going to go down, so Weibo, again, is there. He will be able to smite the last one away. And all right, Weibo Gaming getting grubs for themselves. Very good for Bree.
And then looking at that split push, you know, as the game gets later on, you do really tend to not want your Aurora nor Talia to be looking to focus those turrets down, so it really is all about these top laners, and I think that it's more important for Weibo that they deny it from Bin more than that they get it for the Ambessa. But Xiaohu, once again, this time able to weave his wall himself just a bit out to safety. I'd like to think they can just put a wall down, maybe, you know? This is the second time that's happened.
Yeah, man, it is really not great. On Elk, a bit of a split fight here. So they'll be both forced off, taking the poor end of a trade. There's a lot of action is still going on around the top side of the map, even though there's not all too much to fight for. We don't have a Dragon for 3 more minutes. We don't have a Herald for 5 more minutes. And, you know, really, I think this does favor BLG. That's less time that the other guys have to scale up has been. So they're going to maybe take out Breathe, but the last part of the ultimate will not land.
I did want to call back a little bit to this top matchup where it's Breathe who had the answer, had the counter pick to the Gwen. This Gwen pick that honestly got let way too late into the draft was picked in the final phase for BLG. This wasn't a B1 Gwen, which we've sometimes seen. This was let through to second phase, and Weibo were quite happy to give this over to Bin. They thought, yeah, Breathe's Ambessa, that's the answer, and especially for Weibo, with Breathe being such a consistent part of this team, maybe they're expecting things to go a little bit better. However, Bin has been on top of form. He had a really good freeze early on. They made a nice swap play to give an advantage over to the Gwen, and also to deny Breathe quite heavily. And since then, we're seeing already that Bin is paying that forward, where he's able to force the Ambessa out of lane, where he's able to actually force a swap to come through as well.
Yeah, it's really disappointing that Weibo really didn't help him out a whole lot. I mean, you know, Kai'Sa does have some power early, but generally speaking, she's a bit of one of the weaker AD carries early on in the game. And I think your strongest member here is Breathe. I don't really think you need to do much for Xiaohu playing this Talia, so I was very sad to see that they kind of just left Breathe on an island and said, hey buddy, you're getting the regular top lane experience here.
Unfortunately has been, I'll say, not unable to deal with it, but has certainly received the short end of the stick and isn't having a good time whilst that's happening. We can see that BLG are at least under a little bit of fire currently on this bot side. Bin looking to be the focus, but look at the minimap. On's on his way. And this probably stops them.
Comes to there, teleport coming through. It's a good seismic shove as Bin has forced the flash away. He will be able to survive.
On Q flash there misses, means that they're not able to find an attempted trade kill back. But Chris pops the ulti, really good play attempted by Weibo, and just the presence from the Rel means that they can't go too much further. Keeps the Gwen alive, who's now able to teleport up to this top side. As Knight spots Crisp.
Okay, flash headbutt. Let's see if they're able to find Knight. Tian on the way. On is a little far back. Seismic shove there. Between worlds, he does get to the other side. And it's another good attempt from Weibo, but foiled once again by BLG.
I think that's really overzealous from Crisp. I'm going to be honest, I don't think there's ever a world where you kill Knight there, but the fact that they've gone for the play does net them a lot of time alone with this turret.
Whoa,
Take
boy,
3.
Here we go, diving again. Magnet Storm is there, Light's going to fly in. It's going to end up being a 1-for-1 when the dust settles.
And they'll be able to find this turret down on the bot side, you'd like to think, with Kraken plus Trundle plus 3 grubs as well. This will be Weibo taking first, Brick taking that 1-for-1. And importantly, the gold going on to the Kaiser. So for Weibo, who we said they're getting kind of handled when we're looking at the early game macro, they're the ones now moving around the map, finding plays and putting themselves in an advantageous position.
Yeah, really good shout there, as BLG kind of just taking it easy so far. Shadow hasn't really had too much of an impact on the game. He is going to start up with the second dragon, as Crisp is here in the area trying to clear out this ward, but he's going to land a good pulverize there. No seismic shove to be had, but this does force BLG off of the dragon right now.
Shadow has PvE'd his way up to a Trinity Force, where Tian's done it the traditional jungle way of finding at least a couple of assists, ethical jungling, getting those couple of kill participation. But now BLG a little bit more reinforced, looking to start this up. There are no TPs from our top lane, so this is a 4 versus 4.
On a split off, that doesn't mean he can take a creative angle. He doesn't have Hex Flash or anything. Big
double flip.
Seismic shove. Dragon's going to be secured. Shadow once in. He's going to knock up 2, and he's going to look for a little bit more on. Disrupted on the knockup, and he's going to get blown up immediately as Weibo want more. Elk is going to be able to dash up the wall. Here's the Weaver's wall, and that means it's big trouble for Shadow as he goes down 2. Weibo Gaming take the fight, and they're going to look for Knight next.
And they've just got that front line that's just a little bit better. Crisp is able to stand strong, and Knight dancing around here, gets hit with the pillar.
Oh, he's got good damage. He's going to flash away, but nobody's really there to help him. His ultimate's not up for 5 more seconds, and with all these rocks getting thrown at his face, he will not have a chance as Xiaohu gets his 3rd.
Yeah, and just thinking that maybe he can flash to buy space and trade one of those back without Tien having the subjugate to buy a little bit more tankiness. Not really the case as Weibo take a commanding lead of this game. 600 mid, 600 AD, and importantly as well, Tien doing very well in that jungle role. Got about a 1,000 gold advantage over the Wukong. Love to see how this all broke down to begin with. So unfortunate states. It's a great flick from Zhao, who started off half HP before the fight really even begins. And then when Shadow goes in, you can see there's just that little bit too much tentative footing from Elk. He hops over the wall, doesn't really want to be a part of the fight. Knight doesn't have his ulti because Weibo burned it on a prior bot dive. And all of those things just add up a little bit too much.
Here we go, another pick, and on just gets
07
removed
brother
from
on.
his side of the map. A seismic shove, a headbutt,
That's more reminiscent
and a
of what we
kill
saw
over to Light as the Rift
from
Herald
BLG.
is
And
now
then
going to be
SI
started by
on
Weibo,
just throwing
playing this
fights
game
back.
at a breakneck pace.
I think my internet did a little bit of something funny there. Apologies to everybody if that ended up causing some problems.
Well, another seismic shove here as the Between Worlds is
What is
gone.
happening?
Weibo Gaming, they're just picking up kills for free.
I mean, and this is Chris again. I want to say having a little bit of a masterclass on the Alistair, just finding people, knocking them into danger, and killing them pretty much without any confusion. Xiaohu's been along for the ride as well. 100% kill participation for the mid laner of Weibo Gaming. Quite rightly getting this, 15-minute MVP award. That, I mean,
my goodness,
find Shadow on the top side. Has he got wall? Can't chase him down. But you can see that, honestly, the Xiaohu Talir is something that was weirdly set up for by BLG. The double bans of Azir and Orianna from BLG on blue side, for then Weibo to give them Yunara as a trade. We'll see if this ends up working out for them in the long run. But in the mid game, at the very least, getting Xiaohu Talir is proving very, very worth it.
Yeah, they said, okay, go ahead and go pick this Talia. We're going to make you beat us on that champion. And Xiaohu was just having such a fantastic game. I'm glad that you shouted out Crisp as well, who's just absolutely bullying on and just preventing any potential engage for him to actually start any of these fights or hop into any of these fights.
You can see that it's been a much slower paced game for BLG just in general. Not really had any form of purchase into any of these early game fights that have happened. It has all been Weibo dictating what happens post that sort of 5-10 minute marker where we were looking at a really good lane swap from BLG.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't talked about is take a look at the CS differential in the top lane. It's even right now with waves both coming in. Like, Breathe has done a great job of, recovering in this lane. Yes, the action's been away from him, but that's been good. Weibo has been winning on the other side of the map. They've been evening things up on the top side. This is exactly what we wanted to see happen to Breathe, is find a way back in.
I don't know that he's had necessarily the most help to be able to do it. Maybe the occasional hover from one of his junglers, but and I say one of his junglers sort of tongue-in-cheek because Crisp has been everywhere, Xiaohu's been everywhere, and honestly Tien as the jungler has the least kill participation of the three of them. But with Weibo having a very good firm grasp over this mid-game, they've got a 3k gold lead, they've got a strong advantage in that mid-jungle role. It's about how well can they push this now. Again, as the game gets later, they're going to have to deal with a Gwen coming into these teamfights. They're going to have to deal with Elfa Nunara, who, whilst having one of those 3 losses, we know the champion is very strong in its own right, so it's something to bear in mind. But they've got a dragon spawning in 30 seconds. They need to stop the stacking from BLG, and I expect this to be where either the game turns back into being this really close fight, or where Weibo starts to run away with it.
Yeah, and if you're BLG and the fight doesn't look good, just let it go, because you do have these late game carries that you can rely on. Park the bus a little bit, because you do have, again, those first 2 dragons. It's okay. You've bought yourself an extra 10 minutes of gameplay at worst. We are going to see Rift Herald and Teleport getting used in the mid lane here as Weibo really investing into taking down this dragon.
Yeah, I was going to say, this all just says, we want this dragon. If they wanted to, they could stand, they could hit, look for the tier 1 turret. It's like on a stiff breeze away from falling down. You can see Tien already starting that up. They're just going to try and focus getting all of this gold into the rest of their carries. With Knight on that top side, he's going to find that tier 1 turret. You see Shadow took away the Raptors, might have looked to take away the Smokes as well, but actually looking at it, Knight doesn't particularly have a good way to take that turret, and he's got a long way to run if he wants to get away from Breeze.
Yep. Oh, public execution lands flush. Now Knight is going to try to hop away using the Between Worlds. Breathe won't be able to chase him down. Well, maybe Xiaohu can get there in time, because guess what? You're on the wrong side of the tracks, buddy.
Has he got TP?
He does have TP. Oh, does see him.
Later.
Seismic Shove is late, so he does miraculously find a way out.
But even still, that's ulti, that's TP, all for Breathe to be able to walk up, catch his wave, defends the top tier 1 turret. And you know, Knight again sticking around maybe just a little bit too long, but he's able to live, so we can discuss whether or not we think that's worthwhile or whether it's not, as we get to see in picture how we saw On, it looks like, forced out of a little bit of danger, the Rel Flash going down whilst that play on the top side was happening. So On and the rest of BLG losing out constantly across this map. Yes, they do have some good scaling aspects, but Weibo don't really look like they're going to let them get there.
And it's so tough to lose that flash because you just don't have Hex Flash. We all know that Hex Flash is a really important skill to have on some of these engaged supports, and unfortunately, when you go Spellbook, sometimes it means that, hey, you really can't go for that Hex Flash, and that means this engage is going to be a little bit harder because this Otacon is getting burnt down below 7,000 HP. We'll see if BLG actually want to get in there. I know that Otacon shreds a whole lot, but they won't actually be able to, as Weibo get it for free.
And Yanni, I think they want to get in there. I think the problem is that they can't. That trying to contest there is just so difficult. They have to walk through Trundle Pillar, through Talia, launching pebbles at them, through Void Seekers from the Kai'Sa as well. And the second that the jungler gets close, he gets headbutted away, and then immediately we see another ulti on the top side.
Well, another public execution, but the minions stayed alive. So now it's time for Bin to try to turn this around onto Breathe. Just not any damage coming out from this Gwen right now. Is Breathe looking to step on some of these honey fruits, but Bin can heal up just a little bit. Light is now showing up to the party. Shadow is here. Light ults over the wall. Might find himself in a little bit of trouble. Bin's trying to get away. Shadow going to follow up on the Light. Here comes On. They're going to be able to find the Kai'Sa. Now they're going to turn on to Breathe. Tien on the way. Drops the pillar to try to get Breathe out of there, but On and Shadow are sticking on him. Here comes Crisp trying to bodyguard. Breathe will find a way out, but it is 1-0 BLG.
Saving Private Bin works out well for them. They're able to find a kill onto Light, which is really important. And one of the frequent issues that Light has on this Kai'Sa is that he's just a little bit too aggressive, not quite taking into account where everybody on the map could be. And this is one of those instances where that costs him dearly. You know, he sees on a ward that the Wukong's there, but decides that instead of trying to play a little bit safer, go straight in. Yes, he thinks that he can kill Bin and maybe get out to safety, but Shadow, with a perfect read on the flash, just hops over the wall with the clone. Make sure that that Kai'Sa can go nowhere. Good pillar from Tien here, keeps his top laner alive as well, and the flash in tandem helps them out. But BLG doing a great job here at maybe just finding a small glimpse of an avenue back into the game.
Anything that can buy you more time is exactly what you want as BLG, and I respect Light for trying to push the pace of the game, especially because generally at this point you are a bit stronger. Remember, we do think that BLG has quite a bit better scaling when you look at the Yunara, when you look at the Gwen, compared to just LPL Kai'Sa for Light. But On, once again, just going to get ticked off here. Again, it's the problems that he's had from Split 2 rearing their head again here.
Yeah, just I mean, a little too far forward. Where's his team? Where is the support? Why are we
Flash.
thinking that that's okay? And he cost himself dearly. So this now gives Weibo, again, really good control over the bot side jungle. We're looking at a Drake spawning in a minute's time, where BLG aren't going to have really any control over that bot side. And Shadow's got clone, he'll be able to hop over the wall without too much difficulties. But at this stage in the game, Yunara's not too strong, right? We've got Kraken Slayer, we've got Runans. This is 25% crit chance with the third hit dealing a little bit of bonus damage. But looking at how well this Yunara is pumping the damage out, it's not really that high.
Yeah, not quite there yet. Now, when you transcend oneself, you get the buff on all of your auto attacks, that automatic splash damage. It does add up, but yeah, he's not hitting hard up front. You know, not every auto attack is doing 250 damage.
It's a bit like Zeri almost, if people are a little bit unfamiliar with the Yunara kit. When your ulti's up, you're doing really well. As soon as that goes down.
All right, well, we're going all in on Crisp. That's the issue. And Knight has been found on trying to get a good engage on here, but Elk is free hitting, but Breathe is now on the back line, misses the public execution, and now he's caught in the middle of 5 members. They're going to be able to shut him down. BLG will force Weibo away.
And they're looking like they're heading up towards the top side here. I mean, with Kai'Sa with a Ginsu, it's not out of the realms of possibility that they can shred the Baron when it spawns, but there's 50 seconds on the timer for that. It's the tier 2 turret that they're looking for. And they might be able to get it, but they're going to lose the Dragon. BLG are going to get themselves up to Soul Point, and it's an instance where Elk is free hitting in these fights, where actually the fact that Knight goes low isn't particularly important because he uses his ulti in the middle of the fight. He puts down a ton of damage, and that is what Weibo can do with that timer that BLG spent on the map doing the Dragon.
Weibo efficiently going to grab a turret for themselves, put a little bit more gold in their pockets to kind of stem the bleeding of that play, but meanwhile, Bin got his own. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, so like you say, engaging onto the Alistair, not the best bet. Elk does a good job at getting himself out of danger, but look at the damage that Knight's able to put down in between worlds lands, and actually Shadow is once again doing a lot of work in the backline. I think he probably could have taken down Light if he'd have committed to going for it. Instead, he commits to being a peel-centric Wukong here as he tries to come back and save his backline, but I honestly think that Shadow there, playing a little bit too scared, could have probably found a little bit more off the back of it and forced Weibo to be in an even worse spot. Nevertheless, BLG still take that Dragon, put themselves to Soul Point, and that gold lead, which was 4K, is now 2.5, and does it really matter if you're down in gold when you win fights?
It's another public execution that yields nothing. It's just an ult for ult trade, and eventually you have to start seeing some results out of this Ambessa that you gave such a late hit.
And especially since you gave the Gwen over knowing that this was going to be your answer. I think that's the more important part, is that this was the ideal situation really for Weibo, where they know that they're going to give over the Gwen to answer it with this Ambessa, who is down not necessarily a full item, but hasn't completed that second item just yet, has even opted into a very defensive route with this more of Malmortius, trying to be picked up as that second item, or at least the Hex Drink is starting that trend. Where we've got Bin actually, who's up 400 gold, the only member on his team who's actually doing well, gets given this incredibly powerful pick for himself, and is seemingly the only part of the BLG squad that has made it work in totality.
Now, if I'm Weibo, I'm looking to fight because my Kai'Sa now has 3 completed items and is leaving the base. You just have to wait for Light to actually get there. He's got both of his summoners up too. I don't think there's much of a better time to fight BLG, but the problem is if it goes wrong, Rude Dude, that could be the game.
Yeah, especially when Elk doesn't have that Infinity Edge either. Looking at the Yunara's items, we're sat just agonizingly close, right? 1275 gold, waiting for that Infinity Edge to be finished. Unfortunately, not quite there yet. As Weibo looking to ingress, looking to really flex their muscles here, especially with the Kai'Sa, just off in the wings, has got the range to be able to kill Instinct in. You can see that this is a full-on ARAM moment as Weibo were able to clear out this mid-wave. We've got Baron spawning, or spawned rather. Drake's not live for another couple of minutes, but for the time being, Weibo looks forward.
Double knock up there, but he's forced off. He's got 75% HP. He's going to Ghost, heal up from the fruit. see BLG. It looks like they're looking for an aggressive angle, but they're fine.
They're all just taunting one another.
Okay, Weaver's wall, they catch on once again. He's going to flash away, try to get to his team. Public execution onto the back line. Breathe, has to flash out, has been sticking on him. A lot of big health bars for Weibo. They just need to find a way to turn the fight, give Light some purchase to be able to hit these guys. Shadow being forced away, down below half HP as Light rifles away. Breathe gets that kill, and Weibo want more. They smell blood in the water. Crisp is getting forced away. Bin able to hop over the wall and escape. But Weibo, what will they do?
They'll settle for the kill on Shadow, and the question is, are they going to TP Breathe back in? Do they want to have an attempt at this Baron? It doesn't look like BLG particularly care. And they're just going to net the Baron off of this. One pick, one fight that just barely goes Weibo's way. BLG have nothing to say. Weibo Gaming find the big purple worm.
And it's going to be so hard for BLG to go and fight for this dragon and get this soul, because these lanes are going to start pushing in favor of Weibo once they get everybody back on the map and all set up. We do see Light at half HP. He's going to have to back. He chose not to, so that will waste a little bit of time of this Baron.
I think that the Drake probably going to be an afterthought for Weibo. Would like to see if they can just push these waves and make sure that they are, you know, using this Baron for the most time possible. I think looking at the Dragon is going to waste the time that you've got with the Baron, and again, we do think that this BLG composition is going to be happy that time is being bought. Not losing out on inhibitors on this Baron is a win for them. With Weibo spending time heading toward the bot side, heading toward the Dragon here, it's not accomplishing the goal that a Baron wants.
Yeah, looks like they're really just content to say, hey, we don't want you getting soul. We do see an exhaust down on the Knight. Crisp gets stunned, but he fights through it. Looks for more on. Gonna pull him in with a Magnet Storm as Crisp is getting lower. And Shadow got stunned on the side.
Dear.
And he's low and he's
No.
dead. Light takes him out. Can Weibo find more? Public execution doesn't land, but Knight goes back to back on the Between Worlds,
Look at Bin, look at
breaking their ankles, and now Bin looks for more. Tien is low, so is On, but Bin gets stunned. It is taken down by Breathe. Light flies in, he finds On. Here comes Xiaohu, looking to kill Elk. Seismic shove, but he's still alive, and he's hitting, but he's the only one alive, and he will fall. It is an ace for Weibo.
And with the Baron at their back, surely they can look to just take so many structures in the base here. Why aren't they just looking for the game, it feels like? 35 seconds on Knight, 35 seconds on Elk. You have double carries, just end the game.
Shadow is up in 7. I guess that's what they're worried about.
Alright. Yeah, fine. They'll take the Drake, they'll stop it, they'll put themselves in a really good position still. It's a bit too risky to go for an end of the game here. If they lose out here, I mean, they'll just be a bit further behind than maybe they would have anticipated themselves being. This is the safe play by Weibo, and it keeps them very much in control, which is the important part. Here's the replay, really, of how this all starts off. It's again Crisp just catching Knight really with an exhaust, looking for that engagement. And then once again, BLG looking for a bit of a fight on an Alistair. But the Unraveled Earth goes down, catches Shadow. It's the timing from Xiaohu that once again turns the tides off this fight. A good flash about keeps him out to safety from the public execution. But Bin here, he doesn't do enough with his W, unfortunately. He gets caught out, and the timing from Xiaohu, once again, the second the W falls, Xiaohu's there, ready with the seismic shove to pull the Gwen back in. Crucially, Bin's R3 went wide, so he wasn't really able to catch any damage or really take anybody from Weibo down with it.
Yeah, and I love that you pointed out that Bin not doing enough. Shadow, that early stun. You're taking a look at your main and secondary engage out of On and Shadow, and they're just not getting the job done. We're going in on Alistar. We're not able to get off impactful cyclones. And then your main carry that you built the team around, yes, Elk will get strong later, but Bin, the guy that gave this Gwen, even in the face of a potential counter pick, just not able to get it done. And it feels like, especially for Shadow, a continuation of the struggles in their last game versus AL.
Still yet time for him to redeem himself. I mean, in the last, I'm going to say 15 minutes, he's picked up a pickaxe and a longsword.
Knight.
Oh, Knight.
Go between worlds, so we will be able to get out, but that is tough.
Yeah, I mean, and just having to burn your ulti like that does mean that if you spot anybody from Weibo who's a little bit too far forward, you then can't look to pop them on this Aurora, which is one of her key strengths. It also means that with not having really the HP bar to defend, Weibo are going to get this tier 2 turret. Again, they're doing this without the Baron, which spawns in another couple of minutes on that top side. So Weibo finding that structure, it's going to be really big for them. They were hoping to get that little bit of gold that was standing on the bottom side of the map before they look to do the Baron dance and just have as much gold as possible in their back pockets for when that happens.
When all said and done, BLG, it's not over for them yet. You know, it's only the middle inhibitor, so you're going to be shoving out mid most of the time anyway. No other base structures have fallen. Yes, you've lost a lot of purchase on the map, but it's okay as long as you're able to reclaim it in time to force some sort of fight, and don't allow Weibo Gaming to try to take anything for free.
Mortal Reminder built for Elk.
Uh-oh.
Knight, no ulti, no flash.
No, Knight just pushed up too far, and he's going to go down.
A criminal mistake, really, from the BLG mid laner, especially without your ultimate. You can't go for that wave, but Crisp wants even more.
On has to flash up, but guess what? He's going to die soon, too. He will be able to find a way out, but again, that's another major cooldown on this Rel gone.
Yeah, rare blunder from the BLG mid laner, one of the players who we talked about being, you know, such a linchpin for them through Split 2, somebody who's been so impactful for them in Split 3. And twice in a row gets caught out. The first time he's got the bailout with his ulti, but second time round in such quick succession, goes down without a trace. It's going to give Weibo all the control of this top side, all the ability to take down that tier 2. Baron spawning in 30 seconds time. We look at those items. Mortal Reminder finished for Elk. 3 items finished for Knight. It's not like they're weak if they find these fights. It's about getting into position to do the damage in itself.
Yahoo is going to teleport over to the mid lane here. Careful, he doesn't have a flash. He's going to see him engage on the On here. They're going to try to turn around on TN. Maybe looking for Breathe over on the side, but On just gets blown up. There's nothing that BLG can do. And now it's a 5v4. Shadow gets to the back line, but it might be too little too late. Breathe pulling the attention of multiple members on the other side. Shadow will fall with nobody around him to save him. Crisp going in, not quite landing. That pulverizes Bin, looking to take over this fight. He's all alone, but he's chopping away at Crisp like a steak knife. It's a 4v3.
Removes the front line, removes the engage from Weibo. I don't think that it's enough. Shadow's down. They've not really got any range to work with. Light just needs to land one W really and can really turn the tides of the whole thing.
Bin got slowed. Tiana's just going to try to run him down. Bin needs to try to turn this around, but survive at the same time. It's tough. You have to do two different things if you want to do both of them, but he's going to get caught by the seismic shove and die anyway.
Xiaohu has been on point with these shoves. 18 out of 18 kill participation. Just landing seismic shoves left and right. Picking people out, starting these fights, and being the secondary engage for Weibo that we didn't know that they needed.
He's had a couple of oopsies on side waves, but honestly, outside of those mistakes, a pretty damn flawless game, dude. This guy has been playing so well, especially having to go and take on Knight. You know that Xiaohu has got that great pedigree, and he hasn't just shown it this year. That's the issue, but here in Game 1 against BLG really showing up. Now the question is, can BLG fight back with a double Cyclone there as Weibo pushed up a little too far, but they actually can't close out on any of these kills.
Breathe and Tien able to just barely stand firm between a little bit of health, a little bit of healing from the Subjugate and the Ambessa shielding on top of the Eclipse as well, able to actually get out to safety. I thought that might be a bit of a turning point. Maybe that would be the way for BLG to find their way back into the pit, but Xiaohu found some great damage onto On. He's got Spellbook TP, he's going to go back to base, try and get back into this. The Dragon is denied, and BLG should just leave. This isn't a fight that they want to try to take. If they can get Shadow in for a steal, then great. There was no soul, no pressure on that Drake specifically, but that will not be the same story in 5 minutes' time.
And it just feels so bad if you're BLG, right? You go and you almost get 2 kills there, and they're both so low, and you think, okay, well, maybe we can go and take this Dragon. We can get the soul, and some of these fights are close, and it can put us over the top, and just not being able to find a way in after that. Again, just On not having these go buttons because they get burnt from some silly side lane plays is really hampering BLG's ability to take over a fight and try to fight back against it.
It's a tricky spot to find yourself in because realistically, who else is face checking? You could maybe send Shadow, but he's not got a sight stone, right? This isn't Season 7 where we just have junglers walking on with wards. We're waiting really for On to go in and try and put some wards down. But he's so squishy at this stage, he's got to lock it to try and do a little bit, whichever spellbook summoner he's opted into. Nevertheless, he's doing it without the support of his team, which is the real criminal activity that we need to report on here. Because he doesn't have his teammates behind him, he's walking in and getting chunked out and getting taken down. And they're not able to contribute to those fights, and he also can't be the engaged then that his team needs.
Do we think that maybe it's worthwhile for Knight to pick up a far side alteration instead of a sweep? I mean, you know, Aurora wants those flanks, but you have to make sure that On has a clear path.
It's a tricky situation, really, because what are they looking to ward up to? They've got a very clear one-way in, one-way out situation when you're penned into your base like this. Bin hops forward!
Yeah, over the wall. Yeah, Bin said, hey, we need to do something, guys. But he quickly gets denied. Knight going to take a lot of damage himself as the siege is on. The bottom inhibitor turret will fall crisp once more.
Oh, that's Xiaohu's flash as well.
Won't be able to get it, but yeah, that is a big flash burn on both sides. The bottom inhibitor will fall, and Weibo Gaming will walk it out.
Honestly, for Weibo, that's job done. The fact that they find the inhibitor down there, they're able to now use the permanent pressure of, or permanent, I say 3.5 minutes of pressure that the inhibitor gives you. Constant pushing side waves, super minions creating pressure every single wave, and it means that somebody from BLG has to answer just on the right timing as well. Baron spawns in 2 minutes 40, so we get to see a little bit of an effort on that top side of the map, but Soul spawns as well in 2:30, so got this decision-making situation for these two teams. Who's going to want what? Who's going to go to which objective? But with Weibo having this 10k gold lead, Yanni,
yeah,
really the world should be their oyster.
Yeah, it doesn't feel super safe because we did talk about how, hey, if this game goes super long, BLG, scaling, it'll come online eventually. We're almost 40 minutes into this game, Rudude. Weibo has been in complete control for a while now, but again, they just still haven't been able to put BLG away. And if you let a team like this hang around and hang around and hang around, eventually you will be the ones to make a mistake, and they may find the angle.
Yeah, already this game, Yanni, we've seen BLG find fights when they were disadvantaged. There was a little situation where they were 4k gold down 15 minutes into this game, and just found like a little fight. It wasn't big, it wasn't massive, but it did enough to slow the roll of Weibo, and now BLG have got a fully stacked Yunara. Elk completes the Guardian Angel. And this is as strong as the Yunara is going to get, short of selling boots. Finding that final item. Both of our AD carries at pretty much max capacity. Light sat on this stasis. The one-time stasis before we can go back to base, upgrade into a stopwatch for that every couple of minutes activation. He's gone for a slightly off the beaten track build path with the Terminus thrown in at 4th item. Usually you see either a heavy commit to the AP afterwards, or, you know, building into a fully on-hit style without the Nash's Tooth, but you see a very hybrid build by Light here. This is the calm before the storm.
We're getting there, we're getting there. 40 seconds on the Soul, 45 seconds on the Baron.
And again, for these two teams, and importantly, these two top laners, we gave Breathe really quite a hard time early on.
Good sidestep there. Does have to burn the Ghost. Breathe, it's off on the side. Off from vision toggle. See if BLG recognize it. They will be able to spot out public execution. They get on top of Knight. Knight's got to hop over the wall. Breathe. Say okay as the Weaver's wall is down now too. These are some big cooldowns worked by Weibo for nothing.
Elk has no ult. Elk has no ult though, and this Yunara now, you know, we talked about it being a bit Zeri cop-out, where if you don't have Yunara ult, if you don't have Zeri ult, you're 60% of the champion. Now without the ultimate, yeah, that's the same case for Yunara, but Weibo, they're sending members already up to it, and that slightly desync time of that 15 seconds was all they needed.
All right, we're going to see them go in on the Crisp here, but it's just not enough. He's chunked to just over 50%. On's over on the side. He has that flash available. Could be his time to make the big engage that we've been waiting for. But BLG are completely forced off. Weibo death balling around.
They don't have a way to get into the fight though. Yes, you'll see a great fight or a great flank potentially from On. He might be able to catch Weibo off guard. But who's going to follow up on that? Shadow maybe with a good angle. Maybe Bin can get in there with flash as well. You can just see that the Rel finally looks like it's about to go back to base. They don't have vision on the Baron. So the Spellbook TP back out to safety. I think the Weibo sort of playing with that in mind. Hold on, we don't see the Rel. We don't know where On was. And until they've reclaimed control over their jungle, they're going to make sure that everything's okay. And now they see the Rel. Now they know that it's safe.
Yeah, somebody needs to answer the spot wave. And Elk is saying, like, guys, I want to join the team here because I'm full build. Like, Bin isn't going to grab this wave. Knight isn't going to grab this wave. A lot of worries on the side of BLG here just because they have such a distinct lack of vision. But here we go. Crisp is going to get engaged on, taking below half HP as Elk does so much damage at this point.
Yeah, and he had no ulti, Crisp, importantly. He is now back up and available, but in that brief overlap, there was no ultimate ready.
They're just ripping
these Ws from Light. They're on a
teleporting to the base. Breathe is teleporting into the base. Here we go. The fight's going to start. They're going to immediately blow up on. And Weibo looks for more. Guess who's in the base? It's Breathe. Bin is teleporting back in himself. But now it's an odd man out. Shadow's going to secure the Baron.
Recall.
But BLG are stuck.
Get out of there, BLG.
Stuck. He dashes to the side. He manages to find one. Shadow is in the back. He's waffling around what he wants to do. Elk is going to flash away, try to stay alive, but he gets hit with the seismic shoving down Light. Gets close to Knight because of it, and they blow him up. Shadow goes over the wall, but guess who's golden? It's Light. The knockup is there. It's the damage. They do find Knight, and he flashes over the wall, but Tien is going to immediately chase after him and take him out too, as Weibo win the fight but lose the Baron.
Bin needs to desperately clear minions. This is going to be at the very minimum double inhib falling. Xiao, who has teleport to get back into the base. It's about what can Bin do in the face of 3 angry Weibo Gaming topside members. With a Baron at his back, can he hold the line for 30 more seconds? He's got On at his side as well here, but there's still so long on the carries respawning from BLG.
On does have exhaust, keep that in mind, so that will be big on either one of these targets that want to chop down these turrets. They're going to look for Breathe first, as Tien is going to continue to hit away. Here goes the first turret, it's going to fall. On goes in, as Bin trying to get the damage that he can, but he's got to go golden. On is stuck in the pillar, Bin fades back and he heals a ton!
Flush.
He heals a ton, but he can't get any farther forward, as Xiaohu putting down the rock stuns him and allows Tien to walk away.
Elk's up, Knight's up, and Bin and On do the dirty work in the base. Another base defense by BLG that keeps them just barely ticking in this first game. It's a absolute barn burner for a game number 1 here. 44 minutes in, 7 dragons, 2-3 barons. And now with Bin having this baron, maybe BLG can start to try and find a way into the base of Weibo. But On, throwing away his life, goes far too far forward. They're just too split. They don't really know what it is that they need to do here. So many split decisions. I think Shadow getting this Baron is a massive godsend. The game would be over if that hadn't have happened. But Shadow, if he just recalls here, Knight, if he just recalls here, they can clear waves, and all that they've done is lost Baron for the sake of maybe 1, maybe 2 members. I think that Shadow, again, finding Light in this play is honestly a really big deal. And Shadow having, honestly, 2 really clutch moments where he secures the Baron and takes down the AD carry. Probably, despite the 2-5 and 1 scoreline, going to go a bit under the radar. But if BLG win this game, it's because Shadow saved it right there.
Now we have less than 2 minutes until this Elder Dragon is up. Light's barrier will be up in time, but his flash should still be on cooldown. Elk, this is going to take a little bit of time too, so you're going to have some opportunities to go after these AD carries if a fight immediately breaks out. But for BLG, everything's a-okay right now. They're still farming up these minions, getting Bin big. He's on 4 items. Knight also on his 4.
And they're working towards Shadow getting a Guardian Angel at this point. The ability to stay in a fight for that little bit longer is really important. So giving the Wukong a GA is the tool that they're after at the minute, funneling as many of these minions as possible into the Monkey King with a minute left on that Elder Drake spawn. That's the timer for BLG. Can they get Shadow this gold in that window? Can they get out onto the map to really assess any way into this game as well, into that jungle? Because I'm sure if we toggle the vision, there's absolutely nothing for BLG on that bot side. Them trying to get anywhere into that bot side jungle, having even a sniff at that Elder is going to be damn right impossible.
You're going to have to force their way in, dude, and I have no idea how the hell they're going to manage that, but you have to try, because if you just let the Elder go for 0, you know, you're probably going to lose the game. A hot take. Bin has finished his 5th item, so now we're just waiting on Knight. You see BLG congregating in this mid lane. We've been bringing up the rear. You see a ghost get popped from On.
Well, Just looking at those summoner spells. Elk will have flash in about 20 seconds time. Light, probably a minute and 20 seconds, so that little bit longer. Peppering away with those skill shots. No flash for Knight either.
Okay, up is there. Just a bit chunked slightly. Nothing too crazy. We do see Breathe is on the bottom side in this jungle. This is now in the Chicken's pit. Crisp once in. He's been stunned. Shadow goes in. Crisp getting bursted. Seismic shove there. The Shadow is so low. He's burning away, but he does have that GA. He will stay alive for right now. Has been once in 2. There are a lot of Weibo health bars are healthy, and there's the public execution taking the GA. Here comes the Weaver's Wall as well. Big double knockup coming through. As Bin is in trouble on the side, he's gonna go golden. Light flies in. He's full HP as he's looking to do damage, and he gets bursted out. He's gone golden. Bin and Elk are just running the fight. Knight on the backside too. Elk pushing forward with the auto attacks, and BLG win the fight. 3 for 2, and are looking to maybe end the game.
They've got a wave in the mid lane, and they've got redemption in their eyes for Yunara on Elk. He lost the game against AL, lost that series, but they'll be damned if they're going to let that happen 2 days in a row.
And in the blink of an eye, Weibo goes from in BLG's base to in their own on the back foot. Breathe still has this GA. He's going in, but he slides out. He's waiting for this energy to come back up as big chunks have gone down onto Bin, onto Knight, onto Elk. The slow is there too. Breathe once more. He's got public execution up very soon, and if he lands it, it's bad news for BLG. He's got the Drake count step. You have to sidestep the ultimate. Who's he gonna go for? Bin can use his W to block it if he wants, but Breathe still pushing forward, looking to get room, and he will be forced to back.
All this time, Yanni, is time where BLG had a numbers advantage on the map, but they can't do anything with it. They should have got the Elder off the back of that. They got a bit greedy going for the base, where Breathe can just take the minions in their face and just deny them access to the Nexus. Now everybody's back up. Now everybody's coming for round 2. Light still has double summoner spells. Elk burned his flash in that fight. It's all about, can this Yunara do the damage once again?
Yeah, Shadow has no flash either, so the engage is on. Bin does have flash. Interesting to note because we know he's been putting in a lot of work in these fights, but a lot of good flash is still up for Weibo. BLG are a little split here, but they once again find themselves in a 50-minute banger. That's going to be determined by an Elder Dragon as they've started it up. On is nowhere close to his team. He needs to get close. BLG are completely split off. Knockups on the back. They're going to try to burst out Crisp, and here comes Bin using his ultimate, trying to cut them down, but he misses the last one. Elk getting tagged up, but here is the engage. Shadow is in, but Breathe finds Elk. Elk's in trouble. He's down to the pit. Light is free hitting. He's up against Bin, and he gets it done, and he's going to res. That's a problem for BLG as Weibo take the Elder. They run the fight. They win the game.
Weibo destroy BLG in a 50-minute banger, Yanni. It is 95,000 gold that they picked up, but Weibo got the soul at their backs. They get the Elder in the back half of this. And now, with the longest game of this split for Weibo, they will take game number 1, everybody.
It's always a banger in the LPL, boys, because this game is over. Nexus exposed, nobody up. GG Weibo Gaming.
Okay. 2 more of those, please, is what we usually say in this situation.
I would like to order two more bangers, please.
And Weibo, honestly, for the longest time had control of this game, and then it looked like they would actually not find a win here. But who was it? Who was it that stepped up in that base and stopped BLG in their tracks? It was Breathe. Who was it that got access to the backline in that final fight? It was Breathe. From a player with so much story up against his counterpart as well, in particular, where he'd been sold a story that he would be the second coming of the LPL top lane behind Bin and had never been able to make that happen. Now in just game 1 of this series, he's able to right some of those wrongs, to destroy that narrative just a little bit more, chisel away at the legacy of Bin at this stage. It's got a long way to go. He's still got to finish this series. He's still got to keep Weibo in contention for playoffs, because that's what these two teams are playing for. Well, that's what Weibo's playing for, really. It's a chance at playoffs and a chance at Worlds. But these are just the glimpses of why we think Weibo have got it in them.
And what a weird game for Breathe, man. It was so rough. They give him nothing early. They tell him, you'll deal with the lane swap and you'll like it. But I don't like it anymore, guys. He's just struggling so bad. And then he manages to break even once things kind of settle down a little bit. But in some of these mid-game fights, he wasn't really impactful at all. Was going onto the back line, but getting immediately blown up and maybe too far ahead of the rest of the team. But as you said, Rude Dude, when the chips were down, Breathe showed up and was a big reason why Weibo took this win. And for BLG, now we're wondering, is the honeymoon over? Because this was another game where it goes the distance, but also another game where Shadow looked rather lackluster.
Yeah, there were a couple of clutch moments to keep BLG in it, but the reason they were in that position to begin with was largely due to some blunders being made by Shadow in particular. I will call out that Xiaohu in this game actually has a really solid performance throughout.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that
So
for Weibo, like the Unraveled Earth, when Shadow goes in to link it back to that play, is what turns that fight. Because if Shadow knocks up Talia there, the fight probably changes in its entirety. It looks completely different. But the fact that the Talia E is down and the fact that the Shadow engage is stuffed really is the reason why this game looks so competitive by Weibo and why they end up finding themselves in such a good spot throughout.
Yeah, man. Oh, wow, what an amazing game that turned out to be. You know, when thinking about potential MVPs, I mean, there's so many good options. I think you're right, though. I think it might have to be Xiaohu, but then, like, you had big plays coming in from Breathe, and I think Tien just, like, had such a really good game, too, and Light was doing good damage. This might be a team MVP, but that's a cop-out.
I honestly, it's Xiaohu. The way he's finding flicks throughout the entire game,
It's too good.
Absolutely gives me Xiaohu MVP vibes. He was running the Rift early on as well. And you can see that little pause there at like the 47-minute mark where it looks like BLG are actually going to make their way into the game. But, you know, fortunately, it was Breathe clutching up. So I think either of the solo laners for Weibo are my votes for that MVP, to be honest.
Couldn't agree more. And, you know, thinking
it's
back
this
to
engage. This is the Xiaohu moment where just because he's eased down,
it's just
the
so
entire
good.
fight looks different.
Yeah, he changed so many fights with his play. It just played so well in this game. And for BLG, it's once again an issue of recognizing when it's time to go for an objective, putting importance on objectives. They did it incorrectly against AL, and again, they mismanaged it this game. As you mentioned, they had an opportunity to go for the Herald. They took their best shot and said, we're going to end the game. But honestly, they could have gone for another fight. I think that if they go for a fight on their terms, things are okay.
And it's one of those moments where you get very clearly caught up in the moment, right? Where oh my god, we have a numbers advantage. Of course we can end, but then you think about it, and you realize, well, they can just clear the way. We don't have Void Grubs to help us out here because we sacrificed those really early on. And then you start to look at what it is that you can actually accomplish. Well, we got a little bit of free time, but in the face of a Trundle and an Ambetta, we can't really get the job done. So you start to think, what is it that we could do? And then you realize that, well, really we should have gone for the Elder, but by that point it's already too late, and Breathe's chasing you down, hunting for you. And this is one of the final fights, one of the closing fights. This is where Weibo look a little bit routed, really, and where Elk starts to come alive, and you start to realize why this Yunara pick is actually so powerful.
Yeah, but you know what? I think it's cursed, bro. Elk has to be cursed. Elk Yunara is cursed. He had a couple of really good fights this game, too. Like, you saw times
this is
where
one
he
of them.
Taking over. Exactly. And it just wasn't able to bring it home once again. Is it his fault? You know, I hesitate to say it is. But, again, it's happened twice now.
Yeah, it's a decision-making situation.
He gets caught here.
Unfortunately, with Breathe getting access to him, does he have flash for it? Could he have flashed it? You know, it's one of those questions that you need to think about. And in the heat of the moment, you start to think, maybe there was nothing more I could do. But upon replay, upon analysis, and the coach is going crazy as well.
That was me when this game went 51 minutes. I was
Yeah.
like, yes. Very good, very good. We always love our bangers here in the LPL. And Weibo Gaming, listen, we did say this team needs to be consistent, kind of really have all 5 members firing on all cylinders. I think this was one of the games where you kind of had that. I think everybody really had a big hand in winning this game. Yes, it did go 51 minutes. Yes, it was not the cleanest. Yes, they could have been more decisive. But I think all 5 players played pretty well in this game, and that's what we look for.
I think importantly as well, Crisp heavily outperformed on in
Yes.
this game, and hopefully that trend
Mid and
continues
support
for
gap.
Weibo.
All right. Our MVP
Okay. Yeah,
is
yeah.
going to be Xiaohu. Really no surprise there. An ethical MVP vote, as you and I really both thought. 97% kill
Yeah.
participation in a 51-minute game is crazy, dude.
It is. And you know, again, you talked about the disparities between support role. Well, who else is getting caught out in this game quite frequently? There were a couple of instances where it was Knight on a side lane, just not really having the agency to do what he was looking to, and unfortunately that ended up costing them a lot of time as well. So you really have to think and question BLG. Are these 2 players able to, you know, turn it back around for game number 2? For Knight, absolutely, we expect that that's just a flash in the pan, an instance of brain off moment, let's say.
Yeah.
But
Oopsies.
for On, we've seen this trend too many times.
Yeah, he had big problems with it at MSI. Looked like he had cleaned it up a little bit in Split 3. Still had a couple of moments, but this game was particularly poor, Rududen. Now we're going to go ahead and take a breather after that one, because I'm sure you and I both needed after that exciting game. But we hope the banger train continues. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, it'll be game 2 of Weibo and BLG. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side. back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast where we have bangers and bangers only because Weibo Gaming BLG went the distance, 50 minutes and 48 seconds, I think it was. 8 seconds shorter than BLG's prior time against AL. These guys stay shooting themselves in the feet and running marathons, Rudude.
Yeah, and I mean, at a certain point, you have to question how well BLG can start navigating these late game situations. They're getting so much practice. Maybe that's the point, is that they're doing this all for those international stages. That they're just practicing getting to the late game.
Oh, you're so right.
They're fumbling a lot at the minute, so they clearly need more practice.
Yes, very clearly. Oh my god, dude. That's the copium. If you're a BLG fan, that's the copium you need to have.
You're
right
welcome.
Here. Premium copium seller root, dude, imported from the UK. It's perfect.
It's just what I do. You know, I find the niche areas of the market and I look to fill the gaps. That's just a business-minded person right there.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, the only thing that I think of things that get imported from the UK are European soccer chants. We can't play late game. We can't play late game. We can't play late game. We can't play late game.
You guys need help with your chants. That's all I know. I've seen some American chants at certain sports games.
The Philadelphia Eagles have a great chant. I'll say that.
Maybe, but there are some ones that go around on the various shorts platforms that do suck.
Yes, so they do.
If the one thing that we import to you is chants and how to appropriately diss an enemy, then that's worth it for me.
Well, you know what? You're absolutely right. I love these chants. Maybe we'll hear some a little bit more enthused Gios after that incredible game. But we have to get through the draft first before we get there. And once again, we're seeing BLG ban the Orianna against Show.
Okay, so Azia, yep, there we go, needs to be taken off the board. It's the now deeper pockets of mid lane, so Annie rises a little bit in priority. You've got things like Victor that could maybe come into the fold as well. I think especially when you have got Xiaohu in your team, that's something to very heavily consider, because he's looked really good on the Victor throughout this entire split. But the Pantheon gets locked up for B1 of choice. Trundle is still available if somebody wants to take it. And I do think that that is the choice that I expect from Tien here in this bout of picks. Interestingly, the Sion gets locked in super early doors here for Breathe.
Yeah, and mostly just a takeaway from Bin, right? Because this guy's been so good on Sion. We're already seeing, because Pantheon, a little bit of low mobility and some options left in the mid lane, don't have ways of escaping, that maybe we want to go for some lockdown, but it looks like we're not going to see that, as Tien is going to lock in Rakan for his team. We'll see what his jungle pick is a little later.
So an early Rakan then taken, I mean, with Alistair off the board, with Rel off the board as well. This, you know, maybe a Nautilus comes through for On, but I think if you put on Nautilus, you're sealing your own death sentence at this point, as BLG. So with a few other options being toyed with, the Nico gets locked in. So really good engage tools once again for On. It's whether or not he can find them. And again, after a shaky game number 1 where he's getting caught frequently, a Nico here to try and salvage that for game 2 could be a risk.
Okay, that means we might go for something a little bit more poke-oriented in this bot lane later on. We do know that BLG likes to default to picking a Yorick and allowing Bin to do his thing on a side lane. It's really good into the Sion, and Bin has been so good in Split 3, has really come back to being Giga Bin, so no surprise that that's going to be the lock-in.
The Sion typically is one of those answers to the Yorick, not because the Sion beats the Yorick necessarily, but because he can't be moved by him more than anything else. So Breathe should be able to stand at least a little bit firmer in that top matchup. You can also sort of use your Screech as the Sion to send the ghouls to Narnia again, which is always quite a fun interaction, as the Lovers duo does get locked in down on that bot side here by Weibo Gaming. So light on the Xayah. This was a game warping pick for them when they played against WE just a couple of days ago. But this time round, hopefully it's going to have the same impact, and with the Rakan by its side, some really good synergy here for Light and Crisp.
Now we're taking a look for BLG. Bot lane and mid lane still on the table for them, and for Weibo, it's mid lane and jungle. I do wonder what some of these bans are going to be. We're going to see Vi get taken away, so really don't want any of the remaining carries to just be locked down. And I do like that Sivir ban on the side of Weibo as well, just because anything you can do to get Pantheon moving forward is very strong.
Yeah, and with no Lucian ban here, it does give Elk some really good early game priority if he wants to take that pick himself. And the victor, I think quite rightly taken off the board here, does then suggest that they may be looking for an Annie on 4-5 for BLG. And we'll see what it is that they want to take into that mid lane as well, because I do think that the Annie Pantheon duo is lethal enough to try and take out multiple members in a 2 versus 2 situation. And then for Weibo, they're looking to try and take their jungler here. Trundle's still open, seems like the easy call for me. And then they get to try and counterpick the mid lane. Oh, of course, yes. Yeah, Trundle is not the pick, that's obvious.
Trundle is not the pick, but it looks like it will be Skarner that is the pickup here for Weibo Gaming. So we really need to see some damage to pull this all together, and a high damage at that, Rudu, but they are going to give Xiaohu counter pick.
So BLG, what do they want here? I mean, the Victor ban again does suggest that they wanted to go for the Annie nice and early, but what bot lane are they going for? Lucian still available, makes sense if they want to go for this really heavy spiking mid-game duo, something that can actually fight toe-to-toe as well with the Xayah Rakan down on that bot side. Lucian, a really good AD carry at trying to get away from those dangerous positions as the Rakan dashes in. You know, you just use your Relentless Pursuit to dodge it, and typically that can go quite well for a bot lane 2 versus 2, especially with the poke from the Nico. I do fear that it doesn't give them the greatest of late game scalings if they look for that choice. So they're going for something a little bit different, and we'll see which AD carry ends up getting locked.
I think Corgi would have been a good option, but instead they're going to go with the late game insurance policy on Zeri. Now Weibo, they're going to have to go pick a high damage mid laner. In my head, I was thinking Silas, because you get to take this Nico ultimate, get to take Pantheon ultimate and make global plays. The lane could be a little bit rough, but honestly, out of all the mid laners left available, Rudude, it feels like the best option you have.
Yeah, and I mean, this is... I quite like this as well. I love stealing Zeri ulti as Silas, because Zeri has some really good AP ratio scalings. So you just throw yourself in there, and then you're just a nuke that you pop off. It's effectively an Amumu without the stun. But typically that does a lot more damage. And then you've got this really, not necessarily difficult laning phase, I don't think. I think that the range disadvantage is pretty much offset. This is going to be another D-Shield second wind kind of situation where we see melees able to sustain the laning phase because mages run out of a mana pool before the bruiser melee champions run out of health.
Yeah, and what I want to see for BLG here is Shadow just needs to attack Xiaohu all game long. You just need to keep this guy behind, make sure he's so weak that when he steals one of these impactful ultimates, he's not going to do a whole lot. Yes, Kingslayer is a really good spell that allows you to sustain up in a fight, but if you just don't have any power behind you, you are eventually going to fall. And if you can keep him down, this Weibo composition loses all of their damage.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that they are very heavily reliant on light more than anything. Xiaohu's damage in this game is going to be very assassin-focused, very situational, and very geared toward finding one target. Whereas I think if we look at what it is that's been drafted on the other side for BLG, that kind of plays into Weibo's hands a little bit. They have to kill the Zeri. If they kill the Zeri, they'll be in a very good spot. If they don't kill the Zeri, then it's going to run amok, and that's going to go crazy.
And they should have plenty of sustained damage, too, to be able to chew through this Scion and chew through this Skarner. Based on drafts, I'm already thinking that BLG probably has the advantage here. We could see a Game 3, but this is why we play the games, because with the way that BLG's been playing lately, their last 3 individual games have not been pretty. It feels like once they lost the game on that Otacon in Game 2, that they have been all out of sorts and stuck in a funk, dude. We'll have to see if they're able to break out of it as Game 2 is coming at you.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
I can see the mouths moving.
I heard a little bit. It just wasn't a whole lot.
Yeah.
Very sad.
But I think you make some good points, though, Yanni, about the fact that BLG have got that consistent DPS, and that's what I think that the Lucian was going to be missing, and honestly, it's what the Corki would have been missing as well later on, is the ability to get through Tien and to get through Breathe. This is a very heavy front line. Not something that we've seen all that frequently, as they're looking now maybe for a little bit of a early engage on takes 1 feather and 1 gleaming quill. But this Nico should be able to bully out the Xayah, bully out the Rakan early on, using that Comet, using the poke from the Q to just be a bit of a nuisance.
We see both junglers start on the bottom side of the map. It was a good ward by Weibo Gaming on those chickens, because we know that maybe Shadow could have gone and you know, made an early gank happen, and he would make an early gank happen if that ward wasn't there. But that ward,
Yanni, I've got a
meaning
question.
that- yes.
How can I play Nico as well as On?
Well, that's a good question. Well, the good news is, if you want to play Nico as good as On, you can take an opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule in a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You can work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or LTA that'll teach you to play like a pro. Use code LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast.
Thank you so much, Annie. I feel so much more informed on how I can play better Nico games in the support role, and hopefully get some better insight into my own capabilities as a solo queue support player as we transition back into the game and back into how this top matchup is going to look to go. It's going to see Breeze get bullied around a little bit, and we actually see Shadow going for a very quintessential Pantheon invade. This time, though, Tien is going to avoid the clutches of Pantheon, and he's going to clear his Krugs first.
See Shadow going in, just trying to make sure that Knight doesn't have an easy way to roam over. Shadow just flash forward on top of Tien.
Yoink!
Beauty.
Mine now!
We
Look at
love
his
that.
face.
And he takes the red too. It's
Look at
over,
Tien's face as well. He's like, what did this guy just do? What?
Oh man, that's so good. Elk forced to flash out here. You see a lot of early skirmishing, so it's both summoners out of Elk and both heals.
Why is there a psychopath in my jungle, Breeze? What happened? Like,
Why is this game so psychopathic early? What the heck? There's so much fighting.
okay, I mean, Knight has no mana. This is what I was talking about, where second wind plus Doran Shield, the mages run out of mana before the melees run out of health, which is, you know, a little bit saddening, to be honest, as a mage player, that's the way that the game is, where you're supposed to be able to bully out these melee laners, but really they just stand, they take it all, and then they just live anyway. Either way, we had, you know, worth pointing out that Big Length Gaming are on the rift for us for this game. We've got two of the longest games, the two longest games, I should say, in this entire tour.
Yeah, it's an absolute marathon, right? And I wonder if we're going to get another one here. I don't know if that benefits them or not, man, because we know that Elk has the late game scaling of this area. We know that Bid is going to be a nuisance on side lanes. But BLG just seem to lose every game that goes late.
They do. And, you know, like we say, they're doing it for the practice. They're doing it to be able to one day go to internationals and win games at the late game up against the best of the best. We see no lane swap being initiated here by both of our bot lanes. They move their way up to the top side, and Light and Elk currently out getting the worst end of this situation, but I think this is a beneficial spot for the BLG bot lane, mainly because Elk actually went into a pull to begin with. If he can just stay the course, keep farming, he's actually going to get a bigger payout than Light will in that mid game.
Yep, be very happy about that. Anytime that Zeri can have an early game that isn't too disrupted, you're pretty happy. Although he is down summoners for right now. We will see if that impacts any of these upcoming fights later. But he probs in about 3 minutes time, which is a little far in the future, but is worth talking about because, once again, we say it all the time. When there's a Yorick in the game, the grubs become so important.
Engage on the top side as Elk has some really good damage onto Chris. I will note that in that little skirmish that BLG tried to take down on the bot side, it was actually Elk who came out on the worst end of it, had to flash away from the grand entrance and has had no flash since then. So I'd really like to see Tien try to make a move up to that top side, try to punish this flashless AD carry, because if you can't put Elk behind the curve, I mean, this game, Elk is quite happy currently. He's got a pull, he's farming evenly with his counterpart, and he's not really feeling pressured at all for not having a flash. So really every time the Elk gets to last hit a minion for free, it's time that Weibo are just wasting out on an opportunity to punish the Zeri.
We know Tiana's up here because there's a couple of wards down, but they had also pinged it out. They were aware that he was on his way. Shadow's on his way up as well, maybe looking to cut off this Skarner here, who all of a sudden finds himself in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get stunned up here. Good damage coming down the roots there too, but they just don't have a whole lot this early.
Yeah, and I think you can just see there that it's really smart from Tien. He's saving his E for when the Pantheon uses the stun so that he can't get buffered out of it. Turns out that he doesn't have the need to use it anyway. And wants to save the threat just in case he can try and find a re-engage opportunity. But you can see that it is currently BLG who are getting the run of things, right? With pushing in mid lane, pushing in bot lane in this instance, and pushing top side as well. The fact that they scale better as well with this Zeri is a little bit scary, for the fact that Weibo don't really seem to have an answer to what's happening. But once again, we were here in game number 1 where BLG had this really solid plan for the laning phase where they initiate a swap and it goes really well for them. But then Weibo started just to make plays and we're absolutely fine.
The swap initiated here. It looks like it's going pretty well for themselves continuously, right? Even though, yes, it is the straight up 2v2. You're up. If you're Elk, obviously, this wave coming in, it's more so a little even, but Bin is continuing to get CS leads over Breathe. Here comes a knock-up and a dive. His Shadow is there. Light is in trouble, trying to dance around the turrets, but it's just not enough. It'll be first blood going over to Elk.
Yeah, and there's some of the spells all burned by Light just before he dings level 6 as well. It's really good timing from BLG as they look to put gold into the exact right avenue as well. Elk getting the first blood is exactly the type of position that BLG would like to put themselves in. Getting this Zeri more gold than she was potentially getting access to is exactly the way for them to succeed.
Yep, and again, not disrupted. The flash is still going to be available when you're next on the map. This does mean that Weibo will be the first to grubs, though. And with Shadow on the bot side, it looks like Finn will have to rely on everything that Yorick has to offer and nothing more to get any split pushing work done.
And, you know, sometimes Yorick has the maiden highlight reel as well, so we could see that be fine, but also it's always a little bit disappointing as one of these split push champions you don't get the grubs, and when your team just not necessarily sacrifices you to the cause, but when they don't think about your best interests. And then again, you have to remember that Breathe went through this a lot in the first game as well, so this is merely recompense for the first game.
You know, maybe later on Xiaohu will be able to take good advantage of those, and heck, even Breathe. You know, eventually there will be times where he's left alone with turrets and he will welcome the benefits that he is going to reap. We do see the mid-jungle battery hovering around the bottom side here for BLG as this Cloud Dragon still remains standing for a while. It is Cloud Dragon, you know, so usually it's up for quite some time. It's not really overly impressive.
To unpoliticize it, teams don't care. We are not bothered about a Cloud Dragon.
So true, bestie, so true.
Xiaohu finding a quick little trade here in the mid lane. So it is going to be Rod of Ages on the Silas, so a little bit later on he's going to be quite the nuisance to try to get through as well. A reminder really that this game is just all about our AD carries really, with Elk being such a prized possession in this series, and in this game in particular he's going to be the one cutting through Breathe, cutting through Tian. Light is going to be the one doing the damage really for Weibo Gaming. Yes, there's a little bit of Xiao who will be able to hopefully assassinate Elk. The question really is, who is it that's going to be able to get on top of this Zeri? If they can take her down, then good things can happen. If not, then I expect to see BLG force us to a third game.
Shadow walking down here. Position to maybe do something, as they had spotted him out, so they said, you know what, we're going to get off the dragon here. You just don't have a whole lot of damage. And again, you know, that's one of the things we talked about. The game is really on Light's shoulders. You were just talking about it, too, when we talked about it before. Low damage coming out from Weibo means it is a lot harder to actually get these objectives done.
And I will say as well, you know, we saw on the lower third there, 23 and 14, I believe, the all-time win rate for Light. A shout out to our producer, Rare Adam, the guy who's just pulling stats for us and, you know, creating these lower thirds that are giving us some good little action and things to think about, to theorize, to laugh at as well through our mid-game woes, because these two teams are fully vibing right now. We are waiting for the Zeri to cash in on 3 items. This is nothing really too entertaining, and we are doing our best to get through the early struggles before these teams really start to explode.
Are you telling me it's big length gaming again? Like, we're just going to go late, continuously go late?
Big, long games.
Oh, big, long games, baby. Big fan of big, long games, except when I'm in them, because I want to win all my games before 15 months. Anywho, Dragon, started up by Shadow here. Should be relatively unbothered, simply because we have push for BLG's bot lane, so they will eventually get this Dragon, but again, it's so late that stacking, you would say, would typically be abandoned. However, it is big, long gaming. Not to be confused with Jing Dong gaming. That shit.
That's true, that's true. And we do need to make sure, of course, that with those first dragons being secured at 11 minutes in, you know, the 33-minute soul win condition isn't being fully emphasized as BLG. I think that's 5 minutes after the soonest they could get it, actually, as we'll have to keep our eyes out for what Weibo look to do in response. It is BLG who have a small gold lead for the time being, and it is largely sat in that bot lane role. Elk has gone back to base, finished up his Yuntal. He has a 10 CS lead, a couple of plates being picked up as well, and let's look at the player cams. He's rubbing his hands together, setting himself back up. Feels like he's in a good position in this game because, honestly, he is. I'm looking at the lockdown and looking at the CC and the ability to kill a Zeri. It's very hit or miss, right? It's skill shots, it's impale landing, it's Crisp finding the engage, it's whether Tien can impale the Zeri. And when you're sat there as a Zeri with QSS probably getting picked up at some point, you're probably feeling quite safe.
Yeah, and not only that, Tien and Crisp, and maybe even Bree can get there, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean they can actually kill him, right? We talk about, again, the lack of damage. Sure, if you get hit flushed by a Scion ultimate, all right, you messed up. But everybody else, right, like Crisp isn't going to deal much damage. Tien's not going to deal enough damage that you're going to be super scared of, and you're going to be able to just kind of ultimate and ghost and skate away. So he should be just fine. He hasn't even popped that call yet, so that's how you know you're in a good spot. When you finish your first item and your call hasn't even been popped.
Big long games versus Waits Baron Gaming. We'll see. You know, 25 minutes, it got pushed back a little bit. Weibo, they're still scared of it. BLG, they don't know how to end with a Baron. And hey man, the week 4 trends have certainly been worrying for BLG. Weibo, though, I mean, even taking that first game was certainly a little bit of a upset to my expectations.
For sure.
Remind people of the state of play, really, with these two sides, that BLG are probably pretty much already locked for playoffs without having to go through play-ins, let's be honest. But for Weibo, they've got to play BLG now and do whatever they do in this series, and then they've got probably 3 other really difficult series to play before their season ends and before they go into the off season. So any win that they can get to push themselves into the top 4, especially a sniper way against BLG, is going to be really important.
Here we go. We're going for a full dive here. Multiple ultimates pop. Xiaohu's trying to stay alive. They force the flash out of Shadow. And here comes Tien. Knight is a little bit low, but Shadow is just caught on the backside, slammed into the wall, and he is just in no man's land. And they're going to give this one over to the Silas. Meanwhile, Weibo Gaming maybe wanting a little bit more here. Crisp stepping up very far. And we'll be able to slide out. Tien going to walk up, tank everything up. Flash, impale. Yeah, that's not the one, buddy.
Yeah,
as,
on did flash it as well.
He did. They did burn a critical summoner there. He continues to push forward. Elk is going to drop the ultimate down, but the question is, do you have enough damage at this point of the game? Here's Xiaohu and a teleport coming in. Scripps can't quite land the knockup. There's a good Tibbers, and Knight is going to be able to flash away. Bin joins the fight. Light is cooked right now as BLG completely turn it on its head. And here comes Scion. He's doing a little bit of damage here. Will knock up Bin on the side, but Xiaohu is just so low right now. And Breathe doesn't really bring much value into this fight. The question is, can Bin actually get a kill? And I think the answer is no.
Yeah, just not quite able to take down the Lumberjack here, as we get to see a little bit of a glimpse, really, of what Elk can do in these team fights. He's constantly pumping damage, able to pretty much 1 versus 3 in that back half of the fight. And BLG take the initiative to actually move up to the Herald off the back of this. It was a play that they initiated down on the bot side. It was a dive that, again, Xiaohu does very well to stave off. A little bit of a visual error as he actually steals away the Nico ulti, I believe, instead of the Pantheon ulti. So he steals Nico ult, gets a double Pot Blossom, which is really good to stall out. And then in comes Crisp, just to play that little bit of time run and keep his mid lane alive. Shadow's caught out here, that's absolutely fine. But it's the back half of this play where you get to see the power that Elk has in these fights, and sort of a precursor for what is to come, really, more so than anything else. Where Tien, again, flash for flash trade here with On. Not the biggest deal in the world, as you were looking for Nico, not quite able to find it. But then Elk, quite rightly, just sort of stands firm and goes, actually, I kind of want to fight here. I'm feeling good with my Yuntal. And I think that Xiaohu here, with a rare miss on these skill shots, looks for Knight instead of going for Elk, because mid lane Light's dead.
Yeah, he's just instantly gone, and Crisp burns his ultimate, and they get nothing as BLG really starting to take over. Elk getting huge, and just a lot of miscues from Weibo Gaming, looking like the Weibo Gaming we expected to see.
I'm sensing Light did not press tab because the amount of times that Nikos get on top of AD carries without flash is very few, very minimal. And now BLG going to look to leverage this probably into a dragon as well. That Hextech Drake is live. Got 4 members down on this bot side. They've got Bin already tearing through another turret. This is BLG starting to come away with a really solid advantage and honestly putting the screws to Weibo in this game.
Again, we have seen a couple of times now BLG have these early leads and kind of bungle them a little bit. Weibo Gaming getting punished for their hubris though and their over-aggression. We are going to see an Impale go down as they're going to target out Elk here. He gets driven back and that's a big kill for Xiaohu.
And again, it's the Silas getting a hold of the gold, which I think is probably the best place for it to be. Light's going to struggle to get access to the Zeri, and even when, you know, the Xayah and Zeri go blow for blow with each other, the Zeri's probably going to come out on top of all of that, unless the Xayah's got a ton of feathers stacked up. So if Xiaohu can just take a Zeri ulti and one-pop Elk, I think that's their best way of taking down the AD carry that is going to be the linchpin of this BLG roster.
Without a doubt, Xiaohu is going to find himself immediately in trouble. He's going to be able to dash out, but a nice play there to pop the blast plant. The Kingslayer won't save you. Bin is now 2-0, and the Goon squad of the top side gets it done.
Great flash blast cone play by Bin there as he keeps Xiaohu from being able to get out to safety. Has to use the abscond to get out of the Dark Procession and has to try at the very least to get behind the cone, but it's been well recognized, it's been well read by Bin as he keeps Xiaohu in his place. Again, the person on the team that has been getting the most gold is the only one really with a gold advantage, and the fact that he loses out on his opportunity to push that any further is going to be a really big deal.
And it's so tough for him because there's just so much pressure on his shoulders this game, not only just having all the kills, but we knew the comp was going to have a little bit of a lack of damage and that he was also going to be instrumental in really bursting out some of these targets, as you said, more of an assassin gameplay, even though he's going to be tankier, just blowing somebody up, but not being able to do that in this game or getting set behind even just allows BLG so much purchase here, right? They're up on the top side right now, looking for a little bit of damage down, a little bit of clearing here. You see Otacon up in about a minute. Shadow is going to take the blast point and get out of there.
They're taking this fight knowing that Breathe has no ultimate if they were to try to call for the TP.
That's wild.
So, yeah, I was a little bit confused about the whole idea that they had there, but fortunately enough for them, I think BLG just maybe a little bit more confused and went, something's fishy. I don't like it, and we'll not do anything with it. With nothing to fight for on that top side as well, they don't really elect to go for it, and now, with the numbers advantage, they see every opportunity.
They stopped them. Stopped them in the wall. The question is, do they have the damage? And the answer is no. They will be able to get the heal out of Crisp.
Yeah, and I think that's important. Summon a heal gives them movement speed, which allows the Skarner to get out to safety. But you see there that Tian, using the E, I talked about this in the gank that we saw, like level 3, level 4, he uses the E, which then means that there's an opportunity for Shadow to interrupt it with his W, but not necessarily going to mean all that much with Summon a Heal having gone down, and now the Atacon spawning on that top side. You'd expect teams to turn their attention up to this top lane and try to take down that neutral objective.
Yeah, a Rose difference here for BLG. They're up at least a couple here. Dragging up in about 2 minutes. See where their sights are going to be. Either Soul Point for Infernal or Otacon, but who knows? They could get both. They may also say, hey, we want to stay away from Otacon. We've had some pretty poor luck with Otacon.
Yeah, let's just either let's take our vengeance or let's absolutely leave it to the wolves, let's say. But I do want to highlight once again the disparity between our AD carries. I think this is going to be very important for this match and for this series as well. We've got 2 items have been hit now for Elk. He's finished that Runar's Hurricane. He's working up the gold to get towards that Infinity Edge, and on the flip side, Light doesn't yet have those Flicker Blades picked up at all. He's going to really struggle as he misses another cannon minion there to get to those Flicker Blades before any point of contention happens. We know that the Atacon can start really at any given moment when we've got the Zeri. 2 items finished across the board for BLG, and I think the Weibo don't really have the chance to contest anything when that's the case.
And it's so difficult for Weibo Gaming to play when Light is struggling in, right? Because we talked about earlier how like Breathe has been a really consistent force for this team, maybe less so in Split 3, but Light also has been a really big anchor in a good way for this team throughout the year, where it's like, okay, he's the guy that you've been able to rely on because you've gotten inconsistent performances from Xiaohu. You had the support carousel earlier in the year. Tian is just kind of there sometimes. It was Light and it was Breathe the ones really keeping it together. And when he's struggling, I mean, at least Xiaohu was playing well this time. He's 3-1 in this game, but you'd think that if Light was playing optimally in this one, that Weibo would be in a much better spot.
Stolen away Zeri ulti means again, big nuke from Xiaohu. You see Tian and Chris working through the wings, it's not to be unmatched.
Hey, oh, nice play there by Honest. They managed to catch up to Skarner, and Tian is just dead. Chris goes in, but there's just no follow-up to be had.
Yeah, and Elk just able to find a quick pick there, and well played with his squad. Doesn't even use the ulti, so he's still able to contribute to a team fight as Tian goes fishing with the Impale, finds two people that aren't particularly of interest, two Chris, but all two to Xiaohu. Now they're looking to try, it looks like, and take a tier 1 turret. No contest can come through whatsoever. BLG in a very, very solid position. They'll take the outcome, they'll take the kill, and Weibo say nothing about it.
Now let's see if Bin has something to say about this dragon take here. He's got an idea that it's going on. As he sends a ghoul in for some scouting business, but it looks like he will back off and they will just let this one go and allow Weibo Gaming to break the dragon's line.
Buys them 5 more minutes, but I don't know what good 5 more minutes will do them when you're playing a game against a Zeri. You is more than favoured to take another 5 minutes, more than happy to have that happen.
Hey, you know. You know
exactly
what 5 more minutes means. It means Big Long Gaming gets to late game and loses the game.
This is true. Yeah, this is their plan, right? Get to the late game, scale, fail.
They outscale us though, guys. Weibo taking that dragon, but they outscale us, guys. It doesn't matter. They can't play late game.
Well, yeah, it's the new win lane lose game. It's the scale and fail, really.
I love it.
The BLG classic.
Can't wait to bust that out when we're playing Flex Q with the boys. And Cubby says, "Don't worry, we squad."
Ah yes, the scale and fail. We'll just play for a 7-item Kaiser and hope that'll do it.
A 7-item?
Yeah.
Oh my
that's
God.
That's what you're scaling for.
Where are we getting the extra item from? How are we doing
That's the BLG
this?
win condition, is the 7th item.
The 7th item was the Zephyr that they removed from the game. Rest in peace, if you know, you know.
They even brought it back for a little bit as well.
Yeah, and they took it away again.
Yeah,
Never forget what they took from us.
Never.
24 and a half minutes in this game. Of course I remember CC Route Portal. I've been playing since Season 2, buddy. I have Judgment Kale.
Oh.
I got that in 2011. I was not really playing the game too much then, but I did get it in 2011.
Do you remember what your first skin was?
My first skin was White Mage Vagar.
Oh.
This is my favorite champion.
What were your first
Oh, no,
skins?
no, wait. No, don't answer that, guys.
No?
No, that's one of the things that maybe I shouldn't say. Some people might know.
Alright, okay. Well, either way.
Alright, that's one of the Riot recovery questions. Please don't take my account. I really cherish it.
Never mind. My bad.
I have both Transcendent skins. I cherish this account. Anyway, Xiaohu going in here, trying to get some good damage down on the Shadow. He's got the Impale, pulling him away.
Oh, hold on,
Xiaohu! The
Xiaohu!
first kill. Now Elk is going to be targeted. The exhaust is there, but the charm is not. Light, though, flashing forward, looking to find out Xiaohu from an angle, and Weibo Gaming are doing it! They're doing it! BLG are throwing it away, and the Baron's been started, Rudude.
And they've just lost 3 people. They've lost their jungler. Xiaohu's fishing for Knight, who you don't imagine can do anything, really. This is just an Annie all on their own. Ben's able to push in the mid-wave, but Weibo, again, just in the blink of an eye, have found themselves in a position to take the Baron on spawn.
My goodness, man. BLG just overextending once again.
What happened to Wait Baron Gaming? What happened?
Yeah, they waited to 25 and a half minutes. That's all the waiting they had to do.
I see. And it's BLG again engaging on this, but Xiaohu buffers the steal of the Pot Blossom and then looks really aggressively and catches Elk as well. You can't quite figured out that he's going to get caught by it, and it's costing him dearly. He tries to DPS onto Crisp as well to try and find something back, make the best of the bad situation. But that just gives the opening for Light to flash in and tear him to shreds.
And once again, it's a critical mistake from the BLG jungler. Shadow just up a little too far. And this game, as we've mentioned, has now been turned on its head. As Weibo Gaming looking to push in the mid lane here. They're not even quite multiple people strong, but they're finally going to get there. Shadow is here on a flank, but honestly, without even in a 4v4, I worry that they just don't have the damage right now. Knight hasn't really done too much of anything, and a lot of these guys are meatballs on the side of Weibo.
I'm a massive Annie hater, just known really, but this is my fear for wires. Weibo here, they should be using this time to try and get gold back. They're still at a gold deficit, mind you. So they are not in a good spot in the game. They just kind of stole away back into it, potentially. As we might get to see Chris, nope, he's absolutely fine. Look, he's caught out by a triangle bob, so I'm just going to W it if that were the case. But this is where they get gold. This is where they get a little bit of time back out on the map. They've already taken the tier 1 in the mid lane, and you can see that across the rest of the map, no other turrets have been taken. Breathe still doesn't have control of the side lane over Bin when he's got the Baron.
He's just there, just kind of being held as, yeah, you take a look at that stat. I mean, Weibo is
Baron gaming.
Just, yes, apparently so. 3 for 3 on Barons versus BLG. The average power play being about 2,500 gold is huge. We have 20 seconds until this dragon is up. BLG need to secure this one because you just can't let Weibo drag out this game even more with the mistakes that have been happening on BLG. It sucks to say, but these mistakes are costing them, and the longer the game goes, the more opportunity there are for mistakes.
Tien, though, walking in, has to face
hang on. Here's the mistake. They might have the damage to burst him out. He's going to flash away. They're going to try to chase him down. He will be able to find a way out of there, but this could be the dragon because here comes the teleport. Jungler is not going to be there. Xiaohu, though, is going in. He's got this area ultimate, and he blows up on. It's a 4v4 for right now, but Tien elected to stay as this dragon has been started up. He doesn't have any camps to heal off of. What's he doing?
They don't have anything to kill Elk with now, though. How are they going to get on top of the Zeri? And they don't have the HP to get Tien in, surely.
All right, well, they're just going to say, screw it, we're going in anyway. Xiaohu looking for damage on the bin. It's not a whole lot. Knight still has the stun, but no anti-ultimate as the dragon is going to be secured by Weibo as BLG do not want it.
Elk hops over the wall there and just completely nullifies anything that he can look to do in that team fight. Crisp and Xiaohu, they're still fishing. They fancy somebody who's coming way back.
What the heck is going on, bro?
Big, long games.
Hello! Okay, they found him. Here we go. Xiaohu have enough damage. They're going to force a teleport out, but the question is, if they actually escape, they will be able to.
Okay, well, that's actually pretty good that they get Knight's TP out there. Able to stop him from walking up to that top side. And I think that secures tier 1 turret for them, actually, because Knight was planning on walking up to that top lane, clearing out and catching that wave. I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time. Might not get the turret, but he'll definitely lose out on a lot of gold for it. This is the power that the front line brings you, though. The fact that Tien is able to live here, he absorbs a lot of damage and buys a lot of time. Elk hops over the wall, but isn't quite able to chase down. And then this is the power that I'm talking about with the Zeri ultimate. You see On, just gets popped. Good night.
Yeah, see you later. See you in the next fight, buddy. As, again, we talked about that lack of damage could be a problem, but guess what? Everybody's fine. The question is, can they blow up Xiaohu? He's got the Pop Blossom. It's huge damage as he's taken over, but he finally falls. It all goes to Light now, but Shadow is just off in no man's land on the other side of the fight. Nobody was around for BLG to do anything more as Weibo's Xiaohu so strong this game, willing his team to victory.
But what can they get from this? They find 3 kills, but the map still looks bleak for them. They've got no control in side lanes. They had no push over mid lane. And somehow BLG are constantly able to offset the time with which Weibo have on the map. Looks like tier 1 turret's going to fall on that top side. Finally, they'll be able to claim a little bit of gold. But let's get a glimpse of how all of this started. It's just Xiaohu once again fishing and lurking in these brushes. Crisp, though, great engage, catches Knight, catches On, and somehow Elk finds himself in the middle of 3 people, tagged by the Impale, tagged by Nico ulti. It makes no sense that he ever feels that confident to step up like that.
He felt that he had to use his ultimate on Xiaohu. He's like, I must kill this guy. He wanted to make sure that it landed. I think, yeah, he was a little too close. And it costs him dearly. Some positioning errors from Elk, a guy who, you know, we've talked about throughout the years. You know, something's just not quite right. Split 3 looks like he's the Elk of old. But today, the positioning issues have plagued him big time. They're a big reason why that BLG isn't able to bring these games home.
Picture there showing that Breathe did have to burn his ultimate. Don't really think it's too important.
Don't worry, it's up.
Back once again in 5 seconds time. We'll call out quickly that Breathe actually opted for the Titanic Hydra, so
oh my goodness.
Has some damage behind him here.
Said I'm gonna carry. I'm the carry now. But
Yeah,
I like that.
I mean,
it's more damage.
1-0-0 has had a massive performance so far this game, catching waves against Finn. And now you can see already looking to root up around this Baron. As Finn starts it off, Weber needs to try and find a way in. Chris puts a control ward over the wall, and now they know that it's been started.
Yep, it's not particularly fast right now because Elk is just out here trying to poke these guys down, but I think BLG are just sticking to this right now. I'm not sure if that's the move. You do have Pop Blossom, you do have the ultimate from Elk as well, that lightning crash, but it's down below 3,000 HP. Tien is in the fight. Here we go for the flip, and Tien secures it. Win Baron Gaming secures it again. Here's the Impale, only on one member is its Shadow, but look on the side. On is forced out. It's going to be a 5v4 for right now, but On is trying to get in there. He does throw the clone at them and say, all right, it's time for me to get out. We'll buy some room for BLG. But again, it's just Weibo winning.
And Tien hits them with the mine now, and he just walks in, takes it away. With Weibo having complete control over mid lane, maybe they could look for the tier 2. Instead, they look to base. 45 seconds on the Infernal Dragon. That is now 4 for 4. The Barons that Weibo have picked up for themselves versus BLG.
Why are we doing this, Baron?
And BLG, they just clearly think that they've got the smite. With Shadow, really, there's no way that a Pantheon should ever lose it with fully stacked Q and a Q smite combo. It's really easy to secure Barons as Pantheon, so let's see what happens in the pit here. Looks like just Shadow's not ready for it.
Oh.
Uses the Q, doesn't use the smite, or vice versa, but it's picked up by Tien.
I think he did smite. It went from 1,500, 15 to like 300. Which is easy pickings for Tien at that point.
5 seconds before this Infernal Dragon spawns. Look at the bounties now on Weibo's side. If they lose this fight, that's a lot of gold that will go into the back pockets of BLG, but they're the ones that are engaging.
The Dragon's gone.
I Breathe with 6,000 health.
Yeah, he's got 6,000 health. He's got a Titanic Hydra. We thought that, oh, Weibo might not have the damage. Breathe said, don't worry, boys, I'm bringing the damage. We see a little bit of jockeying for position here in the mid lane. On one sin, 5-man Pop Blossom. This has to be the fight. But guess who's fine? It's Xiaohu in the middle of the fight. He finds On and he goes golden. And Breathe is doing good damage. Xiaohu is looking for more, but he's stunned up. And now he's got to slide out. Tien dragging Bin back, but he flashes away. Breathe goes down. Weibo health bar's blinking, but Knight gets rooted up, and he's gonna live. Is he gonna die? Yes, he does. Tien flashes forward. Shadow goes in. He's looking for more. They manage to find one. Shadow goes in for more. Once again, he looks for light. BLG miraculously finding the ace, and they want to end.
It's a triple for Elk in the back half, and Tibbers, the MVP, just destroyed Weibo as they chased down the rest of the BLG members. It's a disaster for Weibo Gaming, and big long games are forcing us to a series decider.
What a crazy game. Yes, it might have been 15 minutes less, but it still had all the action, all the impact in a final fight, where Shadow redeems himself, where Elk comes up huge, Knight comes up huge, and we're going to game 3.
Honestly, where Tibbers comes up huge, like look back at that fight, when we see the replays, when we see the highlights, and just watch Tibbers, only Tibbers in that fight, and see what happens. It's absolute carnage from the bear, just walking around mauling people, Malignants proccing, like Andrew's going off the back of that, and taking down Weibo in a fight that they thought that they were going to win.
I cannot believe this happened, bro.
No.
I have no idea.
One more of those, please.
Yes, please. I would like one more banger, please. I just don't understand what's like Weibo. They are chasing so hard. We saw it earlier in this game where they got themselves behind by over chasing after that bot lane play where they killed Shadow. And then they overchase here in a fight, in a situation where the game is now in their favor, right? They are the ones with 3 dragons that was just, all right, guys, now we just got to play for soul. But saw the blinking health bar, and Tien said, I must. And everybody else is like, well, my Skarner is going in, so we can go in too. But Shadow, Bin, and Elk had something to say about that one, Rudude. Wow, that game delivered.
And bad news for all of you Scale and Fail fans out there. Unfortunately, BLG, they scaled and they won.
They failed upward this game.
They did fail upwards. They really tried. They gave Weibo a Baron for free. Well, I say that. Tien stole away a Baron. They leashed the Baron for them. And then, honestly, BLG having some woes in these mid to late game situations. I do still think that BLG's early game has looked incredible. They're finding these advantages. And honestly, again, during this game, they had a lead for a good portion of it.
Yeah.
But then they threw.
Yeah. Then they threw. And, you know, it's just over-aggression, again, by Shadow. It's like, whenever BLG has a problem, why is it always the junglers? I think Shadow is just not playing up to how he was playing during the honeymoon. But while they did have a bump in the road against AL and game 1 here and a large majority of game 2, this could be the win that turns it back around for BLG. Just as that loss against AL was what put them on this mini skid, now this is like, all right, guys, we can breathe a sigh of relief. We got our game win. Let's go close out this series and go home.
Hey, we imported from the UK. You've fully taken over the Copium Emporium right now. They have slammed on the brakes and really tried their hardest. And I think that if they close out this series, maybe we can have that discussion. But there are problems in the BLG camp. This next game needs to be as convincing as anything, and they need to be returned back to, all right, 25 minutes, bosh, we're finished. Thank you.
But we know that Weibo Gaming can do the same. The question is, can they actually do the same against BLG? Because they did it against WE. But BLG are not WE. Let's go ahead and take a look at this gold chart. This is the one of, we're going to say the line, Rudude.
That's an LPL gold graph if I ever saw one.
Yep, one of the most LPL gold graphs of all time, baby.
But again, to give some credit to Weibo in this game, because they deserved it quite a lot, because they ended up finding themselves in a little bit of trouble. But Xiaohu and Crisp, again with 100% kill participation, fishing, finding these plays to bring their way back into it.
Teacher, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel about giving a losing player MVP?
I mean, you can't, unfortunately.
I know.
I feel
well,
like...
listen, hold on. You can do this in traditional sports. I don't think I've ever seen it in League. But I think that this game is a good case example of how you should really give MVP to a losing player. Because Xiaohu played his ass off this game.
I mean, this is the one game where I'd like to give it to well, not inanimate, but to a summon. I want to give it to Tibbers.
Give it to Tibbers. Yeah,
Tibbers
I think
needs
it's
the MVP
Xiaohu,
for this game.
Tibbers, and then like Crisp.
Yeah. And ultimately, when we do give MVPs to losing teams, it's normally for some slightly toxic reasons. Because
this one isn't. That's the worst part. This one's an actual one that I'm like, guys, we must give it to this guy.
Yeah, like you remember back to MSI where we were giving on MVPs for FlyQuest winning games. Like,
exactly.
Those are the types of situations we're talking about. And in fairness to on this game, honestly. The fight right at the end was a 5-man pot blossom. We were saying this is the best it can get for you, and it still looked this close. I think that he got quite focused, quite isolated here in this situation, and Elk had some really disastrous team fights.
He flashed into it.
Yeah, he dashes in here.
No, he flashed into the Impale to try to get out of the way of Xiaohu.
Well, still, he shouldn't dash into a Silas anyway. But
all right, let's take a look at this last fight. Apparently, Light, very tough fight for this man.
Yeah, he doesn't auto-attack here at all. He gets caught by Nico and then does nothing.
Oh, no.
But let's keep a track of Tibbers. Let's keep track of Tibbers.
All right, Tibbers is putting in work here. Massive damage coming out.
Having a good time. Malignance procs everywhere. Malignance procs everywhere. Xiaohu's been Malignance procs like Andries. More Malignance procs. He's just going crazy. And then the re-engage. Okay, we'll pull Tibbers back. That's fine. Gets a burst of health from the Annie dying.
That's Tibbers, where you gotta walk away.
Boom! Double Malignance, triple Malignance. Lyandry's going down. Boom! Like, it went crazy. I'm not kidding.
That's when you gotta walk away. Tien went in, got that kill. You must cut and run there. They elected to go a little bit further, and the Berserk Tibbers, you are correct.
Yeah.
The Berserk Tibbers was the MVP of that fight. Regular Tibbers, good damage. Berserk Tibbers, fight winning, game winning, in fact. Shadow just had, it was just easy for Shadow. He's like, well, I just got to point and click these guys, I guess. Listen, if you got to make it that easy for your jungler, do it.
Yeah, and that's honestly what happened this game. You know, shout out to Knight for being able to die and let his Tibbers do the crazy work. That was really what won them the game, I'm going to be honest. So I don't know who's going to get MVP. Maybe On gets MVP for the 5-man Pot Blossom at the end.
Yeah.
Or maybe Yahoo gets MVP for Tibbers going crazy.
Maybe.
Not Yahoo.
Yeah, Knight. Yeah, I know.
Gets it for Tibbers going crazy.
Everybody knows what you mean.
Yahoo should have got MVP.
Yahoo definitely should have got MVP. I hope that maybe.
Nah, they couldn't. They could never. Yeah, okay.
I can't even say it's an unethical MVP because he just came up
not.
huge in that last fight. He came
if
up
you have to
so
find
massive.
a player on BLG to give that to, it has to be on. It has to be on.
Yep,
Yeah.
you couldn't agree more, my friend. Well, while I mentioned earlier this game was not 50 minutes, it delivered and hit just as hard as a 50-minute game. The question is, Rudude, do Weibo Gaming and BLG have one more of those in them? We'll find out after this short break. at the risk of cursing at Rudude, I hope this game is not a nothing burger, because we have seen. Think about how many series that you've seen, best of threes, best of fives in your life, watching League, casting League, where it's an absolute awesome series and it's fun and like, you know, everybody watching is having fun, everybody on the broadcast is having fun, and then the last game is like, that game could have been an email. It happens all the time. Let's hope it doesn't happen here, because BLG somehow, some way, you know what? Weibo pulled a BLG. That's exactly what happened. And now we're tied.
It was a game of League of Legends, and this will go down as a series of League of Legends of all time, with the pure gameplay that is happening. I'm refusing to use positive words here to paint a picture for how mediocre the late game decision making has been from the two of our teams. It has come down to scraps, hands checks, and in game number 3's instance, a big angry bear.
Hey, listen, hands checks, BLG likes that. They said, what's a macro? Nah, bro. We would like a jungler that commands our top laner and our mid laner like chess pieces. That's what you've been getting out of Shadow, but Shadow potentially mentally overtaxed. Again, we talked about it, making a lot of critical mistakes at times. The pasta is breaking for the Italian. It's a little tough, but you know what? Let's see if they can keep it together for game 3. All right, so
I like the idea that every time they lose a game, the coaches backstage just hold up one piece of spaghetti and smack it.
Just ready to break it. No, please no. All right, so we're seeing a lot of mid laners get banned, and we saw near the end of this game, or I'm sorry, the end of the draft, that we were starting to really dig down into the pools a little bit here. You know, with Silas, as we talked about, not only being a good pick, but kind of just being the last available, like, good meta mid laner to pick. I really anticipate that we're going to see, you know, our blue side team levy a lot of mid lane bans and just B1 a mid laner and say, hey, bro,
what do you got?
Good luck, Knight. Pick something.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got... we've got Azir and Victor are the go-tos currently that we've still got up and available. Orianna's been banned as well a lot, so that's still, again, a potential pick to see. But I do think the Ori and the Azir are probably going to be traded. They're probably going to be banned out on both sides. And then it really does just come to whether you want to take Victor early. You can start to go a little bit deeper as well. Maybe things like a Carly start cropping up, and Yone could come into the fold as well, with our junglers being pinched a little bit as well. We might see a Sejuani Yone duo start to rear its head. So there are a couple of options here for both of our mids. As I think that the Victor for Xiaohu has been one of his best picks throughout the year. So getting his hands on that would be big.
Knight is 4-on-1 on Akali this year, and Xiaohu hasn't played it. So that is a very good shout. We do see it into Victor pretty often, so I'm curious to see if that will be the case here. We see Weibo not banning a lot of mid laners here, just banning a lot of these power picks because they want to go pick that mid laner first. They don't want to give away this Lucian, want to give away this Rumble.
Yeah, so I do wonder, is it going to be then that we see a little bit more jungle focus in the first phases, or are our first picks going to be heading towards, you know, that Victor, maybe heading towards a top laner that's escaped my brain for the time being? Very solid red side bans coming through though for BLG. I mean, looking at the support pool as well, still got things like a Nautilus available because that pool has been slightly pinched and isn't in a good position necessarily, but the Kalista locked as a ban for Weibo suggests that they've got something specific planned. There's Orianna, so both the mid laners have been taken off the board, and we say, you know, we teased the Victor Akali matchup. Maybe that's something that we'll look at a little bit later on, but I feel like taking that Victor early is opening you up for a Jarvan from BLG.
It feels like you almost have to, right? Because you're going to put Xiaohu on something that, A, isn't really meta, or B, something he hasn't played a lot of. We are going to take Xin Zhao, though. Generically powerful jungler. You can, you know, good bridge jungler for if you want to have some late game shenanigans. If we really want to go late again, we can do that.
And now you're looking at, you know, Jarvan, Nocturne as well as a potential combo that we've seen a little bit of in the latter half of a best of 3. Your Renekton blind into the top lane for Bin does open up for a potential AP jungler if you're looking for a Karthus, looking for a Nidalee, for example, Zyra as well if we want to go really, really deep. But the Victor gets locked in, so we're not necessarily as worried about that anymore. I do like that the Victor gets taken by Knight. This is this is the one pick left, it feels like, for mid lane. And now we're going to have to see Xiaohu delve just a little bit deeper.
Yeah, you know, he's played a little bit of Syndra. He's played a little bit of LeBlanc. We are going to see a Jace lock in. I wouldn't imagine he's going to play Jace mid, but you could theoretically be a flex, I guess. It's not something that we see too much anymore.
Okay.
Ryze is available, so they will go ahead and lock in Ryze. So we've got some strong solo lane potential, especially split pushing.
I feel like this falls into the same pitfalls that the Annie does, in that the Ryze is a very mid-range champion, where the Victor can space you out with lasers and with the gravity well as well. So still favour this for Knight, but I don't think that Xiaohu's in a necessarily awful position as the game gets later and later. I do think, though, that this Jace lock-in from Breathe is very risky. He's going to have to be very in control of his lane, or he's going to have to control Tien significantly, because this Renekton Sejuani duo is just going to repeat dive you over and over again. It's really easy. It's not going to be difficult for them. They can save Arctic Assault to drop aggro as well, and they're going to have the damage to be able to just one tap you under the turret.
Just make sure you're warding well and anticipate, hey, can I get dove here? And if the answer is yes, maybe cut and run. The Italian Stallion getting locked in. You saw the stats down there, 3-0. The KDA of almost 20, bro. I know it's only 3 games, but that's still impressive.
He's a frontliner, like 19.3 KDA on a Sejuani. Hell yeah, I'll take that after 3 games. That's very, very solid.
You're probably winning.
Yeah, exactly. As the bot side fight, though, it's our AD carries, our supports, which are getting pinched. You can see that Ezreal taking off the board. Corki, I think, is the big AD that I'm looking at right now as something that probably Elk wants to try to take. And then those supports, honestly, they've been pinched quite a lot. I'm still looking at a Poppy that could be picked up or taken by some side if they want to try and play that support or disengage style. Braum as well still exists. Still got Bard if somebody wants to try and take that. We've seen a couple of Bard games from Crisp. But the Corki actually taken out of the contention by BLG. So we'll see what it is that they've got in mind for their 4th pick. And they saved AD carry counter pick for R5 last time round, and we'll see if they do that again.
I love that Braum shout that you just had, because Braum Sejuani is just so difficult to play against. It is so hard. We'll see if they want to save that one in the back pocket. It feels like the AD carry pick might be a little better here. Victor lasers and Jin roots. That's pretty good.
It's a really good follow-up engage as well. It's really good, like, non-committal engage. Like, if you just find somebody sat mid lane and you can just fish with a laser, then Deadly Flourish connect, all of a sudden you've got a Sejuani hoppering over the wall at you as well. It's very clear for BLG that their composition wants to get to the late game for Knight, but that they've got some really good bridging capabilities with a really powerful early game AD in the Jhin, and then with Renekton, most importantly, being that dominant force in the early stages of this game. Question for Weibo, though, is what do they want to answer the Jhin with? They've got the Bard locked in, so that's Crisp's Bard being locked up and ready to try and really counter the Jhin, counter the Victor, 2 immobile AD carry or 2 immobile carries in the backline that could get locked up by that Tempered Fate.
We'll see if they go for a little bit more of a self-sufficient AD carry, or, you know, you could always think about this Misfortune, who will make sure that you have push in the bot lane, allow Tien to have a good time, and by virtue force attention down in this bottom lane potentially.
I think that this... I think Senna would have worked. I don't mind Misfortune either, though. This is a very sort of straight line front-to-back composition, and we'll see whether or not this ends up getting a good purchase for Weibo, like a good outcome, I should say, as On locks it in. So Blitzcrank in game number 3 for On into Crisp's Bard. Very hit or miss champion. Blitzcrank, quite literally. You hit the hook, you can do well. You miss the hook, you are useless.
Yeah, and there's some champions that, you know, especially with the damage or really lack thereof that you'll have early on out of, you know, the 4-man conglomerate. You can pull some of these champions for Weibo, and it's bad news. But the good news is, if you manage to do it in a fight, you are blowing up everybody on Weibo. I just do not think that they will be tanky enough to survive getting hooked by Off.
My theory is if they hook anyone that isn't Crisp, is that Crisp is going to Tempered Fate and reset the fight like that. That could be a tool that Weibo look to use. So, yes, in the lane, I can see Blitzcrank is the answer to Bard, right? You pull in the Bard, nice and easy, one-shot him, take him down. But in these mid to late game situations, you pull somebody that isn't the Bard. Crisp, if he's fast on it, can try to stop that engage and try to send them golden as well. Be curious as to how that interaction ends up working out, but really like what both of these teams have drafted. If anything, a little bit more favored toward BLG just because they've got some more stable scaling in their back pocket with a Victor who I think is going to be quite happy in this game without too much threat on that back line. So I'm a little bit curious as to how they plan to kill Knight in this third and final game. Very heavily reliant on Crisp, I think, and those Tempered Fates.
Tempered Fate, Realm Warp. Yeah, I think that's it. You're just Realm Warping multiple people onto him.
Yeah, Realm Warp is a very good shout, to be fair.
Yeah, catch him by surprise, though. That's the problem, because if you just Realm Warp and everybody's around, they're just going to be like, all right, well, let's wait for him to get there as we...
Oh, are we... Hold on. Oh, level 1.
Oh, shit.
Blitzcrank.
Let's go. What do we see? Uh-oh. This is a fight.
Hello!
This is not good. On is already forced to flash. He got stunned! He got stunned! The heal is out, too. Can they take him down? The Rune Prison is not going to be enough. A really good start for Weibo.
Okay, so importantly there, Xiaohu starts with W for the laning phase, so Knight is going to be a little bit safer up until that level 2 marker, most likely. And On did burn double summoner spells, as which means that the bot lane Blitzcrank is going to be a little bit less impactful for the first few minutes in the game.
All right. There's a lot of opportunity here for BLG to continue their undefeated runs on champions, specifically Bin and Breathe as well. So it's very fitting that these two guys are both undefeated, the guys that we talked about as our matchup to watch. We didn't really get to see that too much in Game 2. Saw quite a bit of it in Game 1, and I imagine Game 3 will be much of the same.
Tien, know that he's spotted on that, but there are pings on the buff that say that he knows it's there. Remember, Blitzcrank started W. This guy is doing nothing in the lane. We need to re-emphasize that Crisp and Light have no threat right now. The Blitzcrank is just going to attack speed steroid and hit them a little bit faster.
We'll run a little bit faster. Bro is he's just standing there menacingly. That's exactly what's happening. But without the threat of that hook, it's tough to take advantage of Jin's fourth shot. That is really the one time that you're like, all right, well, let's look for a hook for some really solid damage here. Let's get a fourth shot. Let's get a root, you know, a knock up, and then all of a sudden you're reloaded and ready to go.
Crisp already on a wander here, going to look to try and spot out the route or the pathing more so of Shadow, as there's a world where just because you've got a ward on the Raptor pit doesn't mean that BLG jungler couldn't have played by skipping the Raptors. Now he knows the timing. Tien looking to invade once again.
That ward just expired
a few times over. Shadow skips his red, so he's not going to give Tien that opportunity, but I mean, we saw Shadow be the sociopath in game number 1 where he just flashed and stole the scrubs. Maybe we'll see it again, but this time reversed.
Yeah, his turnabout is potentially fair play. It looks like we're going to see an actual fight over these things. Trying to just pull it away, make sure he's secured. It is secured by Shadow, but getting the little ones will be very beneficial for Tien.
Yeah, this is a really important sort of situation where you have to remember that the little ones also very important, whereas Tien now can use his smite to secure the whole big red buff and get a lot more experience from this. Yeah.
Yep, pretty nice stuff there. Able to at least disrupt the camp. The question is, can BLG actually do anything back? Knight is down the level right now. He is going to get rooted up. Tien, let's get a little bit closer. When becomes lightning will not connect, but it does force the flash out of Knight. Shadow is forced away, and now we see potential roam coming in as Chris wants to get there. He's going to use the portal over the wall, and they have found Knight, and Tien will get credit for that one for first blood.
Yeah, Wind becomes lightning and Victor becomes dead as he falls in the mid lane. It's a really nice little gank from Crisp. It's going to be netting that bot side crab for Tien as he has to cross back over to his top side. He's got his entire top side jungle to go clear, so it's a little bit of a weird path for him, but hopefully one thing he'll be able to make the most of. He should just look to help Xiaohu out, and I mean, Tien's going to get a boatload of experience because he sponges some from mid lane, going to clear his entire top side, took some of the small Krugs, and took the red buff away from Shadow. It's a really good spot for the Weibo Gaming jungler to be in. And as long as Shadow in the next minute doesn't make a massive play that neutralizes that, this is giving Tien a really good window into the game.
Without a doubt, and we know that while Sejuani is a low econ type champion, losing out in your camps, getting further away from level 6 is tough. Such an impactful ultimate makes ganks a lot easier. We did talk about how, you know, as BLG, you want to make sure that you're really getting the opportunity to dive a guy like Breathe and set him behind. We're going to see Shadow show up here on the bottom side. We're going to look to slow up Chris, but the root's going to be there too. He's trying to get the portal over, but it's short, which means On was not able to gauge it properly on the hook attempt.
Yeah, that was a bad portal, but he manages to get out either way. On with a 9-9 Blitzcrank performance. He's literally 50-50 with it.
Hit or miss.
So far as...
Guess they never miss, huh?
Well, I think the whole point of the stat, Yanni, might be that it does sometimes miss. It's a bit of a pocket pick for him, but it's not one that's got the big stats to back it up, you know?
Maybe it shouldn't be after this point in time, right? You know, 9-9 is like a, hey, the angle is really good here. Maybe not like a total pocket pick. You got holes in your pockets, bro. It's time for some new pants.
If Blitzcrank's good, Blitzcrank's good. Doesn't mean that the player has to be good at Blitzcrank.
This is true.
The
It's so
takeaway,
simple.
right? And maybe on, you know, maybe the 20th game we'll start to see the big development. Maybe this game as well. You know, this is number 19. We'll see. He could end up having that 1v9 Blitzcrank performance. You know, he won the MVP for game number 2, so
Riding that high?
That's something, yeah.
Really shouldn't have, but you know, he gets it all the same. You see both supports showing up in the mid lane to help out. Hook is going to land onto Chris. Tian is waiting in the wings, but much ado about nothing in the end. We do see Dragon available, but again, it is a Cloud Dragon, which means it'll likely be available for a long time.
True. That's unfortunately I guess the
be a problem.
truth in Cloud Breaks.
Tian's in a little bit of a pickle here. Knockup is there. He gets stunned multiple times. There's the permafrost. Knight is in good position here. Tian doesn't have flash up. He's just trying to run the knockup onto Shadow. Chris trying to keep him alive, and he does. The question is, how's the rest of the fight going to go? Xiaohu going to be the next target. He goes over, but he gets stunned by the permafrost. He's still alive, but so low, and Weibo elude the grasp of BLG.
All right, well, okay, that's fine. Again, we're seeing some questionable plays as Bin and Breathe duke it out on this top side.
You're so done with this game already, bro. 7 minutes
Hey,
in.
man, they're playing League of Legends, and that's what's important here.
They look like Flex Q.
They're really trying, and I think that's what's important, you know? I still think that some of the decisions being made don't make sense to me. That doesn't mean that they are bad, you know? These guys play competitive League of Legends. I talk over competitive League of Legends. That's the caveat that I always give to people, is that
Right.
if they see something that I don't, that's fine. Sometimes I'm going to meme them for it, though.
Yeah, you know, we don't... no, contrary to popular belief, we don't always have all the context. Now, one thing that is important to note is that we have Grub coming up in 10 seconds. And both of these squads probably happy to get these Grubs. I do wonder where we're going to see these junglers set out on. Both of them are currently on the bot side, but with no camps up for Tien. See if he's actually here to cover Xiaohu, because this is going to be a problem soon. Shadow landing that ultimate flush. The question is, can Xiaohu actually find a way out? Desperately running to Tien, but his flash is up. The Realm Warp is going to be used, but is not going to get him out, as the Meek have been called.
Like that timing from Xiaohu there. He recognizes what CC can come through and knows that that's his only way to get out to safety. Unfortunately, Q comes back up from Bin, and it does net a nice quick kill on the bot side. This is the power that a Sejuani can give you, and we'll highlight quickly this is Spellbook Sejuani, as Breathe maybe falling the same fate on the top side.
Alright, like this attempt here, but Breathe, they just don't have the damage to
Oh,
actually
wait.
kill him. We talked about
Sorry.
the Jin
Yeah.
Jace combo. It's just not enough.
Now let's take a quick look at all the damage that Jin has built up. Ah, yes.
What?
Ah, Cullen-plated steel caps. He's pumping the damage, everybody. No
Yeah,
wonder
those-
they couldn't kill him.
What if he threw the steel caps? They are capped
That'd
with
do
steel.
more damage. It would do more.
Take a look at the picture-in-picture. A nice play there to force the flash out of Knight. They'll allow Weibo Gaming to go and take purchase in this topside river and go ahead and get these grubs for Breathe and Xiaohu. I'm sure they're more than happy to have.
Okay. Look, this time goes wide and Breathe.
You
know, quite rightly.
Hang on. Plated steel caps, putting in work. Here we go. Curtain call. Hang on.
Okay.
Never mind.
He out over the wall?
It's Jover. It's John Bon Jover.
Yeah.
You guys won't get that. Both members of Prod are not from the US. Here we go. Fights coming. Root happening. On dead. Next target potentially going to be Elk here, but the traps are doing so much work. But so is the magical journey, but a teleport coming in from behind. It's dueling teleports, but the slows are so impactful. Tiana's going to get rooted and stunned. Here comes the squad. Knight immediately looking for damage, but Xiaohu right in his face, trading back. Light on his way, has that bullet time as well. Curious on what angle he wants to take. Even he's not sure. He's going to magical journey in. He's the first one. He flashes for the reposition, and the bullet time is perfect. And now Elk and Knight are in no man's land. But Crisp is low, and Blitz is here. The hook is in, and Xiaohu is dead. And Light's got to run for the hills, and Crisp ain't going to be able to help his buddy out. Light is dead, but he gets one back on the other side.
Ah, this is LPL, baby. We are fighting for 0 in the top side. It's just, okay, you guys want to fight? Hell yeah, okay, let's do it. And it starts off with, I think, Breathe, first of all, just sort of tossing around and having a good little time. Was it Finn this entire time? He's just looking at his top side and going, what are you guys doing? Like, just...
Thank God I don't have teleport, so I don't have to join that crap.
Yeah, it's one of those situations you hold tab as the AD carry and then go, oh, well, I guess my top laner couldn't join.
Winning Bard Gaming with a question mark. Let's regretfully take a look at this replay.
Okay, so the replay starts, and it's a attempted flash gun from Chris. They take down the Blitzcrank. They take so long to chase this, though. The Blitzcrank's able to rejoin the fight eventually. TPs are matched between the mid laners, and Victor has less distance to travel as well. So
picture in picture. Hang on, there's a hook on the dragon. There's stuff going on here. Who's dying? It's Jace who's in trouble. And he will fall as BLG pick that one up. And
okay, back to the replay. Light takes a portal tap to immediately flash. And then Blitzcrank's back because they took so long to take this fight. And
now we're out of the replay.
We're going again.
Chris is caught. Shadow looking to survive to make it rain for the slope, but Xiaohu can't get there fast enough, and now teleport coming in from behind. It's a battle royale. Ultimate knocks him away, but Light is stuck. Bin is going to look for priority targets. He's on TN. TN has to go into 5 to try to get his mid laner out of there, and BLG, it's coming up all them.
BLG are coming out on top in the fights. It's the Blitzcrank pick that we all saw coming and that nobody really expected to be this powerful. In this situation, the first time maybe ever in the LPL, look who's got 100%
Get ready to speak replay, buddy.
It's the Elk Jin with 100% kill participation somehow in this game, with some really good deadly flourishes and the added tankiness from the plated steel caps, keeping him in these fights for that little bit longer. And again, we saw the majority of this start, but On found one hook onto Breathe, takes him down, finds a second hook onto Chris, they take him down as well. And then the Realm Warp comes in, but BLG are able to space this out well enough, and Bin, who'd been farming the entire first scuffle, is able to come in and make the difference in the second. So Bronny ulti picks up Light, it's an attempt to get the rest of the team out to safety, but Tien goes back in, he falls as well. And BLG now in a very good position. Their gold is very well distributed as well. The fact that Jin went for a plated steel caps has been offset by the fact that he got 4 kills.
I was just going to say, how illegal is that?
He got 4 kills with them, so clearly it was the right play.
He's throwing the boots. He's throwing his Tims. He's got the Timberlands.
Also, I need to go back to something. Do you think that we don't know who John Bon Jovi is?
I mean, I know he's like a very big star, but like, as someone from New Jersey, and the fact that I didn't hear any reaction, I was like, I don't know, man. Maybe these guys just don't know.
I don't know.
Listen, it wasn't great. I will admit, but I mean, I expected our producer laughs at everything. I expected him to at least chuckle a little bit. 14 minutes into this game, we have Herald up in about a minute, and BLG are looking to put this game fully out of reach. They're going to make a nice side lane play onto Xiaohu. This guy is toast.
Give it to the Victor. Lovely stuff. And chat, we will take your hand and guide you through this game number 3. It does seem like BLG are on the way to victory. However, remember, this is big, long gaming. They will throw at some point. Something's going to go badly. And if this series is anything to go by, it will be instigated by the Blitzcrank, let's be honest. And maybe, just maybe, we'll find a way for Weibo to find their way back into this for a little bit. For a little bit at the very least. I'm sure this game isn't done.
Here's the time for them to try. Has been not realizing he's going to get dope. Oh yeah, they're sending everybody, but teleport's coming through. Tien, everybody was calling this play off, but Tien said, let's push forward. They're going to find Bin. Here's Shadow and Knight joining the party, and there's a big Arcane Storm doing a lot of damage. Stun on the other side of the fight. Breathe is dead. Knight has to flash away. Here comes the Realm Warp to get him out and maybe help out Chris. Elk waited, but he's got to flash up the wall. They turn it on to Shadow, take him out. Here comes the curtain call. Xiaohu trying to block for Light. Will be able to escort him out as Tien also escapes.
Also goes a little bit wide there. Tien might get hooked. On. Okay, never mind.
We got slowed. Right. Unlucky.
Well played by Tien. And that was 2 for 1, 2 for 2. Top and support for top and jungle, I believe, if not mistaken. So even trade from Weibo, and a play that, again, Weibo initiated on that top side. They are able to take down the Renekton, and even are able to find Shadow as well. And the fact that they get out to safety there, honestly, pretty well done. Crisp here caught in 2 minds with this bard. Does he want to turn off the turret? Does he want to keep Bin rooted, locked up in place? And instead, uses Tempest Fate. I think he uses it a little bit late. I was thinking he looked that onto 9 and then he didn't turn off the turret afterwards. But you can see that the comms in this situation must have been hectic. Xiaohu finally realizes, let's just bail and try to get ourselves out of here. Chris does land a good stun, which means that Elk has to flash out to safety. The power of Xin Zhao means that he's able to space out Knight and On. And a really good passing from Weibo as well. That duo of carries.
Oh, guess what? We got more fighting. Teleport coming in. He will be received by Bin as Weibo Gaming will just take the Herald that was generously leashed by BLG.
Okay. Second time for that one to happen. We saw it at the Baron in game number 2. We see it for the Rift Herald in game number 3. Is Bin once again the focus.
All right.
And everybody's coming top. It's the same thing again.
Healing quite a bit. They're going to focus this turret, but the stun is out. The turret will fall. And Tien always once more. And guess what? They want all the smoke. All right, we do have a man advantage because Light can't link up, but it looks like BLG will once again back off. Guys, there's a dragon up. Can we not just have done the dragon?
Yeah, maybe they could have done. But that's not as fun as fighting for a tier 1 turret. So
looks like the scrims that I had earlier today is on. Hold on. On's getting caught out again. He's a super slow blitzcrank. Anticipated the sidestep, so Chris did not land this time.
Sponsored by Manscaped hook right there, is On not quite able to make that connection. We're not going to get the tier 1 turret either, and the Herald may be going down. There's an opportunity that they'll take it. We're riding it in
We're going to ride it in. All right, Twitch chat showing up to the party. Yes, you are helping Weibo Gaming win this game. Here's Knight. He's in trouble. Bullet time is down and uninterrupted. It's good damage, but they don't get anything back. They will trade it and get Crisp. And here comes the curtain call. Trying to hit some priority targets, but Tien actually can't interrupt this Jin. He's mired in the muck, and he's 4th shot and dead. That's a double kill for Elk, and Bin on the flank. Forces the flash of the Xiaohu, but he gets rooted. Another big play as Elk and BLG take over the fight.
And BLG just running amok as Weibo just get way too aggressive, trying to do far too much with that Herald. Costs them a couple of kills and gonna lose the dragon off the back of this as well. Bin didn't even take the turret in that top side. I think that's what he was waiting for and thinking, well, if he can hold fire, I can just take this turret without really any consequence. But Weibo charged this forward. They are 5 members strong. Crisp, again, really good ulti, catches Knight, but was able to put the Chaos Storm down, put the Gravity Well down, walks out to safety, and then the saddest board portal you will ever see as he tries to get from one end of the turret to the other. Tien gets exhausted, so he can't walk in to knock up Elk, which is a dumbfounded effort to try and martyr himself for the team. And then when Bin comes in, he's already won the fight effectively by the rest of his team. So BLG quite happy to just take a couple of kills, walk their way out to safety. But let's take a quick look at where actual advantages are. Because overall, Yanni, this game isn't really that far departed from one another. It's just that Elk has a 2.5k gold lead.
He's absolutely massive, my brother. 7-0 and 6. Already on 2 items before 20 minutes. And those completed boots, you can't forget about those. We're seeing Weibo clearing out a lot of these awards. BLG, remember, Blitzcrank can always make it hard. Here's the pull in. Oh, the tempered fake gonna keep him alive for right now, but the stun not gonna land. Tien getting fourth shot, but he's still alive. Breathe frontlining right now, desperately trying to get away, but he gets stunned up, knocked up, and it goes down as the Realm Warp will try to get him out. Just need to be able to escort our jungler out, and they will be able to do so, but BLG will take more control.
Yeah, and I think Xiaohu here trying to find a way to fish out that mid wave. Won't be able to do it, and I think that BLG are going to look to try and focus this tier 1 turret down. Okay, bullet time used. Tier 1 turret won't fall, but now we don't have it for the Atacon. It's only the next fight around that top side objective. Another skirmish that BLG are able to come out on top of, just the 1 kill, but Breathe actually signs his own death warrant there as he queues forward and doesn't really have the way to get back out to safety. No phase rush on this Jace. They're going to get spotted out here. Jamie takes the fortunate way back and spots him much in advance. But this game, this series, Yanni, you know what? If nothing else, I'm glad I watched it.
It has been at least an entertaining one to watch. You know, sometimes you really love watching high-quality League of Legends. And then sometimes some games aren't as high quality, but you watch them and you enjoy them for the entertainment factor.
I said this
series
with Slayer last week.
Yep.
DRX's Worlds Run. Those games weren't the top level of League of Legends, but they were entertaining as all hell. This is another example.
Yep. And sometimes you just have to value the play for the entertainment.
Yeah.
Right now, I've been entertained, and I hope that you've been entertained as well. We do see that BLG with a near 4,000 gold lead, 21 minutes, up a lot of kills. But remember, BLG liable to throw over these last couple of games, and they're kind of looking at Otacon funny. They're looking at him like, really, guys, you really want to do the Otacon? Remember what happened last time? We played against AL. That's how we lost. I don't know.
And in their series versus Top Esports, out on the Jin. Was 11-1 and 13, so definitely knows how to keep himself safe on the Jin. And I mean, the fact that he's found, I think 14 kill participation, if stats we have here are correct. So 14 out of 15, he's not doing too badly for himself.
Yeah, not too bad. Shadow also having a pretty good game. That Italian stallion showing up 2-2 and 12. Remember earlier it wasn't that great, but again, he's just getting the job done on Sejuani. Yeah, it's not a 19.3 KDA, it's only a 7 this game, but I'm sure he'll take it all the same. And see if BLG can bring this one home.
Hey man, there's still time, you know? there's still time,
there's still time for them to mess it up.
Oh, well I was saying for the KD to increase, but also Xiaohu might be in a little bit of trouble, whether or not they spot him. Okay, and I do want to quickly highlight, right, we talked about the Elk is massive. That comes at the consequence of Light being decidedly tiny by comparison. And when a misfortune is tiny, you really feel it. You are heavily relying as Weibo on the rest of your side lanes, really, to come out thriving.
Well, I was going to look for that hook angle, but elected not to. You see Shadow walk in here. He's going to take quite a bit of damage for himself. We're still waiting for an on-hook to hit a priority target. Good ultimate coming through, but the Temper Fake doesn't hit. Breathe over on the side. Shadow is low. He's trying to escape, and they're trying to turn around on Chris, but they just can't. Now teleport coming in on the other side. Curtain call coming through. A lot of members blocking this. But do they want to turn around? No. It'll just be an escape Realm Warp as BLG continue to have control.
Okay, again, a couple of skill shots and not optimal League of Legends being played here by both of our teams. A lot of pretty colours, and ultimately nobody dies, which is really important. We've got the Atacon on that top side, so any small advantages that do go over in terms of numbers can lead into this bigger objective being taken down. Despite the fact that BLG have got a 4,000 gold lead, it doesn't really feel like they're able to push the tempo of this game nearly as quickly as they'd like, as actually it's Weibo starting up the Baron here. Remember that they've got no Tempered Fate, they've got no Realm Warp to get out to safety, and no Crescent Guard to keep their jungler safe.
Shotgun Otacon, let's see if they can take it. It looks like they win. No, it's stolen! It's stolen! Shadow shows up, the Italian Stallion, cooking these guys like pasta, as Xiaohu has nowhere to go. 2-0 for BLG.
It's a disaster for Weibo. It was a shotgun that blew up in their faces, and Tien, unable to secure the objective, gives BLG complete control now over this game. These fights have been so close, so frequently, that the Atacon could very well be the difference maker in these fights, in how these resets end up playing out. Just one proc from a death could very well be enough to turn the tides of a fight. Now they get the dragon as well, they'll push themselves to Soul Point. Maybe that's the final nail in the coffin.
And I'm so proud of BLG. They found the perfect solution to their Otacon woes. Allow the other team to start it and just have Shadow steal it.
That's the win. That's what we take away from this. Well, let's take another look. Shadow, Q forward, yoink. That's a nice little smite, and I think Tien just, you know, he autos, he just doesn't smite with it. Really good body blocking as well, you can see here, by BLG. I mean, even if Shadow gets through that portal, he dies regardless, but a nice idea from the BLG side to make sure that there's absolutely no chance that this Rise is able to get out to safety, who's also having a pretty miserable game as well, 1-5-2, as this immobile mage is getting picked out by Sejuani ultis, by Renekton's, and by hooks with stride breakers and everything like that. So keeping our eyes on if this Rise can ever scale into this late game is going to be really important, because there is no MF scaling, there is no Xin Zhao scaling. It's on Xiaohu most importantly, and then secondarily really on Breathe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe we talk about like, hey, we got to 6 items and Light's bullet times are critting everybody, but I'm going to be honest, it doesn't look like we're getting the big long gaming in this one, because the Baron has been started up, now immediately pulled off.
And immediately we leave. Big long gaming. Okay.
They're just leaning into it, bro. They know that we're talking.
At any given opportunity, do with as little as possible. If they decide to take the Atacon, we'll try to steal it, don't get me wrong. Will we start a Baron for nothing? Absolutely not. No, no, no.
Maybe they're just waiting for this dragon, right? 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It's a long ways away, but
we're playing safe, Yanni. They're playing safe.
It would be so. Listen, with the way some of these recent games have gone for BLG, can you actually blame them?
No.
Playing a
no, I
little too
can't. How about Weibo? We Baron gaming, maybe.
We are, well, we die at Baron gaming apparently right now, as Tien has been permafrosted. Good Tempered Fate means that Tien is actually still alive, but yeah, you talked about it. Light's damage is in the negatives right now. I mean, he is almost healing these guys. Curtain Call coming out is going to slow up Chris. He has to flash away so he doesn't get permafrosted. Now do BLG start the Baron? This is like the people who drive like 30 miles an hour in the left lane. Like, you're just going too slow for your own.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. You see the left lane is where we're supposed to drive slowly. So that's
the left lane is where we're supposed to drive fast, especially here in New Jersey. Later on today, I will be in the left-hand lane ripping 75 to 80 miles an hour, and I will be having people pass me for going too slow. BLG looking to turn up the pace. We're pulling off. No, we're going back on. Okay.
I mean, they surely have to commit now. They've got a good 2-man doing this. It'll take them some time. Jin Sejuani, not the lethal barrel-taking duo that we're here, that we're looking for. I mean, Tien might die, actually, looking at the Knight's positioning.
Okay, we're good, finally.
Well done, BLG! Let's go! Now close the game! They have an 8k gold lead. They have Baron at their backs. They have a wave in the top lane, Yanni. What could go wrong?
Finish this one off. It is time. It is time to end it.
Wait, Yanni, should I do something disgusting?
Oh, yes, let's hear it.
I'm gonna... BLG can't lose from this position.
All right, let's see them put that to the test. I think you might actually be right this time around. Tempered Fate is going to land. Elk not going to get stunned. Here's the Realm Warp. It's a fake out, though. We're going all the way, and here's the bullet time. It's a solid bullet time. They knock him out of it, though, is the problem.
Nice!
We see a couple of members down, and yeah, it's BLG not being able to lose from this angle. It's a 3-for-1 right now, and they're going to chase down and look for more members. Bin will wisely back off, but even Knight, we haven't talked about him a whole lot. So many assists, but that means he's big too. All right. Weibo, just looking to try to survive, right? It's tough. It's tough right now. It is not a great time. 29 minutes into this game, BLG total control, 40 seconds until the last dragon. That should end the game. We do see a teleport coming in, multiple teleports in fact, because Shadow going to make good use of that summoner spellbook. So BLG total control of the spot side, just getting down some of this vision here. Now sieging on this bottom tier 2. We see Elk and Bin on the way. show for the rest of the team. This might be an opportunity for Weibo to try to do something, but they just have no idea where the rest of the squad is. They're making their last stand very, very soon. We see a teleport coming in on the backside for Breathe. Breathe is very quickly going to get spotted. He goes right on top of Knight, but he gets blown up himself. The Tempered Fate's not going to be able to save him. They do get a double stun off of Bin. Gets onto Light. Arcane Storm's huge. BLG run over Weibo. The third game could have been an email, and they will actually put one away in a reasonable amount of time with a reasonable pace. Looking like the BLG that we saw after Game 1 versus AL last time out. 25 kills to 7 in a 30-minute game. Dude, your thoughts now that this game is now ended?
This game literally broke my desktop app. Discord just decided to turn off. I still can't see it. Can you hear me? Am I good?
I can hear you, don't worry. I don't know if the people can hear you, but I can hear you. That's
the people
really
can hear me.
All
That's
that
the important
matters. As BLG does get the job done this time around. You know, it was 30 minutes. It's weird to say that the 30-minute game is an email, but when Baron spawns at 25 minutes now,
yeah,
30 minutes is the new 25 minutes.
It is. It's a very swift game, all told by BLG, and honestly, the on Blitzcrank did work. Let's be honest here.
Sometimes.
It was set up for, but he did do well. He keeps his above 50% win rate, which is really important. And BLG took the series. That's what's important here, right? Like, they wiped the slate clean. They turned the game back around in Game 2. And we said this needed to be a clean sweep. I tried as I might to say that BLG couldn't win that game, and they did it quite convincingly, let's be honest.
And you know what? You said they can't lose the game, and what do you think? They immediately got their Discord sleeper agent to shut you down. They said,
did.
no,
They
we
did.
cannot allow this man to curse the cast. Shut his stuff down. Take him out.
They did, and they sniped me until they won that final fight. Until they were hitting the Nexus, they didn't let me back in. They were like, no,
They
this
said,
guy
okay.
cannot speak until the game is won.
They said, we can bring him back now. They just knew that we were going to need
Those
you
will
for
be
the
your last
post-game
words,
enforcement.
you know? They were after me.
They not only did they ace Weibo, but they got you as well.
Yeah, they
That's
got
a
6 people.
6-man ace. Yeah, that the Hexakill 6v5, like, well played from BLG. It wasn't super clean in the first 2 games. We had the long banger that they lost. We had the 35-minute condensed banger that they won somehow, but this game was a lot more clinical.
Yeah, and again, there were mistakes. There were issues on both sides where some skill shots aren't landing, where some decisions are wrong, and where probably the game could have taken a little bit longer had Weibo decided that they weren't going to throw their faces into BLG for 0 reason. But BLG took that in their stride, and they found the win, and they found the game, and they found the series, and I think that was really important, especially when we look at the situation that they're in, where they are probably looking like the best team in the LPL. They lose a series to AL, an absolute series that they should have won, and then they manage to, or then they lose game 1 up against Weibo, almost lose game 2 against them, but again, just push back well enough to find the series win overall. I think that's really important, and I think that it means that their next series that they play has to be a clinical series for us to keep them as top 1, as the best team in the league.
Well, Rudun, they're going to be put to the test because their next series is going to be against Top Esports on Sunday. This is going to be a nice heavyweight matchup, but what's going to be really interesting is that BLG is going to be coming in playing some of the worst league that we've seen them play in Split 3, which, you know, is saying something. They've played pretty well in Split 3, but they've hit this really weird, rough patch, and maybe this win will cure it. You know, winning is the panacea, right? Winning cures everything. And, you know, maybe IG can snakebite Top Esports and set them on a downward spiral and make it easy pickings for BLG. But I imagine that Sunday match will be one that everybody's going to want to tune into.
Ultimately, right, nobody's going to go back and watch, or very few people are going to go back and watch this series past this weekend, right, and think, damn, BLG 2-1 versus Weibo, sure, yeah. They're not going to care how they played it and that it was a bit of a car crash of a League of Legends series, but we get to see that there are some some great parts of BLG, some not great parts of BLG, and same to be said for Weibo. There are some great parts of Weibo, but equally there are some very weak parts of Weibo as well.
Yeah, and especially in this game, I really wanted to see them have a little bit more fight in them after the way the first 2 games went. It's kind of hard, you know, especially, you know, people don't really talk about like emotional exhaustion rate in game 2. Like, you know, Weibo's like, oh my God, we can 2-0 this series, guys, and then just having the miscues causing a loss. It's so deflating, and you know, it kind of looked like BLG were a little deflated in that second game for a little bit after things started getting behind after the way the first game went. But you know, Weibo ultimately were not able to get the job done, and that puts them in a very weird spot here at 4 and 5. We talked about the whole strength of schedule. A win here would have done very well to potentially have them fight for the top 4 spot, but as of right now, they look like the 5th best team.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, this is going to be, they're most likely to be our 5th place team. I mean, just expectation, I expect these guys to end 5th at the end of regular season, which means that they're going to get their first pick of the teams from Group Nirvana, which probably means that they're going to skate through into the playoffs quite nicely anyway. But they need to be able to take games up against these top 4 playoff teams if they don't just want to get bottomed out and immediately lose their spot or chance at going to Worlds.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, luckily it should be pretty easy, you know, to get out of the first round or that initial play-in round because, you know, if you're 5th, 6th, you're playing against LGD or Thunder Talk, you know, these are teams that, you know, LGD we had a little bit of excitement for as a broadcast for a short time, and they've kind of fallen off the wagon. It feels like if you're 5th, 6th, you know, I don't want to call them scheduled wins because nothing is a given in the LPL, but these are the closest that you'd be getting to scheduled wins.
Yeah.
No matter how poorly things tend to go, you just need to make sure you stay in that 5th, 6th spot because I do not want to play against EDG or NIP if I'm any of these teams, just in case.
Yeah, and this is where I cursed it and said BLG cannot lose this, and then Weibo said, no, I know they can't. Here, have Xiaohu flashes in, immediately gets taken down. Again, the flash was very confusing to me, and I was panicking watching all of this because I didn't know what was happening. But then this final fight, we just get Knight going crazy on a Victor, and I think Breathe going a little crazy as well.
Yeah, you know, I was very confused. I needed you here for that one because I was like, what the heck's this man doing? We got the flanking Jace. It felt like it was the last gasp, right? You know,
yeah.
You just had to do something, throw something at the wall, hope it sticks, find the best angle that you possibly can. But unfortunately, there just really wasn't an angle to be had. So, has your opinion changed on Weibo at all after seeing this series and the manner in which this best of 3 occurred?
I'm so familiar with Weibo's game right now, it's not even funny. Like, I can tell you exactly how a Weibo series is going to go before it happens. To be fair, I did say that this was going to be an 0-2 for BLG, or a 2-0 for BLG, I should say, and that Weibo were going to get swept. And that didn't happen. But I think that Weibo are going to be a team that just win their play-in series. They will lose one of the playoff games. I think they're our benchmark team, Yanni. They are the 5th best team in the LPL and no further.
And you know what? I think that's a perfect way to describe them and an okay spot for them to be in, to be honest, because it means you are still in striking distance when it comes time for like regional finals as long as things continue to go well. Our player of the game is Elk. No surprise he went 12-0-10. Really not much more to talk about. He beat them up with steel caps somehow, some way. Want to take the spotlight away from Elk, and just before we go and before we do our end messages, I want your opinion on BLG. Do you think that, you know, game 1 was a blip on the radar and even most of game 2, or do you think that this is a concern for BLG moving forward?
I think that for BLG that they should be fine. I think that they've got a little bit of work still to do. They're realistically, again, they just need to make sure that they make their ideas better before playoffs, because they're going to end up being in playoffs. They will be a top 4 team. And they just need to make sure that whatever's going wrong, that they fix before playoffs. This could very well be them trying something and them intentionally being like, okay, well, we're top 4 now. Let's try and test these things and see how they go. And then they can return back to what's happening. Obviously, I'm not privy to any information in the camp, but as long as they go back to what they were doing in when they get to playoffs, I think they'll be fine.
Well, that game against Top Esports is going to be a very, very important one. All right, so we do want to give a big shout out before we do that.
To our
We're
leaderboard.
gonna go look
To
at
our
standings.
leaderboard.
The shout out to the leaderboard. My bad. Here we go. There's our leaderboard. What do you think
BLG.
so far? Anything really interesting here? I think IGAL now being contested for the third spot is a nice little shout. And AL on a 4-game winning streak. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's this middle pack still. So the fourth 5 cutoff is the interesting part. I mean, AL look like they are back in contention with, you know, Top Esports and BLG. They probably won't make it up there by the end of the season. Even if they win the rest of their games, the odds of BLG and Top Esports losing another 4 series is quite low. But for IG, it's whether or not they can stay the course as well. Can they stay in the top 4, or can Weibo try and push them out?
I don't think Weibo's going to be able to push them out. I don't know. It just feels like they're just a little too inconsistent at this point. I mean, we took a look at the strength of schedule earlier, and you know they do have an easier schedule than a team like an IG, and you know probably a harder schedule than AL. So I think 5th is probably where they're going to stay, as you said, just by virtue of how things are. All right. Now it's time for our actual shout-outs. So, we want to give a big shout-out to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup Mung, Forest Without, and owners of a Silmaril. Their pledged financial contributions help us level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. And you know what that means, Rudu? That means we have more LPL English on the horizon. You and I will be kicking things off Saturday morning, JDG versus Team WE. And then Alk and Rafa will be taking the reins for the last 2 matches of our Super Saturdays. Ultra Prime versus Thunder Talk and IG versus Top Esports, which is sure to be a banger. You're not going to want to miss out on those ones. But that will do it for us here today. Big shout out to you, the fans, but big shout out to Rare Adam behind the glass. Big shout out to my co-caster, Rudude. And for us here at the LPL English family, we want to thank you all so much for being here with us today, and we hope to see you tomorrow for some more LPL action.